Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift for the first game of patch 7.14 and the first game of week 7.
So that's how it ends up stacking and dealing more damage, but Xerxes is around.
Going back, Pyjamas 6, Visit just gets melted off the face of Summoner's Rift. Pyjamas might fall here, he does. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
This has been a good start for them so far, and I want to see them do more with this, but look how... Oh, Exile, what
is he going to go down? There's the ignite! He goes into the Sanguine Pool, but you're just going to burn down!
What was that?
Oh my god, I fucked up so badly.
Xerxes is going to come down towards the bottom lane. This is one of the few lanes where he has crowd control there ready for him. Rakan can jump in, and that's exactly what we'll see. The charm comes out, the quickness, and Yanan is melted.
Scaling on his E, max health % damage will increase, but another fight starts on Exile.
Hylissang is just around the corner. The teleports are coming in as well from both teams. They want to fight, they want to Barney in the river. Unicorns of Love this position. There's the equalizer. Face call brings him back. Chachi caught off towards the side of the wall. Hylissang jumps over, he's caught as well. It's another kill for Rocket. They take down 2, and perhaps they'll push for more.
So let's get an objective in mid. This is something they frequently do. Hylissang's got it.
Engage onto Betsy. Here's the hero's entrance. Teleport's going to join the fight as well. Exile's on the back line. Unicorns of Love trying to take the fight in the mid lane that they know and love. Pyjamas has been melted off towards the back, but he will kill Exile. Let's go up to the top of the fight as we do see Chachi getting caught out. Rocket are going to engage. The Tides has shielded. Duran gets the stun as well. However, Rocket are going to stay on it.
And it's Kalista, right? You know you've got the Ren damage. Wadid now with
Equalizer. Hylissang jumps in. The knockup from Wadid, but Exile's on Betsy in the back line. Unleashed Power will come out. Hylissang's low off towards the front. Pyjamas will get the kill. Exile's going to fall as well. 2 for 1 in favor of Rocket.
Because he can find squishy targets with bot lane.
Hylissang can engage. Yanan puts the fake call back. It's going to be a 4v3. The hook comes in. Here's Pyjamas jumping the wall. Xerxes, that front line, going very low. The hero's entrance with the Hemo play from Exile. A team fight God, perhaps, as he tries to take down Yanan. Cannot do it. Rocket, turn around. Samex with the Feather Storm trying to flash his way away. Faxi cannot chase.
Look at how huge Circe is.
Must be sitting on about 5,000 HP at the moment. Hook's going to land onto him. Yanan puts a couple of spears in, just like that's not going to be enough for the time being, but Wadid wants to go forward. Here's the hero's entrance. They're looking for Exile as well, who will Sanguine Pool away. Wadid flashes in, the hook lands on Hylissang, and this is the fight that Rocket wanted. They get to holy moly, that feast onto Yanan, but somehow he survives. Rocket get 3 kills. Going to take the first one, they're going to take the second one, and they're going to look for the Nexus. The charm does connect from Hylissang, but he has been roasted up. We'll have poultry tonight, they say, and we'll take your Nexus. 1-0, Rocket. You're going to get onto the Summoner's Rift, and Kane is going to be played on 7.14. I'm hyped, you're hyped, we're all hyped at home. Let's get right on into the action.
Unicorns want to start a fight up on the top side.
They're TPing in with Meganar. Faxi's gone on towards Yanan. Pyjamas going to chase it as well, but Hylissang flashes in. There's the exhaust. Unicorns of Love. 4 men deep, just looking for Faxi up towards the top side. He will be sacrificed. And Unicorns of Love will get the fare from the Faxi Taxi. He's known for these assassins who can get onto the backline. Glacial Prism is going to hit Wadid. Yanan trying to get his way away. He will just jump across the wall and knock back Samex, but they're going to chase in. Here comes Xerxes, here comes the fake call, and here come the Unicorns. Double kill to Samex. She doesn't have teleport, and already Faxi is here. Rocket looking for it. They do manage to secure it. There's the Glacial Fissure. Xerxes going to jump in as well. The stun puts Samex on a rampage, and the Unicorns of Love are looking to clean up. Hylissang dead, but Samex gets rid of the Tristana as well. Can he retreat from Rocket? Yes, he can. The kiting is superb. Rocket are going to get ace around this Rift Herald, and they get nothing for it. Half of Xerxes' health down. And here we will see Unicorns of Love jumping in. The Fate's Call comes out. That's a catch onto Yanan. He's knocked up. He's stunned up. And Unicorns of Love will get their 11th kill of the game.
Now, I wonder whether the observers know that Rust is...
There we go.
Here we go.
That's so sweet. And it's the Darkin, yeah, it's Rust.
Has appeared on the Rift. Now, of course, he gets extra sustain and % damage, but is it enough to save it?
Looking for the fight, the knockup does come out, and now they're looking for the engage onto the backline. He's so low, but the unblocked trespass comes out onto Samex. He'll gain some health back from this. Will flash, but Exile's on a killing spree, and Unicorns of Love are not done yet. They're looking for Betsy, they're looking for Faxi, they're looking for the end of this game. Betsy doing work, but cannot quite get the kills, and Unicorns of Love will get the inhibitor before 20 minutes. Doesn't have the Black Cleaver yet.
He doesn't even have a second item. This game might end without him getting a second item.
Well, Faxi's trying to try and get his way away from this fight. Jumps back with the Cataclysm, but Samex is now godlike on this Kalista, and Rocket just turned from ferocious lions into meek Cats. Unicorns looking for the fight. Actually, as Chachi gets jumped on by Pridestalker and Faxi. Chachi has the onboard trespass. That's going to do a lot of damage. Great great flash. Here comes the Shadow Step. There's a fight in the mid lane, though, as we do see Hyanon fall to Unicorns of Love. They can get the inhibitor tower. Nah fell. Chachi died, but they will sacrifice him for the Glacial Prison straight onto the face of Betsy. Unicorns of Love are going to strike back. They will equalize the series. It will be 1-1, and they're looking for the reverse sweep once again.
Pridestalker, here's what we talked about going in mid.
He's on the hunt. Exile trying to get his way away. Uses the barrier early on, but he's pushed back, and that's first blood to Rocket.
That's how detrimental it is in favor of Rocket.
Exile flashes early. Pridestalker there. There's the stun, though, and this is going to be another kill. Pridestalker on the prowl. 2-0 in this early game.
But I am not convinced that they are able to compensate for these matchups consistently enough.
Here comes the Hextech ultimatum as Faxi gets locked in. The Cataclysm comes down as well. He'll try and flash away. Faxi, Glacial Prison! Zax's just like, oh no, you're not going to escape, and Hylissang will have to try and escape as Pridestalker jumps in. Hylissang gets the concussive blows off. There's the heal as well. Rocket will be able to back away from this for the time being.
Oh, Hylissang burned down!
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Faxi is going to find the waiting arms of Xerxes. That's a ball to the face, and Faxi, just trying to get his way away, is stunned underneath the tower. Xerxes can tank for days. Another kill to UOA. You just need 1 or 2 members to really step up. Is it Chachi or is it Samix this game? At the moment, it looks like it's going to be Chachi. Hyanon pops the on the hunt, but did going for the engage. Here's Pridestalker from across the side, a suppression, but it's on to Xerxes, and the teleport's going to join the fight. Ripped out like, I want a piece of this action, please. Pridestalker gets away, but Chachi jumps in onto Betsy. The unleashed power hits him in the face, take a ball to the back, and now we're going to see the engage back onto Betsy. Here's Exile, eventually joins the fight. Where is Faxi? Here he comes. He's taken the taxi. He's a slow one. They managed to get a counter kill. The Cataclysm comes onto 2, and it's going to be a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of Rocket.
That's a 1v1, but
not for long.
Now...
Betsy's on his way. Hextech ultimatum actually dodges the stun. The unleashed power comes out. Chachi manages to escape. Rift Tower brought up in the top lane. That's another member, but Rocket to fight around the charm. Onto the backline as Samus gets caught up. He's going to Featherstorm to try and get his way away. Chachi did escape in the bottom. A great blade caller back catches up Faxi, and here comes Exile. Straight onto the backline. That's 1 for him. He's looking for Hyanon as well. That will be his second. A double for Exile. What did? Jumps onto his lover, says, hug me, please, Samus. And Samus says, oh no, you don't. A feather to the face. Pridestalker's going to try and take out Exile, but he just can't do it. Exile gets the triple. Unicorns get the fight, and they look to be back in this game.
When looking at how Rocket are wanting to play, though, that fact that that's their only lead is really detrimental, because we know Unicorns love to fight at this point in the game.
Samix takes a chunk. Chachi there as well. He jumps onto Hyanon. There's the unleashed power. Hylissang low. Pridestalker's got a kill. And perhaps this is Unicorns losing a fight in the mid lane. I can't believe my eyes as Rocket take down 2.
Is Chachi not quite looking up to the same? He's had some great moments, but look, Hylissang this time is caught.
The damage does come down. There's the Glacial Prism. They've caught Betsy. The Glacial Prism will be cleansed, but they get the kill. Pridestalker looking for Chachi, can't quite get there, and Hyanon and Wadid are on their way. There's the charm. Here comes Faxi. That's a kill, and actually Rocket may be able to turn this one around. Unicorns of Love lose 2, and perhaps they're going to lose a little bit more. Rocket are on the prowl. Wadid's going to look for the jump in. Samix has to flash away, but here comes Wadid. Grand entrance. Not able to make the connection. Hyanon and Pridestalker are still on their way. Hyanon's going to flash. Look at the damage from Hyanon. That's what you want to see from a late game ADC.
Syndra's caught again.
Betsy's going to get chunked out. The unleashed power comes onto Chachi, but that's not enough. And that's a great catch for the Unicorns of Love. Not sure what Betsy was doing there.
And they're still going to have the Sejuani ultimate soon. Pridestalker now trying to take the fight.
Unleashed power comes out. The knock. There's a charm onto 4, though. What can Hyanon do here? He's melting through Hylissang. Pridestalker's going to fall as well.
Oh,
2 kills down. A great Glacial Prison on it towards Hyanon as well. Another double kill for Exile.
That's the anomalous factor for the Unicorns of Love that you can't quantify.
Charm's gonna land. That's it. Exile. Unicorns of Love on the back foot. Chachi's off towards the bottom side, but is he gonna be too late to join the fight? He's onto Hyanon, and he puts down the Hextech ultimatum, but Hyanon is surviving, and Rocket are able to take 2 kills. Unicorns of Love caught unawares.
That might just be the end of the inhibitors here for Unicorns of Love, because Rocket want to fight some more.
Pridestalker's just going in. Totally takes out Samix by himself.
Rocket are about to beat the Unicorns of Love. Blue shell powers have activated, and they are facing a top-tier team, and they're about to get a 2-1 win.
The reverse sweeps are ended for the Unicorns of Love, and Rocket are revived. Is this the start of a winning spree? We'll have to wait and see, but Rocket today will take the 2-1.
result in anything this time, and H2K, full knowledge of that Infernal Drake going down, chose instead to put their pressure on the mid lane. Mithy, though, is going to have to be careful. Cask is up and available for Jankos. Will get knocked back to the team. Knockdown comes in, but Mithy's going to drop first blood for H2K. Febiven's running right back to the mid lane, but it looks like H2K not looking to give up a second Infernal Drake in this game, especially when it could be all about scaling. Trick going to run forward, not going to get the steal. Still looking for the aggressive play, though. Will get locked up. Single-person knockup from Mithy. But he's going to continue there as expect on the backside moving forward. That's going to be the Cataclysm. Suddenly Sven is here as well, dishing out the damage. Kill down onto Chain. No one left to protect Nuclear if he goes forward. But Perks is the one who has to be scared. He may just get popped. Heal comes out to save him. Looking for the disengage. Odawamne going to get one. He's about to go Mega. Will he go over the wall? No flash means they have to back off, but it's just the 1-for-1.
Has already been maximized. Now G2, will they force a Baron play? It looks like it.
Room for a bit more. Odawamne is stacking up the Fury, though. They have to be careful, but this one is getting burned down quite quickly. Trick and Expect dishing out decent damage. Sven on the back line as well. 3K and getting lower. Odawamne going forward. That's the Mega Gnar, but he's only going to connect on one. Sven's left untouched. Has not been CC'd. The Weaver's Wall breaking up the fight. Febiven moving forward, but Perks gonna hit up as much as he can. Chain trying to save the day, getting Odawamne out of there. Trick on the way out as well. Febiven finally gonna find a kill. Jankos leaping forward. Where is the follow-up? Not gonna get a kill. They're firing back. Expect actually gonna take down Jankos. At the end of the day, still just a 1-for-1. Baron alive and well. No one is walking away with anything.
How does no one die in these fights? They're so close.
Chase may get taken down. Cass gonna get out. Nuclear's in trouble too. This is bad news for H2K. G2, they're gonna set their sights on that Baron. It may just be an easy take for the team.
And H2 are just kiting on the back line.
Oh, but Trick may be getting caught out. Baron buff's important, but not if you can push the waves. That's the first pick for H2K. Sven now the one in trouble. Mithy gonna do what he can to save. On the way in, Febiven looking for the kill. That's gonna be it. Leap forward. Mithy next on the menu. H2K, they're firing back. And they've contested, using it as a sieging tool. And that means Tower should be able to drop in G2's favor, but Sven starting to back off, has to be careful, locked up immediately. The QSS is going to take him to safety. Keep your eyes on Odo. He's knocked up, but he's going to turn Mega in a moment. What can he do? Find a little bit of time. Wow, G2 just going to pick him off. Now Trick is on the hunt, leaping forward. Looking for a little bit more, trying to find the disengage. Flash forward from Mithy, cuts of blows. Che will get locked up. Will he get the chance to activate the thick skin? Buy himself a bit of time. He will, but the shield is decaying. Oh! Expect, that's the start of the fight that they wanted. Bounce, 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 Trick. Looking for a little bit more kills across the board. G2 may just be able to end it here.
Beautiful knockup from Expect, landing onto 3 members. G2 getting multiple kills, and with the Baron buff only now running out, they're looking to take game 1.
A lot of pressure on Febiven's shoulders, but one Kassadin is not enough. H2K may have fired back after that Baron, but G2 still found a way to put it to use, and Febiven spending a little extra time there in the fountain, contemplating exactly what went wrong for H2K, because at the end of the day, it was slow, it was steady, calm, and collected from both sides, but both teams have a bit of fun at the end of the day, but it's G2 who's going to come out on top with that win. Here comes the Cho'Gath, the knock up, the chain CC. The silence is going to come in next. Does manage to get the barrier off, but no chance to flash. Perks is burning down. Bye-bye. That's the power of the Cho'Gath. TP burned on the side of H2K.
Very quick teleport coming out from Odo, along with Jankos moving to the bottom side. They're either going for kills or this early tower.
Moving forward. Odawamne going to move in, does get the slowdown. Now the TP is coming in. Mithy buying what time he can, but it may not be enough. Jankos moving forward, the silence going down. Trick, no opportunity to escape the flash forward. Nuclear on the aggressive. Sven moving forward. Oh, surprise, surprise! There's Febiven! That's going to be 2 kills picked up for H2K. Perks just doing what he can, but man, it's too little too late.
This is Rumble. Oh, he's actually not going to clear another wave. He's going to decide to go back, so he's ready for the TP play. He might even make his way there, but bot lane will be pushed. TP coming in.
Jankos maybe in trouble here. Rupture is going to go down, is going to hit 2. Che flashing out to safety. Jankos is still alive. Mithy is moving forward. He may have a lot of damage immunity, but true Cho'Gath can still lead through it. The fight is explosive. Sven going to throw him right back out. Bye-bye. Nice late night snack there coming in for Jankos. Now the double kill. The Cho'Gath is going off. Odawamne may give his life, but he's not going to drop. Everyone from H2K is still alive. That is a 3-4-0 trade.
Fantastically. They didn't even need the ulti from Trick. And now the hook lands onto Sven.
Goes in. Knock back, chain CC, comes over the wall. What a combo. Jankos is still there. He's looking for the Devour. He's just going to give that one over to Nuclear. He's taking his time. Nom, nom, nom. Beef for dinner, folks. H2K going off, but now Odawamne could be the man in trouble. Perks running as best he can. Seismic shove knocks him back. G2 fire back with a kill of their own.
30 seconds. That's already a very low health tower. They could look for a pick as well. They have a lot of tools, remember, with the Ash with the Thresh.
Rupture going to go down. Mithy in trouble, is pulled back by the Fate's Call, but Trick may be the sacrificial lamb. The fight starts off. Febiven is locked down. G2 looking to get a kill back now. Jankos knocked up. This is good. Not going to survive the tower. G2 looking to turn and burn, looking to bring it back. Waiting on the flag and drag from Expect, just gonna run forward, keeps the auto attack up. TP now coming in, Flayed back, but no, Expect with the flawless timing on the flag and drag.
And let's see if Trick can still save this for G2.
Could all come down to this. So much CC, every member of H2K ready to interrupt Trick before he can get into that pit, but are they gonna do it in time? Jankos is the Cho'Gath. He has the feast, he has the no feast actually, just the smite. Trick moving forward. Can he get it? Jankos gonna take it down in the end, a close call. But H2K gonna secure the Baron. Perkz has to be careful, playing with fire right now, running out of mana. Mithy may just have given his life for this contest. Is gonna get taken down. H2K in absolute control. True damage, Feast doing 1,300. Oh, now the fight's gonna get started off. Trick has been picked off. G2 had to come to fight for the Baron, but can they win the fight now?
Oh,
Going on the side, Odoamne looking for a little bit more opportunity on the back side. Mithy's been knocked up, they're trying to disengage. Sven's still alive and well, but he has to run. Jankos is looking to devour him. Is he gonna have enough damage? Perkz, you cannot make it out of there. H2K crushing the fight, and it was grim from G2 to the start, but H2K just continued to execute.
Clean ace, 5-0, H2K. They find the dominant win over G2, and they're gonna find the game.
An incredibly dominant game coming in from H2K. They are gonna move in, they are gonna take down the Nexus. They are going to tie up the series and bring us to that game 3. By their junglers. Usually it's the Elise that you identify as that terrifying dive duo. But Odoamne moving forward, may just set Trick up for success. The flash forward, the body slam moving in. That's going to be first blood over to Expect, and a great start for G2.
At this point you just concede it, but TP in the bottom lane, Fed Renekton, here he comes.
Renekton on the way, dominance available. What can they do? The chain CC, it's going to be perfect. Nuclear, there's no chance to escape. He's just too strong. 1 kill, 2 going over. 1 for the Renekton, 1 for the Caitlyn, and G2 just keeping this ball rolling.
Fantastic.
Cojones to dive Febiven at this point in the game. Braum is there to back him up.
It is a really small thing, but it makes me laugh thinking about, ooh, ulti in mid.
Moving up, body block coming in from Trick. Ulti going to come out from the Cassia, but Jankos definitely still in trouble. The Caitlyn more than happy to clean that one up. Trick gonna nab it in the end, and H2K, a death here, a death there against a winning G2 is definitely not what you can afford to do. Jankos playing with fire here. Is going to get aggressive. Shen engage coming. Sven doing what he can to disengage. Trap goes in. Gravity field. Now Odoamne's knocked back to the team. Flash back out. Expect is in the background. That is a Fed Renekton, but the chain CC comes in. Mithy says no. Out comes the Chaos Storm. No one is dropped yet. Trick is in trouble. H2K, can they turn it? Perkz on the front line. Now Febiven is in trouble. He looks like he might get taken down. Perkz is running through the team. Sven is untouched, and G2 are unstoppable.
And Perkz just melts through the lineup of H2K. Everything was looking so promising, but it all falls apart.
Bye-bye, Nuclear. Ace in a hole does not get a chance to connect because it is the twin fang from Perkz that will be the death sentence for that little Void puppy. G2 crush the fight. This Nexus desperation as they try to find an opportunity to go in onto Perkz, but it's not going to happen. H2K are falling apart. G2 just continue to pressure forward.
The front line of H2K is down. The engagement is lost. H2K, they're struggling as G2 go for the final fight.
The exhaust. Che tries to find the disengage. It's expected in the back line. Febiven, the Shen will try to save him, but it's too little, too late. Expect now dominating. He has yet to die in this game, and no one is going to kill him today as Mithy pulls him out. G2 taking down 2 members may just look to end the game right here.
They've lost the Baron, but they have the minion waves they need to end the game. Only Shen alive, only Nuclear there left to keep the scraps going. G2, their eyes are on the inhib. Will they bother trying to end?
Second inhibitor falls. Super minions are not going to be there yet for the team. The first wave may come on the bottom side. They may not need it. Sven continuing to auto. Keep your eyes on Nuclear. Febiven spawning in 20 seconds. Options running out for H2K. They're already behind, but now Trick is looking to start the fight. Knocking back, Expect in the middle of everything. Sven laying down some traps, setting up the fight for himself. He is untouchable. Perkz now on a killing spree. Options out for H2K. G2 dominating the opposition here in game 3, and there is just nothing left. Jankos, desperation. Febiven trying to get something, but there are no options. There is no escape. G2 honestly could just end right now, but they are having a little bit of fun with this one. Finally, it looks like it may come out. Are they going to let Perkz die? Doesn't look like it's the case. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 take down H2K. Hey everyone, I'm Dracos here to talk to you about what you need to look out for on patch 7.14, which hits the Rift this week. 7.14 is a massive patch. It has rework level adjustments to many champions, paired with some big item redesigns as well as nerfs to meta picks. This means the playing field in this week's games should have more than its fair share of unknowns, but what I want to do is distill it down to what I think really matters at top level League of Legends. So for that, we're going to look at 3 changes, things that you should keep your eye on. The changes to Lethality and Dustblade of Drakthar, Cho'Gath and his reworked Vorpal Spikes, and the introduction of Bramblevest and the new Thornmail. And of course, first up, Lethality, our old friend from OP to irrelevant and back again. The stat has undergone yet another change. Now it scales off of user level rather than the opponent's level. This means the threat of snowballing with Lethality is even greater than it was last time we saw it in the meta. On top of that, Lethality items receive buffs across the board, but the one that really sticks out is Dustblade of Drakthar. All you need to look at is Dustblade's passive Night Stalker, aka shitloads of burst damage for free. This item is incredibly effective on any AD champion with a lead, but anyone who can proc the passive multiple times is pretty much going to look to buy it no matter what. However, as terrifying as Lethality is, we've all experienced it in solo queue. It may not be as big in competitive play. In the big leagues, it may be all about the tanks. Now, Zac, Sejuani, Gragas, they're strong tanks, excellent junglers, but Cho'Gath is the pick I'm keeping my eyes on. The changes to his Vorpal Spikes have put him back on the list of viable junglers, giving him a stronger, clear, or reliable, slow, and obscene trading against other tanks via the scaling max health percentage damage. This, combined with his abundance of CC and a strong suite of tank itemization, make the Terror of the Void truly a terror to play against. And speaking of tank itemization, let's look at the latest way to ruin a healer's day, our new friend, the Bramblevest. Basically, it's a mini Thornmail with a healing debuff. Bramblevest makes it incredibly easy for tanks to shut down sustained-focused champions, pretty much ruin the day of anyone who wants to rely exclusively on Warlord's Bloodlust for healing. On top of that, it builds into the new and improved Thornmail, which now provides health in addition to the armor, while keeping the classic Thorns passive, and now an additional attack speed slow for all assailants. TLDR, as we get into week 7 of the summer split, Dustblade is powerful, but it's not better than the lineup of meta tanks. Cho'Gath is now one of those tanks, and the Bramblevest is yet another reason on a very long list to be ready for a tank meta. Now, nobody knows what's to come, but we're going to have to find out as we get on to Summoner's Rift.
Mysterious Monkeys, the former Misfits Academy, taking on their sister team, and it might be Monkey See, Monkey Do.
Get fresh, man. The backside, a lot of damage onto Yuki. Foxy leaves it again! Not gonna get anybody though. Yuki, nice sidestep, dodging what he can. Yuki's still alive.
Last time I played against Amazing was a year ago.
Them healthy, but the Baron is still doing damage to Yarden in the back, and the Wish comes in to keep Fnatic. The shields, the heals, they're everywhere, but Shaz is taken out by Maxlor.
Like, as an underdog, you can have to throw in a couple of curveballs. So, actually, like, going by the meta makes the enemies already be prepared for you.
I don't know, I just felt like this guy was not that great. He was just okay.
It's going to be funny to face Koskyu. He was Misfits Academy mid laner, and obviously, if you're Misfits Academy, you want to win against Misfits.
Nope, that's the deletion, and now the fight is starting up. Oh, Exile hooked up out of nowhere. Double kill for Power of Evil Misfits.
Like, I think we're good friends. I would call us friends. I don't know if Koskyu sees the same. I know from Misfits Academy teammates that he always wanted to win against me in scrims, and he always wanted to win the lane against me. It's going to be a fun match.
Welcome to beautiful Berlin for another day in the summer split. Mysterious Monkeys have turned things around after adding Kikis and Amazing to their roster, and now they hope to take their second win in a row as they go up against Misfits Gaming. Hello everyone, I'm Evie Supporter, following the action today alongside James Stress O'Leary and Henning Eklund, and we're gonna dive straight into the news because we have to talk about yesterday and the huge upset that was Roccat over the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love, last split finalist at the top of Group B for, well, basically the entire split, but now Roccat took the upper hand. So how in the end did they do it? What did they play out so perfectly that they were able to take the series?
It was Roccat fixing the issue we saw last week, and that was their early game snowballing into a game win. They've been picking the Syndra a lot for Betsy, and this week against the Unicorns, they actually managed to close the games out, finding the skirmishes they needed to take it 2-1 on the series. That was criticism we pushed heavily at Roccat, and they finally have shown growth in that area.
Out of all the teams to do it, you wouldn't have pinned it on Roccat to take down the Unicorns of Love, because Henning, we spoke about the Unicorns of Love kind of weaknesses over the last couple of weeks. So why do you think they got then exposed at the end yesterday versus Roccat?
In the end, it came down to a lot of individual misplays from the Unicorns of Love, particularly in the mid lane, not really doing too well there for Exile. In the end, though, Roccat were able to abuse it, and I think it's fair to call them the Kingslayers now that they've beaten Fnatic and the Unicorns. Yeah, we have been coining that for them. And in our second series, the actual Kings of Europe, G2, they silenced the critics with a statement win against first place H2K. That was, and it was a very interesting one. They said it would be a slow series all around, but only the first game really was very slow. But G2, do we feel a shift here? Is there really a different form in what we've seen from G2 yesterday? They look a lot more confident. They're executing their team comps really well, and I think their solo laners in particular did really well yesterday. Both Perks and Expect had good games back-to-back. And the big question here for G2 is what are they going to be doing with this momentum? Because we know what they can pull off when they got the momentum going.
I'm glad you mentioned Expect. We've seen a couple of weeks now that he's had bad lane matchups. Finally in Game 3, G2 bring out that momentum with the Renekton in the early game pick, and they shut H2K before H2K's composition could get back in the game. In terms of foreshadowing, if G2 is back on a roll and back on their path to being the Kings of Europe, then it isn't too bad for H2K. But if we look in the moment, what should they take away from it? For H2K, what they really have to look at doing now is not drafting these later game compositions. When you take the likes of a Victor with a Shen, those two, although you're not necessarily losing the lane, you end up falling on the back foot for so long in the game, and you put too much down on Nuclear in the bottom lane. I want to see H2K draft more around the mid-game rather than for the later game. All right, we'll see what they decide to do. But with their wins, G2 and Roccat have now put the pressure on Misfits Gaming in the fight for a playoff spot in Group A, because things are getting tighter over there. G2 is now in second place, 1 win over Misfits Gaming, who are 1 win over Roccat, and there's just a lot still left to be decided. Yeah, I think the big thing here is looking for Misfits and Splyce to find their identity. Are they top teams or are they middle of the pack teams? Right now, you can see the game difference plus minus 0, so they're really about to find their identity, top or middle.
who knows?
Well, that is true. It is the question between are you a top team or are you second tier? And today's series will maybe tell us a bit more about that. Mysterious Monkeys are going up against Misfit and Splyce are going up against the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And the same question goes for Splyce. Are you still a top team?
It's a very difficult answer for them because this is by no means an already determined matchup. This isn't a matchup that both of these teams will look at and say, okay, we're not going to drop a game. We might not drop the series. Very interesting now as we go into potential wins for NiP and MM.
Interesting day on the plate, and Mysterious Monkeys first up on stage. They secured an important win against Roccat last week. They're looking to take a big step forward and taking a big step toward that 4th place, and are going up against Misfits. And well, the Mysterious Monkeys, they're cool to watch. They're fun to watch. They've brought some interesting things to the Rift, but what would you say has been their winning formula as of late, Henning?
What I really like about them is that they found their style. They do this thing that works with a kick, a split push, and then good vision control to allow him to do that. And then when it comes to the later stages, if you're engaging in teamfights, have very decisive shot calling. So they have found their plan and they're really executing well.
And that decisive shot calling comes a lot from Amazing, and that's the experience that Mysterious Monkeys wanted. Bringing Kikis and Amazing, you've now got 2 good opportunities in the game to be building leads and capitalizing on them. The split push style is very exciting. We've even seen generic picks coming out with the Renekton last week as well from Mysterious Monkeys. So they really are a team that are improving week on week.
Amazing also commenting last week when we asked him about those picks, if it wasn't putting too much of a spanner in the works because they are a building team. He said, well, at least you have one card in your hand, something unexpected for teams to go up against you. So we'll see what they throw in the mix as they go up versus Misfits. Well, Misfits now in the 3rd place in Group A after their loss to the Unicorns of Love and G2 winning. And we need to look at Misfits in the context of their 1-year plan, wanting to make it to Worlds, a good spring split. But in my opinion, seeming like they've come to a halt in their evolution a bit. Do you agree? And why do you think that is?
I agree. And the reason is it's not only their evolution that's halting, it's Misfits in the game that are halting as well, because they've got this great early game, they can get leads, and then they just stop finding skirmishes. They stop finding the ability to make plays and set up the map. And it's similar to the problem they actually had in the spring split when we started seeing them slump down a bit. I want to see them be more active, find the right fights around the Baron, and continue to take these leads into wins. They slowed down against the Unicorns and it punished them.
Taking a look at who usually is carrying, Power of Evil has put up some great numbers this split. He's having almost a career split, but I feel like sadly for Misfits, they can't really fall back on anyone else when Power of Evil does get caught later in the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at last week, they tried to set up Alfari for success. They got the counter picks with Kled and Kennen, giving him a beneficial matchup, giving him early jungle attention. And then, like, when he had a lead, they didn't really know what to do with it. I mean, Alfari ahead on an AD Kennen, and you kind of still go for this sort of same old team fighting style. So I don't think Misfits know how to play around this.
And the other guy that I really want to see step up, because we talked about him so much, is Hans Sammer. In Challenger, he was playing the Draven, the Vayne, he was smashing people in the lane, carrying team fights. We want to see exactly the same thing happen. I wonder whether we'll see something come out now, picks-wise, maybe a Jhin that he could take over a laning phase with. I want to see Hans Sammer from Challenger Series, that kind of performance for Misfits.
That guy step on stage. We'll see what happens. Mysterious Monkeys and Misfits are ready to kick off the day. Let's leave it to our casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shox. Hello, all you esports fans out there. I am Devin Pirate, Young, and I'm, of course, joined by my main Dane, Martin DeFicio Linga. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty well. I actually look forward to this game here. First time I get to cast on 7-14 as well.
I know, me as well. I mean, we saw some interesting stuff already, but I'm expecting us to see even more stuff today. Now, let's go ahead and get into it. The players hitting the Rift. Misfits Gaming starting off on the blue side tonight. And when you look at Misfits, one name that I think really does start to pop out is Maxlor. He hasn't necessarily been pulling all the weight we want him to see, but he's still the exciting guy on that team for sure.
I mean, yeah, there are obviously a few guys also to highlight around him. Power of Evil being one of the guys. He's kind of
putting a lot of eggs in his basket,
spoon-feeding Power of Evil very often. The man on your screen right now is Hussein Mousvi, the coach for Misfits Gaming, and I think he's actually one of the guys that I have a lot of respect for when it comes to drafting as well and really trying to push his team forward. These guys, however, Misfits Gaming are taking on Mysterious Monkeys, and we see the lineup from Mysterious Monkeys right now. A man to highlight, Pyra? Is it Amazing?
Ooh, I think I'm going to have to go one up because for me, it's always about Kikis. This is the guy that's picking all sorts of crazy champions, and he's honestly the one that they're putting a lot of their eggs on as well. They want him to kind of snowball ahead.
You like your eggs,
I do. I had like 3 today for breakfast, to tell you the truth.
Eggs on Power of Evil, eggs on Kikis.
Yeah, no baskets though, unfortunately, so they might just
maybe that's what they're missing, you know? You need the basket.
Maybe. I mean, well, Misfits do have a game plan. Let's give them that. That's their basket, right?
Oh, yeah. And I think actually Mysterious Monkeys as well, once they got, you know, Amazing and Kikis, they kind of learned, okay, there needs to be some sort of basic game plan. I don't want to say they've kind of figured it out because late game we still see some issues in terms of shot calling. But in the early game, they understand, you know, if Kikis is playing Akali or Aatrox, you need to gank that lane. So Amazing will show up level 4, level 5, level 6, and he will visit that lane. They will tower dive. And that coordination and understanding of how to at least snowball the early game with Kikis' picks, they understand that part. We just got to see the mid to late game pick up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we've seen from Mysterious Monkeys over the last couple of weeks, just a little bit of an evolution. Kik has actually had an interview recently on Slingshot, I believe, where he talked about the ideal lineup of a team, talking about a couple of veterans along with a couple of rookies. So you have some impressionable minds that can be taught, that aren't going to have kind of a jaded perspective because they've been playing so long and they think they know everything.
Yeah, and also the veterans here on Mysterious Monkeys, they talk very highly of the bottom lane with Yuki and Dreams. Obviously, Yuki is a guy who's been around for a long time, around the semi-professional scene and then also in the professional scene. But Dreams, obviously, still a guy who's still fairly new to this big competitive scene. And I think both these guys have actually shown mechanically they can definitely go toe-to-toe with some of the best players. Experience on the LCS stage is kind of what they're lacking, which is why you sometimes see some weird mistakes you don't normally see from bottom lanes, but then you also see big outplays. Dreams are on your screen right there, especially when he gets like Thresh, that man alone can just like carry an early game. Yeah. And I actually want to see that. That's why I think Thresh is going to be such a contested pick right now, because Ignar is basically the same deal on the side of Misfits.
100%. We've seen Ignar be able to really pop off on picks like that as well in the past. And I think it'll be a really good test for the Misfits bottom lane to take on this explosive potential that the Monkeys do have down there, because we've seen these big plays. This doesn't always happen in the laning phase, but we see it more in the team fights, and maybe they'll start changing with all the lethality changes we started to see coming through on 7.14.
Sadly, we also got tanks.
We also got tanks too, so maybe not so much of that, but let's see what happens in pick and ban.
So Misfits have this weird fetish where they ban Rek'Sai every single game.
Is that what it is?
Apparently. Amazing obviously does play a lot of Rek'Sai, but I still really think that Sejuani, Gragas, Zac, like these picks are just above Rek'Sai on the priority list, which is why the Rek'Sai ban to me is a little bit weird in the start of a best of 3. I would much rather see it just saved. It could also just be because Misfits Gaming, they don't like playing against early game junglers. Elise is obviously always banned on one side, and then they ban Rek'Sai, and both early game junglers have kind of been taken off the table. And Alphari or Power Viva won't get camped from level 3 and just die.
Yeah, we also see a Cho'Gath ban from the Mysterious Monkeys, so that one is going to be taken away. Won't get a chance to see the Terror of the Void just yet. And Zac, of course, banned, followed by the Caitlyn, which has honestly made it to the ban list most of the games in 7.14.
Yeah. That Caitlyn ban, a lot of teams would have liked to keep her open and first pick her on the side of Misfits Gaming, but they value the Kalista above it. Now, one of the reasons for that is that Mysterious Monkeys have found a lot of success playing Kalista with Yuki down in the bottom lane. If you actually look at the 80 carry champion pool graphic down the bottom of your screen, you can see how there's 5 games for Yuki on this Kalista, very often paired with that Thresh from Dreams, and they actually have this lane they can play around in the early game that is not Kikis, and they can really force a lot of aggressive moves. And I think that's why Misfits value the Kalista so highly, so they steal it away from Yuki and give it to Hansama.
It is nice to see Hansama picking up a champion that you can make some plays on, because as you see, 10 Varus games, the guy has been stuck on utility for so long, and he does have the ability to really go off, and maybe he'll be able to do it. Now, the Syndra's been locked in for Power of Evil, and that's a player we know is going to go off, so there's 2 ingredients there in that explosive mix.
Well, we see quite a new pick and man face here from them. Oh, they're locking the Maokai.
Got the Maokai, all right. So that should be for Max Lore, of course, one of the big tanks for 7.14.
Maokai jungle. I am a little bit sad we don't get a Sejuani. I think that is a better pick in the jungle, but of course I'm not going to kill the Maokai hype. It is something we've seen a lot of in North America being used in the jungle. Talk more about that in-game, but the point of it is you are a tank with point-and-click CC. And your ulti is a great zoning tool. That is kind of the too long didn't read version of why Maokai jungle is a thing. On the other side, Mysterious Monkeys, though, they're getting that Jace for Kikis. Most likely Kikis could be flexed into mid lane for cost Q as well. And Jace is one of the champions that can benefit from lethality, as he can build Duskblade early on in the game.
Yeah, it gives them a little damage to complement the tanky front line that they've already got built for themselves. And as we enter ban phase 2, the Thresh is removed, so Ignar will not get a chance to combo up for that yo-yo comp with the Kalista.
And it's funny because Misfits Gaming are changing up a lot of things here compared to how they normally like to draft. Most of the time they pick for Power of Evil much later on. They don't want to show his pick. They actually want to give him like a great lane matchup. And his Syndra, while we've seen it quite a few times, it's not necessarily something they pick this early in the game, but obviously he value the Syndra very highly, and he takes it away from Cosq as well, and it is still a great lane matchup almost no matter what happens. We know Cosq likes his Katarina against it, but that is a losing lane despite Katarina having some kill pressure.
Yeah, we've seen Cosq honestly shine on, I feel like, some of the more meta choices. Cassiopeia last week, he was really able to dish a lot of damage. That game did go to the 45-minute mark, so
yeah, and now it's actually it's really hard to pick the Cassiopeia now because Syndra is already locked in, and that's a tough lane to play for Cosq then. And Katarina actually gets banned away by Misfits Gaming. They are respecting that.
Right.
I wonder if Cosq now wants to actually pick just a boring champion like Orianna and just say, you know what, I can just try and go even in lane, or if he has a new pick prepared. Could be the Exile Vladimir.
There we go.
I should have said it straight away.
I want to see him feed less, though.
That's a good point. You don't pick Vladimir to die on the enemy tower at level 6.
Yeah.
So that should be a change for him, but yeah, classic. We get to see that Vladimir from Cosq.
Yeah, and there's some CC that they can bring out between the Braum and the Gragas as well. I mean, we could see some pretty explosive fights.
Yeah,
let's see what Misfits answer with.
Big explosive team fight set up from Mysterious Monkeys.
Misfits doing the same though. They bring the Jarvan.
All right, so both teams are just packing like a ton of CC. Right now, you got the Braum Gragas combo on one side. You got even more on the side of Misfits. We talked about the Maokai, point and click CC with his W. Jarvan, of course, is great follow-up, and the same with Syndra. So Misfits Gaming right now, looking for support. Tahm Kench is available, which is a fine pick against the Braum. They do want to get a bit more engaged, though. I mean, why not? If you already have so much engaged, just get some more.
Yeah, throw it on there. So the Rakan's going to get paired up with that Kalista. Should be able to toss him in a little farther just to set up the quickness at that level 6 point. Now, Mysterious Monkeys, what are they going to round this out with? What do they need for AD carry for Yuki?
So we know Yuki likes his Twitch when they're already running teamfight comps, but that will be a lot of scaling on Mysterious Monkey's side. And will be instead a little bit stronger laning phase from the Tristana. Not the greatest laning phase in the world, but definitely better than what Twitch can offer.
You know, I'm actually kind of surprised. This is the first time we've seen Yuki on this Tristana, this split, so it kind of does seem like a champion that would be right up his alley anyways, but I guess he hasn't really been challenged on the champion pool front. And it's nice to see both teams changing up the pick ban strategy a little bit.
Yeah, so exactly, like we see changes in the pick and ban strategy, but not exactly like new things that are purely impacted by 7.14. The Maokai was already showing up on 7.13 in North America, so that's not really just due to the new patch. And also the Jayce top lane, it's a pick we've always seen here and there. I think this one, obviously, he's gone a little bit up in value due to the Duskblade being introduced, but he doesn't always have to build that as a first item. It can come later in his build still. So while it is a new patch, I don't feel like this pick and ban phase was that impacted by the changes here on 7.14.
Means both teams have a little bit more familiarity with what they're going to be doing, and of course, worth always remembering the Mysterious Monkeys, formerly the Misfits Academy lineup. Of course, 3/5 of the team, as Kikis and Amazing were both part of the Fnatic Academy lineup.
And a coach.
And a coach as well, Unlimited, yeah. You got to think he might know just a little bit more than some of those other teams.
I mean, you might know some trends of how Misfits like to set up the draft and so on, but obviously a lot will change over the few months where Misfits Academy was sold, bought by Mysterious Monkeys. And they're going to this game here, Pyra, as the underdog, but I don't want to say that there's like no chance they can win at all, because I actually think Mysterious Monkeys have been looking better and better lately.
And Misfits have had a bit of a downturn, so will the Monkeys be able to overcome the Misfits? We're about to find out. Let's load up onto Summoner's Rift.
Let's see, Power Evo on his Syndra, always a man to look at on the side of Misfits Gaming, but early on we got to also look at the junglers. So often we talk about the early impact they can have. On patch 7.14 in this tank meta, it is rare we see a tank jungler dominate the early game. Just, you know, get 5 successful ganks, snowball the entire early game. It doesn't really happen. Some of the early games are much slower for that reason. It also means that if you do fall behind in your lane, you can't just cry to the jungler like, oh, come on, please help me, save me. That's what you have Lee Sin and Rek'Sai and Elise for. The tanks, they want to keep farming.
So wait, what you're telling me is if I want to get my team to stop QQing in solo queue, all I need to do is pick a tank jungler?
Yes, and you tell them, guys, and he needs to scale. Okay. Scaling, that's the strategy.
What if every lane loses?
They will blame you, obviously, no matter what. Okay. So I'm not sure it's going to work in solo queue, but at least then you have an excuse for yourself. But obviously, you should have ganked every lane before 3 minutes.
That's the most important thing, though, having an excuse to feel good about yourself, right?
Yeah, that's the key part. So,
good to know.
Maokai jungle here. What he offers also in the early game is great clear speed. His saplings, when they're in these brushes here, when they explode once, they obviously get to tag on to the minions once again and explode a second time. So the AoE damage on Raptors, fantastic for Maokai. He stays pretty healthy in the jungle as well. And his gank, obviously looking at just that point-and-click twisted advance, is good CC, but the damage is not really there to back it up on champions. So he needs damage in the lanes, and that's why you have a Syndra, that's why you have a Jarvan. So there are good lanes for Maxwell to gank.
Yeah, it's going to get sped up a little bit too because he does have that super leash going through. Hans Sama is going to be able to pull out those Ren stacks to help get this red buff even earlier. As Maxwell finishes the job, level 2 before 2 minutes in.
And you see Mysterious Monkeys already put a ward on that blue buff right there. Top lane. Quick graphics showing Kikis' champions. We were just kind of teasing it a little bit, but he's played a lot of wacky stuff. I think Jace is probably one of the most meta things he's played so far.
Very, very normal compared to the rest of his picks. The likes of Akali, obviously the Camille is something that's not unheard of, but then we saw the Renekton and we're like, wait a minute, that's a meta pick. That doesn't happen for Kikis too much.
And funny enough, that was actually one of the best games we saw from Kikis, where he was able to really have a strong impact. So Maxlor, mid lane gank, twisted advance.
Flash right on top of the Vlad, and Scout of the Week will miss thanks to the flash from CosQ.
All right, Maxlor want to trade flash for flash. We see the Maokai in action. Also steals a bit of experience, smart move.
So what was that about not needing to gank early on?
No, I'm saying that Maokai with twisted advance is good at ganking. He didn't need to gank.
Okay, fair enough.
He didn't need. He could have just farmed like, you know, this Gragas is doing on the other side. But that's the thing. If you want to gank as a tank, do it. You have CC. If you want to farm as a tank, do it. You have great scaling.
Oh, there's options.
There's so many options.
Okay.
And you can have the mechanics of a potato, and you can actually still be useful.
You speaking from experience?
Yes, Maokai is great if you don't feel very confident in your skill shots. It's really hard to miss any of his abilities. His ulti fills up the entire lane right now, Pyra. You really can't miss it. Unless they walk out of it, but that's not your fault then.
Of course. All right, well, I mean, we've gotten a masterclass in how the Maokai is going to work out. But I really want to talk on the other side of the map because Amazing has honestly been playing a lot of this Gragas. The Rek'Sai's been banned out. Let's see what he's able to get done up top so far he's backing away.
Yeah, Amazing has also spent a lot of time top lane. We saw some of those picks from Kikis right there. They do need jungle attention in the early game. If you pick Akali and so on, it's very easy for the enemy jungler to kill you and shut you down, and you can't really afford to fall behind on these champions. So Amazing being near topside early on happens every game.
And it's part of the Misfits game plan right now as CosQ gets knocked back for just a second. They want to have a strong early game. We haven't seen, honestly, as strong of an early game as we could have expected from this team because it just seems like they don't get as much of a gold lead as they honestly should when they're playing up against teams and they still look like they're trading objectives early.
And I feel like they've had a little bit of the Unicorns of Love issue where the mid laner is a guy you can't really rely on in the early game to not start falling behind. Obviously on the Vladimir in the early levels, it's expected that you do fall down a little bit, but once you're at level 6, you can start playing very aggressive in that lane, and that's what we might see from CosQ. He needs to step up, though. He needs to perform better if Mysterious Monkeys want to really start taking down some of these top 6 teams in Europe.
Misfits definitely following through on this Vlad. Of course, his flash still going to be down for several minutes, and Power of Evil will have a chance at level 6 to make it happen. I mean, he's got the level advantage already, but yeah, that's sometimes a tough ask when you want to go in and make the outplay.
Yeah, but again, the fact he can just farm to level 6 is fine. Oh, nice interrupt.
Ooh, interrupt on Yuki's horse burn both summoners, and it's not going to be enough as Ignar takes a Gleaming Quill.
Yeah, you can't instantly start jumping out because then the knockup will actually happen right after from Rakan and interrupt the Tristana jump. If we get the replay, we can actually see that in slow motion as well. Let's see, bot lane Amazing is potentially looking to maybe interrupt some recalls, but he just steps away. And early kill right now for Ignar and Hansama. That's very important.
Yeah. Yuki did not want to back or have to go back to base right about then as Ignar goes pretty deep. You see that pickaxe being picked up by the Tristana. Would have liked the BF sword instead.
So let's see the engage right now. The problem is here, if Yuki charges up his jump instantly, then the jump will actually get interrupted by Ignar here. Most of the time, you actually want to take the knock-up first and then queue up the jump right after. So then, once you've already, been CC'd, you're actually not flying in the air, and then it gets stopped, like we saw right here. Yuki, though, ends up dying, and it's a great engage from Ignar. Maxlor, meanwhile, will get to use the saplings from the brushes to get a bit of extra damage on these Raptors. And again, as I said earlier, you can steal a lot of Raptors very quickly on Maokai.
Yes, you can. Now, for the Misfits, it's a pretty good start for them, but the Monkeys, these are guys that, even though they have been on an upward trend, they do need all the points they can get. They're sitting at the bottom of Group B at the moment, and it's closer than you might think, especially considering how things all started up.
Let's see what happens around mid lane, because you have...
Oh, flash, power unleashed, and Koskyu trying to run away. He's got the ghost on, narrowly avoids death.
So Maxlor just left. He was sitting actually waiting, and Ignor was on the way as well, but they didn't want to commit a tower dive. Maxlor is spotted by a ward, and Amazing is around, but I'm just looking at this Syndra, because that's not a normal first buy.
Oh, yeah. Frostfang. Okay.
Interesting. Power Weaver, what are you doing now?
He wants more gold. I'm going to go ahead and guess.
I mean, he probably wants to fully upgrade it and get this slow.
All right, well, you're looking
himself.
that up. I'm going to watch Maxlor and Amazing batter at each other right here. Kikis is actually backing away, and he's on less than half his health bar. Does not want to have to cancel that one, and Maxlor doesn't stop him from doing it. But the pressure's topside for Misfits.
Yeah. It is right now. I'm still just looking at...
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, it's okay, Defishu. I can take over from solo cast for a minute.
Okay, so what is it he's trying to achieve here? Obviously, it does add some nice mana regen for him in the laning phase. And once he fully upgrades it, he will get that slow that he can use to try and set up maybe another stun for himself. But I think there's just so much CC and engage already from Misfits that shouldn't be needed for Power of Evil to set up his place.
And what is he giving up for that, right? Like, it's not going to be the most damage-efficient item by a long shot.
Exactly.
And you need your Syndra to be able to dominate. They've traditionally and consistently, Misfits have put a lot of pressure on Power of Evil to be the primary carry in this team, in this iteration of Misfits, because not a lot of other people have been stepping up. Now, that being said, Hansam is doing pretty darn good right now.
So, bot lane is winning very easily for Misfits right now. Mid lane, you see Power of Evil at least going even in CS and having some pressure, but Koskyu has survived. He lost his flash early. He's, again, getting fine farm. He's at this point where he can start trading with Power of Evil and be more aggressive. Top lane as well. Actually, just talk about after.
Oh, Twisted Advance, in goes the Rakan, and there's the Maokai ultimate, rocking and rolling all over him. No, they cannot. And they can't miss Amazing as Hansama pulls out the Ren stacks for his first kill.
So if you haven't watched League of Legends in a while and you wonder what on earth was that from the Maokai,
well, no longer Vengeful Maelstrom.
Yeah, we definitely reworked him. The ulti right now is, instead of that massive damage reduction circle he used to have, it is instead this massive AoE zoning tool that if you get hit by it, you get rooted in place. So the way you want to use it is around objectives or towers. You know, like a dragon, you can use it to cover the entire river and either force the enemy team to step away from that Drake or get caught by the root and engaged on. Same thing on tower. You can use that to then force them off the tower, and you can get a lot of free damage on that big, easy structure right there. So that's basically the way you want to use that. Just to summarize the whole thing, like use it as a zoning tool from Maokai's ulti. Afar top lane, getting lane stopped on. He has decided to go with Drakus' advice and get that early Bramble Vest for himself. Obviously now, it is that mini Thorn Mail you get that reduces the healing you receive on the other side.
He's up against a semi-ranged champion like Kikis, and obviously even with the 80 carry Yuki coming up there too, he wants to be able to push some damage back when he's getting relentlessly pounded on, because he just can't quite close that distance unless he wants to all in. Now Ignar just going forward for Amazing, but he's got to be careful. Dreams is there. Oh, Blast Cone taken. So, and he's able to dash his way out.
Yeah, that was a risky play from Ignar, sneaking in without any backup nearby, but obviously Rakan with great mobility to try and get out. Also knew he had the Blast Cone. So back to Alfari right there, just stacking armor. 35 armor on that Bramble Vest. Deals a bit of damage with it when he takes damage, and of course applies to Grievous Wounds, which is the key part for him.
All about the armor right there, Power of Evil. Equal levels on Koskyu. Maxlor also equal with Amazing, but Amazing is here, throws the barrel, but a little too far right now.
That one sucked.
Hemoplague comes in, and it's just on minions, so Mysterious Monkeys blow a couple of ults for nothing.
And that's the thing, you know, if you already missed the Flash Body Slam, you might as well miss your ulti as well. You know,
is that how it works?
Just have fun with it, step out. No one saw that one except for the entire crowd in Berlin and everyone watching at home. We totally won't replay that one either, hint, hint, observers.
All right. Well, while we wait for that definitely not replay, we'll check in with what's going on back up top as Ignar wants to make it 2 on his own kill count. Remember, he's the one who secured that first blood just narrowly, but him and Hansama have been taking it to Yuki and Dreams up here in the top, keeping him under tower.
That's what we like Misfits just matching the swap. It was Mysterious Monkeys who went top first because they were losing the bot lane, and Misfits just said, you know what? We are not done with this 2v2 lane. Go top lane, keep having that winning lane to play around. Alfari might be under some pressure in the bottom lane. Koskyu on the way. Amazing already here.
Uh-oh. All right, well, he's got no ultimate work, but he's not going to need it. Oh, and in goes the cage, and he's going to dash his way out of it. Flag and drag. Amazing tanking tower shots. Kozq will tag his way in, and so far, Alphari has gotten the better of these three monkeys. Let's see if he's able to get the Dragon Strike, the minions. He's going to dash away. Alphari is finally going to fall, but that was a big investment from the Mysterious monkeys.
He tried right there. Nice dodge on the body slam with the Java and ulti. Meanwhile, top lane tower will die. First tower goes for Misfits because Alphari bought so much time in the bottom lane. And, of course, due to Hansama and Ignor winning this 2v2 lane.
But this is the cleaner early game for Misfits, right? Alphari buys so much time, draws so much attention. The top side dual lane continues to push. And this is now a decent gold lead for these guys. 2,500 at 11.5 minutes.
Let's see the replay again. Look at how he dodges the body slam here with his own ulti on Jarvan. He sees the body slam. Ulti's at the same time. Actually, he got hit by it, but you know, it looked great. So let's just say that was what he did, but tried at least to dodge as much of it as possible. Went back in. I don't know if he had anything left to try and kill Gragas. Most likely not. Maxwell, though, meanwhile, he actually did manage to secure the Rift Herald once again because Alphari bought so much time.
Yeah. Amazing, nearly did go down too, to the courtesy of the minions. Had to health smite on the Krug camp, and here we are. Misfits looking like a pretty solid early game from this team.
And let's go back to Power of Evil and his build real quickly. Frost Queens is completed right now. So what he's sacrificing again is just, it's a fairly large chunk of AP. Like Morel Normicon compared to Frost Queen's 40 AP difference that he's obviously not getting right now, but he's valuing very clearly having that active, the two ghosts appearing out and slowing down a target. That must be basically the reason he's doing this. Or maybe he feels like the extra gold actually adds value for him that he gets with this item. But I have to say it needs to be about the slow. It is a big investment, though.
Yeah. Guess they're banking on the long game, that's for sure. And Kikis with the hammer knocking Alphari back, but Maxlor is already incoming, waiting for that point. And Clicky flashes to finish it up, followed through, and it's Nature's Grasp as Kikis tries to flag and drag his way under tower. Amazing, gonna knock the barrel. Alphari going in, but he can't finish the job on a Kikis. And now it is Maxlor who's caught out all alone. The rest of the team, a double kill for Kikis.
Oh, let's see what happens around the mid lane, because Kozq is going aggressive.
Flashing forward, and that's a big bite out of the health bar. That Hemoplague did not look good for Power of Evil, but he's able to stay alive through it all.
So remember, Pyro, when I said this Maokai is not really going to offer any damage. You need the damage from your laner. Well, they were relying on the full tank Jarvan to actually deal enough damage to kill Kikis in time. Well, the full damage Jarvan, or full tank Jarvan, doesn't have a lot of damage. So you see the engage right here. Maxlor will flash in, Kikis with the early flash just to get on the tower and pull Maxlor with him under the tower. And now, there really isn't any damage from full armor Jarvan and a Maokai jungle, meaning Kikis on a Jace actually stays alive, and of course the counter gank means that Mysterious Monkeys pick up a lot of kills here. I think Misfits should not play around a full tank Jarvan at all. They have already sacked that lane from the get-go. You have a winning 2v2 dual lane. They should be playing in the lane where there's a tower to kill. They're going top lane again right now, despite the fact there's a Drake alive and there's a bot lane tower they can go for, and that's the winning lane. So Hansama and Ignor are currently playing for nothing. There's no objective on the top side for them to take.
Yeah, this is, we praised it earlier that Misfits were able to get some things done and were trading effectively, but now it's kind of gone all topsy-turvy. They just haven't been able to focus on the right objectives, and you can see this is possibly one of the reasons why they don't seem to have these strong gold leads in all these games. Around 15 minutes, it doesn't look very good, even if they're up in kills. They have a lot of jungle proximity, which means Maxlor's around, but it just doesn't always pan out.
That's very, very true. And one of the big things about, you know, the missing goal lead here for Misfits is the fact they give away a lot of towers as well to the opponent team. Actually, the most in the league. This game here, they haven't lost a tower yet. And also they did push this top lane wave, so they might just try and go mid lane and take this mid lane tower.
All right, they got the Rift Herald here, and they forced 3 of the monkeys back from the mid. Power of Evil shepherding the minions through, and that's going to finish the job. Tower number 2 for the Misfits, as they look to establish even more control in this jungle of Mysterious Monkeys. A lot of wards already there, and that Rift Herald's doing double time.
Getting a bit of extra damage right here. Obviously, would have been able to take down that mid tower with just the Herald, but they got some backup from the dual lane. Misfits have sent the dual lane top again here, looking at that tier 2 tower, but they're very deep inside the enemy territory. Amazing is around Power Vivo as well. No flash on Syndrome.
Oh, double time as he got the stun back, and the Unleashed Power is enough to take a bite out of his health bar, but not enough to finish the job. And in goes Rakan. Ignar saving the life of his mid laner, but will it be enough as Dreams pops the Glacial Fissure? No damage follow-up, and Hans Sama will claim a kill.
In the end, Yuki got that one kill, but going for him.
Looking for more. Yuki has already hopped away. He's going to have to flash that wall. He's got Ren stacks in him, and they pull him out. It's going to be Hans Sama with the double on that, and now Kozq's running for his life away from Alfari and Maxlor.
Maxlor still chasing him for now. Oh, he did get the heal.
He does have it after the fact. However, he's still burning down. The pool is closed, and Maxlor comes up with the kill.
So a lot of things just happened right there. We saw a fight start around the mid lane where Amazing missed his ulti again on the Gragas. He actually allowing Power Vivo to move towards his team. That one missed ulti could actually end up costing a lot here for the Mysterious Monkeys because it meant Power Vivo stayed alive for a long time. Rakan joined in. Rest of Misfits actually managed to get in the fight before Power Vivo died. And Mysterious Monkeys did not get a whole lot from that fight.
No, they didn't. Prior to it, it was looking better for them because Kikis had managed to basically get the outplay with the assistance of the tower, but here's where things start to turn around. Power Vivo.
There's no flash on Power Vivo. If that whole ulti hits from Amazing, Power Vivo is stuck in the middle of his lane, and he's just going to die. The fact it misses means Power Vivo now gets assistance from Ignar. It actually now means Dreams ends up dying as well before Yuki gets the kill on Power Vivo. So that was a lot invested by Mysterious Monkeys based on a missed ulti from the Gragas. Obviously, Yuki will end up dying after trying to go for that one kill on Power Vivo. Misfits right there. Nice play with the Rift Herald for mid tower. They were not supposed to get multiple kills after as well. That was a big mistake from the Mysterious Monkeys.
Started to open up that gold lead now. 4,000 ahead. They got themselves the movement speed of the Air Dragon. So they'll be able to get to those objectives a little bit faster, and now they turn their attention towards the bottom side. You can see the vision already in place, and they're looking to finish off that final bottom tier 1.
Yeah, I like this move here. Hansama, Ignar, sitting them on the bottom side. They are the golden boys right now on Misfits. You want to play around these guys as much as possible. They're going to fight.
Goes in, and there's the quickness. He's got 3 right now. It's Amazing getting popped down here. Power of Evil focusing on him, but it's Hansama who picks up the kill. The rest of the monkeys trying to respond. Nature's Grasp is on, but Hansama is sticking with it till he's shut down by Kozq, trying to disrupt this fight. The tower still stands through it all. 3 are stunned, and Misfits maybe bit off a little more than they could chew.
This game is bonkers, man. People just die left and right, and whenever one team has the advantage, it just turns around in favor of the other one.
What did we expect, Officio? I mean, it's not the cleanest 2 teams. Misfits, we've been criticizing how the early game sometimes goes a little awry. Mysterious Monkeys have a game plan, which is funnel the kills onto Kikis, but
been working so far.
I mean, it is, but you got to still manage to keep everyone else alive.
So the engagement itself for 1 kill is actually fine for Misfits. The problem is Kozq is probably closer with the Ghost than they think. So he gets to join the fight much earlier here, and then suddenly Misfits are no longer sitting with that 4v3 advantage. It's actually 4v4, and it's a pretty strong Vladimir joining in. Kozq is not behind in this game here. He's actually been able to farm, even get a small advantage over Power of Evil. He's picked up 2 kills now on this Vladimir. Like, he's going to be a monster in team fights. And he's against a Frost Queen's Syndra, who sacrificed damage for utility. This is looking very good for Kozq.
Yeah, that's true. And for Misfits, the tables turn a little bit, right? We talk about Hansama having been that utility player for a long time, but now that they decide he's going to be the main carry, 4 kills on this Callista's not hurting him any.
Yeah.
They have Power of Evil on the utility.
And they send him top lane again now. This bot lane tower will die very soon. It is low. So I want to see what they're trying to do here, because Baron, while you have a Kalista, it's a little bit early to start rushing down a Baron. Stays alive. The minions didn't actually get it.
Wow.
I guess at this point you can literally just dive in and actually take it down, but that is a free turret waiting to be killed.
The last time that Alfari thought that, he died to Kikis, but hey.
True. So what Misfits can do is, because they have Hansama and Ignar winning their lane every single time, whenever they push it to tier 2 tower, they can walk into the enemy jungle, get vision, kill the enemy wards, and look for picks. They have so much CC with their comp.
There's the Fate's call. Throw in Ignar, and he's getting down with the quickness. Now they go Twisted Advance, rooting down onto Amazing as Dreams is caught out by Power of Evil. And just like that, Misfits coming up with 1.
Right there we saw one of those moves. You know, it's all about pushing the top lane first and then hide. Move inside that jungle here. And Hansama and Ignar, they were sitting in that tribe rush. Power of Evil might try and look for another one. Still so early in the game that just rushing the Baron is very risky.
Yeah.
But in a few minutes, Misfits might be able to do it.
I like the way that they're pulling these picks off, because not only are they not afraid to fight after the fact, but they can make moves so fast, get in, get out. I mean, they're playing the Mysterious Monkeys, but they're the ones with guerrilla warfare.
And right there, the crowd obviously very happy with the macro, the fact that Misfits care about vision. Definitely agree with the crowd as well. And they might actually look to start it. They're starting it right now.
Okay.
Still very risky what they're doing at the moment.
Full vision, and they see where Amazing is right now. They need to be able to push him back if they don't want this to turn into a 50-50. But they do have the Callista. They don't have the nerve.
That was a little bit too early from them. Everyone had already respawned on the side of Mysterious Monkeys, and they were all basically just around the Baron to go in and stop it. We need that bot lane tower to die, because Misfits can get some gold from that, and then they can push the lanes really deep, all the way into tier 2 towers of Mysterious Monkeys, set up your vision first, and then go for that Baron play with the Callista.
For the time being, it's all about trying to control that mid and keep the waves pushed down that one, so Misfits can establish that control over the Baron pit yet again.
We also got the Talisman completed on Ignar. I really like that item here on 714.
Especially on Rakan.
Especially on Rakan, but I love the fact it gives that 8% movement speed when people run towards you. So when you dive and engage, your team gets buffed when they run towards you, which means towards the enemy team. Good movement speed here. Now the Baron being started, Mysterious Monkeys are still around.
Still very early, and there goes the Frost Queen's claim ghost, but Amazing is in the back of the pit. Power of Evil had looked to go forward, and in comes Ignar now. They're going to flag and drag Alfari on his way in. The Cataclysm comes down. Hansa on the backside. Kosku, though, he's melting through Power of Evil, but Power is staying alive through it all until Kosku finally pulls the shutdown, but he's found himself out of teammates, and the rest of Misfits are chasing on. They may have lost their mid carry, but they have taken 4 away from the Mysterious Monkeys, and guess what? It's Baron time.
And all they're doing, Pyra, is start the Baron and say, hey, Mysterious Monkeys, you want to go stop this Baron? Yes? Okay. Now we can hard engage. So Misfits are using the Rakan with Talisman to just force fights around this big objective, and they're now succeeding with it. Yes, they lose a mid tower. Who cares? You pick up a Baron.
Eventually.
Eventually. You will get it.
Yeah, Ren stacks are
there
pretty
you
good.
go.
All right, so they got it on 4 now. Power hasn't come back up, but here's how it all began in the fight.
Yeah, they're all inning on getting this fight and winning the fight here. Engage is nice from Ignar. Yuki is actually now split up from his team, so as an AD carry, it's really hard to do a whole lot, because you can't really get to auto attack against mages like Syndra. She can one-shot you, as we just saw here. And that suddenly means now that Yuki couldn't really do anything in the fight. And also, while Kosku got that 1 kill, well, you just lost your entire team. Yeah. So the call for Misfits in itself might be a little bit unusual in starting a Baron that early against 5 members who are alive. But the entire call was, we want to fight them, use this to bait them into a fight. Oh, Kikis. He's nuts. It's crazy.
He's not going to go for it
He's
here.
hiding behind him.
They got Max Laurent Hans. He's not that crazy. All right, finally they get the tower. Yay, minions.
Yay.
All right. Now that that's over and done with, laundry list, 1 more ticked off. Misfits have pretty good control over this map. They're going to be able to clear away as much of the vision as they'd like. And Alfari looking to go on to Yuki. We'll talk about that tweet in a minute to Fischio, because there's some action. Never mind, he gets knocked back. And he goes in again. Hello, flash away.
We've seen actually a lot of banter and fun trash talk between teams and players yesterday and today. Mithy was going to do some weird thing against H2K.
Well, we saw Power of Evil, and he was kind of lying, though. I don't see a Gnasher's Tooth.
That is true, but he did say weird builds,
yeah,
which is
true.
what we're seeing. And Misfits Gaming did say that Mysterious Monkeys, or Amazing, would eat his own words.
All right, Ignar biding his time. This time he goes in a little bit at the wrong time, because Kosku had gone into his pool, but it's enough to push them back to finish off an inner tower. 24.5 minutes. That gold lead keeps on rolling forward. It's about 7,000 in the favor of Misfits. And they're eyeballing that base here. Alfari with the Baron-empowered minions up on the top side, uncontested until Amazing makes his appearance along with Yuki.
Yeah, great use of the Baron so far from Misfits here. Great setup for the Baron as well. I actually think them forcing that fight, while it looked a little bit risky at first, ended up being very successful because they knew they had the strong team fighting comp. Righteous Glory on Maokai as well. Like, they have so many movement speed buffs for their team. Their Talisman, the Righteous Glory. Yep. It is so easy for Misfits to force a fight.
And also, it's easy for them to stay alive in a number of ways. Not only that big old front line that you see keeping Dreams locked up, they've also got some lolcats too.
Some weird long cats.
Some of the skins in our game is very, very strange, Deficio.
I know. We've been doing some weird things. Back in my day, Pyre,
they were recolors, right?
Season 1, yeah, you just changed the color of the champion. That was a skin. Hey, engage!
We're going all for Kickus right now, recognizing that is the superior threat, but Alfari finds himself a little bit too far as Kozq going for the flank. Hansama trying to hop away. Hemoplague is on him, and Ignar is the one who's going down, but it doesn't matter unless Yuki can get a miracle fight. I don't think so. Taken down, but he does take Power of Evil with him. Hansama has been absolutely massive this game, and now it is inhibitor time for Misfits.
Misfits Gaming, they first picked this Kalista here. They banned the Caitlyn, said we want the Kalista for Hansama, take it away from Yuki as well. And it's been a massive success for Misfits Gaming. They won the 2v2 lane, they got that kill as well against Yuki. They've been taking towers left and right. The Kalista was key in getting the early Baron. Like, this first pick Kalista have been so valuable for this team. And we're seeing why, again, they valued that pick so highly.
Yeah, here was the fight again where they all went for Kickus, and it's a miracle they didn't actually take him down right away.
Oh, he did stay alive for a few seconds at least, and he was kind of out of the fight right after. Kozq on this Vladimir that has been doing well is trying to do his best in these fights. I feel bad for him because there's been so many games where he's been struggling and the team has been trying to kind of, you know, carry him. This game, he's actually the man trying to carry his teammates, but he's not getting any help. His front line is non-existent at this point because, you know, Amazing and Dreams are really far behind in this game. And Yuki, as a Tristana, just can't get in range to hit anything due to the damage and CC and Misfits.
Well, only at level 13 too, right? You need more time. The Mysterious Monkeys need to stop this bleeding, but it's difficult to do when there's such a snowball in effect. Misfits, they can honestly just push around wherever they want to, throw their weight. There's only 2 towers inside the base outside of the Nexus. There's an open inhib down bottom. And yeah, you've got an explosive team fight and a lot of CC, but we've seen Mysterious Monkeys just unable to really fight on the same level that Misfits have it.
Yeah, that is very true. I'm looking at Power of Evil and his Frost Queens again. I want to see how much gold he's earned in this game from it. It is 973.
All right, is that worth the fish?
I mean, most millionaires are probably going to say no, but he got at least 1,000 gold back from it. Ignar, on the other hand, 1,400 gold with his talisman. A lot of extra gold for him.
That for sure.
Got the Knight's Vow, and Kickus, he's
he hasn't died this game, but that might change as he goes to the skies, but in comes Ignar as well. It is not going to be a 1v1 for Kickus. Hansama, Power of Evil, everybody's there, and Alfari gets the kill. Can't be pushing when the Misfits are coming for you. Looks like they're going to be going for this inhibitor right now. Pretty easy for them to take in a 5v4 situation. Amazing. Make a token effort to shove them back, but he's just offering them a nice refreshing drink. So thank you very much. We'll take your inhib too.
So another killer for Misfits. Get that inhib. Power of Evil as well. Looking back at him again with the Storm Raiders. So he's just going full on movement speed focus, which is, I guess if you think about it, like he couldn't run Ghost in this game because he run the Ignar here against Vladimir for the laning phase. So he's getting all his mobility from Frost Queens and Storm Raiders to make up for it.
Well, the crowd likes that mobility.
Sure, I mean...
That's great, it's great.
I mean, I guess, again, it makes sense, despite this being something I don't see very often.
All right.
I've also hit the point where I get Storm Raiders on absolutely everything I can over Thunderlords, just because it feels so great and so valuable with that burst of movement speed.
It feels like they're just letting him be like incredibly hard to catch bait, because it's not Power of Evil that is really dishing this damage, especially on that build.
Right.
Ignar is setting up these fights brilliantly. Alfari's putting people in the cage. Maxlore is doing that weird cat thing.
And also, you are in a meta where there's a lot of engage and a lot of tanks who can get onto you, and you are a champion with no dashers. Like no movement speed buffs on Syndra. So if you don't have any sort of movement speed to help you, it can get really hard to navigate in fights. That's where Storm Raiders is going to help him quite a lot. Now in this case, we can't really use Ghost because of the lane matchup he had.
It's just able to stay safe other ways. And Kozq, once again, still trying to carry. Obviously, Kickus is going to get heftier and heftier with the damage as time goes on. You can see after the Blade of the Ruined King, he had the Black Cleaver. He has a Last Whisper now, but he needs more time. The whole team needs more time.
You pick Jace to win the lane and then become this snowballing split pusher. When your team is losing around you, it's really hard to kind of use Jace effectively. Now he needs to try and one-shot someone in the back line. Power of Evil will get that 50% movement speed buff as well in fights.
Monkeys are here. Let's see what they do. In comes Rakan, and he gets a double charm. Alfari instantly turning his attention. You can see the Misfits collapse is huge, but do they have the damage? Hansana waiting around, and it's Kozq tried to go onto him, but he has to go golden. Isolated from the team, and Alfari should be able to get a finisher off. It looks like it's going to be Power of Evil that does it with a power unleashed. He gets a second. Ignar popping up on Amazing, and now Hansama. No, it's going to be Power that gets that triple.
There's no way for Mysterious Monkeys to ever disengage a fight against all this engage, all this movement speed on the side of Misfits, and they're going straight for that Nexus.
Yeah, Yuki, I don't think you can hold on to this one right now, but maybe you can hold on to his life. Into the fountain he goes, and they still wanted a piece of it.
KDA.
And he's still able to protect it, but he cannot protect his Nexus. So at 31 minutes into the game, Misfits say, yes, we can. Turn it around, finishing off Yuki for the ace, and it's gonna be Nexus. One game in the books for Misfits Gaming.
And I have to say, Pyre, the longer we watch this game, the more I like the Misfits draft. With, again, the amount of tools to start fights. Proactivity has been an issue for a lot of European teams. They've been playing too slow, too passive. Misfits, they make sure that's impossible with this draft right here, and also punish, you know, if the other team is playing defensive, because again, they have so many ways to start the fights. Very well thought out draft. And also, again, that Power of Evil, getting movement speed from his Frost Queens when it's fully stacked up, and when he's getting the Storm Raiders. Like, so even the guy without mobility actually managed to get it through his build and his Keystone.
Very true. And, you know, I talked a lot about him being like the utility player. That obviously it's not going to be completely true. Syndra's still going to do a lot of damage. I was checking the after-game stats. Yeah, he did a lot more damage actually than Yuki did in that game. But Yuki was definitely not looking too shabby. Or excuse me, Hansama.
Hansama. No, again, the fact they won the 2v2 lane that hard obviously was great for Misfits in the start, and I think just a great game from them, and again, love the draft.
Absolutely. So Misfits Gaming flex their muscles in game number 1. Let's hear from our analysts for more on that win.
Sounds like you like the draft, Officio. And, well, we will talk a bit more about that, because when we were looking at Misfits Gaming before the game, we said, hey, there's nothing wrong with their early game. They know how to build leads, but they don't necessarily know how to force a fight at the right time or control the objectives in the mid game, which has led to their demise a couple of times. So what tools did they give themselves in the draft to avoid that?
I think the biggest thing that stands out in the draft here is the Rakan. They had the opportunity to pick a Thresh together with a Kalista to pick something like an Alistar, but Rakan is someone that with the flash can engage from so far away and can also easily build into the Talisman for the extra movement speed as well. I was sitting here saying I think Sivir would have gone really well with their comp, but they just end up get the Righteous Glory and the Talisman instead, so they pretty much got their own, build your own Sivir ulti there.
Who needs a Sivir comp with a Maokai when you can just get movement speed from everywhere, including your mid laner, like everything?
Well, yeah, I was thinking we glossed over that, but you were talking during the game how you thought, well, it's actually a great tool because you have more slows, you have more ability even to lock someone down in the game.
So I agree, and I'm not going to advocate for everybody building Frost Queens, but specifically for Misfits and fixing the problem of actually getting those engages, it works, because not only do you get the movement speed on Syndra, you basically guarantee the stun almost every time, because you just hit the active, it slows them, you get the stun, everybody runs at them with the extra movement speed. So I think for Misfits, it was a smart draft for how to fix their problems that we've been complaining about for a couple of weeks now.
Means to an end, indeed. And then we look at the game, and the early game goes their way, and that's not something that we're surprised by. We've seen this a couple of times, but more specifically, Hansama, someone we called out to step up together with Ignar in that lane. They go all in and they build the lead for themselves.
Beautiful stop on Yuki's jump, and this is what we were talking about, is we wanted Hansama to not only get that first kill, but then have the team utilize this lead, and then they end up playing around him. He's able to group from the top side down to cover for Power of Evil, pick up another 2 kills in this fight, and this is enough out of Hansama for me. I liked watching this game for him. They drafted the Kalista very early. Ignar on the desk yesterday was talking about how good Kalista, Wadid on the desk yesterday was talking about how good Kalista is in that laning phase and then in the early fights, and they used that perfectly.
Big debate there, if it's healthy to crack your fingers or not. I don't know, but Hansama definitely won the game. And also, Henning, just as a footnote, we didn't really mention Mysterious Monkeys. In the regular order of things, you'd expect Misfits to be stronger than Mysterious Monkeys, but why do you think their strat of banking on Kikis, even though he had a lot of kills, didn't pan out in this scenario?
I think when you draft for Kikis, you usually just want a safe mid laner, safe safe AD carry. Can just stay under tower, wave clear, you know, pick something like a Varus or an Ashe, or go with the Quirk in the mid lane just to stay safe. Here they picked the Vladimir and the Tristana, two great late-game team-fighting champions, but early on can be hard to pull off, and we just saw that getting punished really hard.
Tristana with an escape, Vladimir with a pool, not that unsafe.
The wave clear and the early laning phase.
Okay, it was more about the wave control over the game.
The one thing that Kikis had to contend with as well is not only just the way his comp was drafted, but the direction Misfits took on the game. A lot of the early game emphasis on grouping was against Kikis, and then in the late game, all of these tools we're talking about to get the fight started, a lot of people were drifting towards Kikis' lane. And the other thing that I'm glad to see teams do is exploit the fact that Kikis teleports late a lot of the time, and that is why we saw Misfits go to Baron, start the Baron, and say, okay, you actually need to TP in here, otherwise we're getting this. And Kikis had no room to play greedily at all. And ultimately, it ends up paying dividends for Misfits.
It does. Henning, talk to me about these tools that we see in action here for Misfits.
Yeah, just looking at the power spikes here, this is where Misfits are so much stronger, not only because the goal lead, but because how the champions work. Compare the damage coming out of Hans Sama here to what Yuki's doing on the Tristana. There's just not even close in that comparison. And so many CC tools to start up the fight. We have the Rakan, the Maxner using the flash to engage as well, and then Alfari in a losing matchup in the top lane, but contributes so much utility and crowd control to the team fights. He makes it work still.
Same goes for Maxlor. We didn't talk too much about the Maokai. It is the first time we see it here in the jungle in the EU LCS, and as you say, it just has so much utility, and I don't think it left as big as an impression on me as, for instance, Jankos' Cho'Gath yesterday, but in this team composition, it fits perfectly.
Yeah, and especially when you know you're going up against somebody like Amazing, who's going to draft heavily towards the Gragas when the Rek'Sai is banned away, so you get this basically safe jungle matchup where you're not going to get pressured. You can pick something like the Maokai that maybe doesn't stand up against early game junglers, but can get easily into this game. And Maxlor's even flashing in mid-level 2, trying to get that W to get a kill and get his mid laner ahead. This is very similar to what G2 did yesterday with Trick out of the jungle, and I'm glad to see Misfits having this active early game that we wanted to see them continue.
Strong game overall. We saw Unlimited there with the Mysterious Monkeys. The coach, what do you tell them? Because you kind of got outplayed in the lanes, you kind of got outplayed in the ganks, you kind of got outplayed in the team fights because they were ahead. So where does he start?
I think he tells his players too that it's okay to give up stuff. You don't have to fight. Just because like Misfits wants to fight, it doesn't mean that you have to take the challenge. You can go for the early lane swap as they did, but try to keep doing that, try to get away from the fights when it's not beneficial for you. I think just Mysterious Monkeys took too many fights in this game.
I want to see them put a little bit more priority on earlier drafting mid or bottom lane with safer laning phase picks. When you pick Tristana and Vlad and you don't put a lot of effort into them early, it's difficult to keep them in the game. And that's where it was really all down to Kikis, and he can't do anything on Jace when everybody else is running at him in the lane trying to kill him.
Yeah, let's see what happens in Game 2. Coming up next, Mysterious Monkeys and Misfits Gaming hit the rift for Game 2 in the series. Stick around.
Yeah, but again, the fact he can just farm to level 6 is fine. Oh, nice interrupt.
Ooh, interrupt on Yuki's horse burn both summoners, and it's not going to be enough as Ignar takes a Gleaming Quill on Kozq. Maxlor also equals Amazing, but Amazing is here, throws the barrel, but a little bit far right now.
That one sucked.
Holy shit.
I'm moving now.
Holy shit. Go flash.
Amazing gonna knock the barrel. Alfari going in, but he
he's
can't
alive.
finish the job on Kikis. And now it is Maxlor who's caught out all alone. The rest of the team, a double kill for Kikis. Kozq, though, he's melting through Power of Evil, but Power is staying alive through it all until Kozq finally pulls the shutdown, but he's found himself out of teammates, isolated from the team, and Alfari should be able to get a finisher off. It looks like it's gonna be Power of Evil that does it with a Power Unleashed. He gets a second. Ignar popping up on Amazing.
Guys, I'm swimming.
That's
I'm
insane.
swimming.
Thanks for carrying it.
And it's gonna be Nexus. One game in the books for Misfits Gaming. All right, everybody, we are ready for more action in this fight between Misfits Gaming and the Mysterious Monkeys. Now, Misfits, they've got the lead, and they're hoping to stand victorious yet again in game number 2. And it looks like a very different, honestly, style of play than we have seen out of Misfits in recent weeks.
Yeah, said it, I think, 10 times during the game. Loved it.
Let's make it 11.
I think a team that's been struggling with closing out games, drafting like 5 ways of engaging, tons of mobility, it actually makes so much sense. And it was very effective because they could force Barons at 20 minutes to get a team fight. They could force almost any objective. I don't think there was really a way to avoid the fights if you were Mysterious Monkeys, because they didn't run like a ton of disengage either, or a ton of wave clear at like Vladimir mid lane. So they were kind of forced to just take the fights, which was obviously in favor of Misfits after the early game.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because the early game I feel was pretty pivotal for Misfits. We had discussed coming into this week, they just hadn't quite had the level of impact that we thought they would, given the fact that they seem really active, they play for the early game a lot of the time, but they just weren't coming up with big gold leads. As we showed in that game, it just wasn't really happening for them, and opponents were kind of keeping even pace with them despite this activity. So this time around, it was really nice to see them making big plays that, 3 or 4 or 5 times out of 6 worked out.
Exactly.
The only big mistake in my mind has to be when they tried to dive Kikis down bot and realized they didn't have damage on that Jarvan.
Yeah, and I guess they maybe just kind of overestimated how much damage they would have.
Everybody makes oopsies, right?
Exactly. Like, in the end, he almost died, so it was a small mistake, definitely. They ended up costing him a few kills. But before that, the fact that Hansama and Ignar just won their lane straight up 2v2. Got kills, got, like, massive CS advantage. That was huge, because it gave a very good lane to play around for Misfits, where they, no matter where they sent Hansama, he would just win his lane and just push, push, push. And it gave him a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and it really challenged the conventional wisdom that Power of Evil, the man on your screen, had to be the primary carry for every single Misfits game.
He was a support this time.
Yeah, he was, but he still out-damaged Hansama, by the way, just barely.
True.
But speaking of supports, I mean, also, Ignar on this Recon was insane. Like, these were some huge plays for this team.
I feel like we say this every week. Ignar, in this meta on engaged supports, like, that's just his meta. He didn't look that good when it was Zyra, Karma, that kind of stuff. When he can play tanks, when he can play all-in champions, even Alistar, things like that, that's where he can really shine and he can look fantastic. And he's a super vocal member. I think everyone has seen the clips of him screaming.
It may not always be in English, but hey,
sure,
if you're still getting people pumped, that's all you need.
As long as people understand the go part and they are following you in, then that's enough to go for the fights. And that's something we see from him as a support and where he really shines. So it's very good for Misfits that it's still this, engaged, tanky support meta, because that's, his forte.
Well, also, I feel like Rakan is the perfect champion for him, because even if the team doesn't go in right away, he's like, oh, okay, never mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump out again. Just to give you guys a quick update, what is going on? Amazing, jungler for Mysterious Monkeys is not feeling well at the moment, so League officials are allowing him some extra time to get back on stage, but that also gives us some extra time to talk about the Mysterious Monkeys and what really went wrong that game.
Oh, what went wrong?
There was a few things, but...
Yeah, there were definitely a few things. I think some of it were individual things, like losing the bot lane, some missed opportunities on ganks as well. That kind of meant Mysterious Monkeys never really got the gold advantage when they could have actually been able to have a very even early game. We see Amazing has now entered the stage. He is ready once again.
Yeah, we'll see what he gets done this time around. I also want to give some props to his teammate CosQ, because CosQ was honestly one of the big reasons that those fights didn't go completely lopsided. Even when there was a massive Misfits gold lead, he was still able to at least take somebody down with him. His Vlad play was impressive. Still very aggressive player, but he's making it work for him.
Yeah, the Vladimir game was probably one of his best games on stage here in the EU LCS. A fine laning phase. He even was forced to flash at level 2 because the random Maokai just appeared out of nowhere, and he still managed to actually get a fine laning phase and some early kills. And it was a shame for him that then his team couldn't keep up. Obviously, Kikis were pretty fed on the Jace, but Jace can't really help with team fights. He's almost a pure split pusher.
But this time, Mysterious Monkeys have identified a change, a pattern that they want to try to eliminate, getting rid of the Kalista. The other bans had been the same, with Rek'Sai LeBlanc banned by Misfits.
This means either Zac or Cho'Gath is left open. Last game, it was Elise, Cho'Gath, Zac in that order as well. Now they can only ban one of them or leave both open and trade Zac for Cho'Gath. I think Zac is still like so good you should just ban him. And then you gotta just give the enemy the Cho'Gath.
I mean, there are lots of other tanky junglers you can start to look to, right? Like, one thing we haven't seen on this patch is I think might just make an appearance is the Rammus.
The Rammus.
Maybe not this
There are so many junglers above the Rammus.
Oh, I want to see it, man.
All right, so they're trying to set up that trade we just mentioned. Zac for Cho'Gath seems to be the choice. I think Zac is still the best, and I really agree with Misfits here in first picking it. Mysterious Monkeys, do you want to play the Cho'Gath? Kikis wants to play split pushing carries. That's not Cho'Gath, he's a tank.
Yeah, I mean,
they can take it for jungle,
Amazing can also go onto the Gragas once again as well. And yeah, Kikis, for his part, I wonder what he will take, but not in this rotation. I'm thinking the Braum gets locked in first for Dreams. That part's the same so far.
Yeah, Braum is still one of the best supports available, so that does make a lot of sense. Rakan is open, though, for Ignite if he wants to play it again, which would be probably a very good idea. Because look, guys, Misfits have already drafted Insane Engage. They have Zac. Add some more and play the same style as the first game. So that's why Mysterious Monkeys are taking away the Xayah, because they don't want to risk the Xayah-Rakan combo coming from Misfits here. Smart choice. You can still take the Cho'Gath next time around. Unless Misfits here wants to play Cho'Gath top lane.
It's always a possibility. See if Alphari fancies that one as the rotation's gone back their way.
That would be an unkillable front line. Like a 7,000 HP Cho'Gath and a Zac in their face.
All right, so they're going to actually value early picking on Power of Evil once again. Last time it was the Syndra, and it still was up and available, but he opted instead for the Orianna.
Yeah, interesting choice. He didn't want to play the Syndra again. Maybe the Vladimir did actually make him think twice. Obviously, also the ball delivery system with a Orianna Zac is very, very strong from them. I think Misfits are still debating if they need to take the Rakan now to deny that, or if they want to go Cho'Gath. Instead, they lock in Varus, game 11 for Hansama on this champion.
I am disappointed. I wanted to see another explosive AD carry.
Because this means the Monkeys are going to ban Rakan, and that does remove a bit of engage tools from Misfits. Sorry, they can also take the Rakan, obviously, for Dreams right now. They would have to do it. Wait, what am I talking about? There's a Braum already. I am so lost
I mean, they technically could do something really, really weird, put Braum elsewhere, but I don't think that's going to happen. Instead, KazQ takes himself a Syndra. I know the pick ban phase has been a little disorienting to
I was looking straight at Xayah. I didn't even see a buffer. There was a Braum, so I'm like, yeah, sure, they're going to go Rakan here. No, they're going to ban Rakan, as I said in the first place. You just trust the first point I made, Pirate, before I confused myself.
I should have, man. I'm sorry, I didn't get you back
that was my mistake. My mistake right there. KazQ gets his Syndra, though. I think he's more than happy with this matchup. So for Mysterious Monkeys, with the draft, I like more than the last one, mainly also because Misfits Gaming are not sitting with 3 champions that can force really easy team fights just yet. I think it requires more coordination with Varus and Orianna right now for Misfits. Can still draft a Jarvan top lane for Alphari, and maybe you look at things like an Alistar bot lane for Ignar.
That's possible. I mean, that's up the alley with the engage for sure. We'll see what the rest of the bans are. That Cho'Gath was banned away by Misfits Gaming, and now it's 7 seconds on the Mysterious Monkeys. What are they going to focus on as that timer ticks down? It's going to be the Tom Kench.
All right. I mean, judging from the support pool at the moment, obviously a lot of things have been removed already. Blitzcrank has fallen a bit out of meta, just because you don't really want to play him in team fights against all these tanks. There is 2 other supports I really want to see climb their way into the European meta. It is Taric and Trundle. I know some supports think you can play Trundle against Braum, and other supports think you can't really. Sorry, you can play Taric against Braum. Some people don't like Taric against Braum. Everyone kind of thinks that you can pick Trundle against Braum, except for a few guys who say, no, Braum is actually good against Trundle. So these supports against the Braum specifically, there's a lot of different opinions on when do you pick the Taric, when do you pick the Trundle. I think you just pick it for the team comp and not for the lane.
Appears to be, but what they have picked for the team as well is that Sejuani now, so Amazing will have a chance to get things a little cold up in here, combining up with that Braum. So now that is a lot of CC, a lot of sticking power on the Mysterious Monkey's side. And
give me Taric and Trundle.
Gonna go to an old Ignar favorite.
Alistar is another one we talked about for some engage. I think that's fine as well. Not the easiest laning phase here for the Alistar, but he is against a melee support on the other side. So we do get Ignar's Alistar. Fits in like the Rakan. You can also go Talisman on it, something I'm actually a fan of, just to get that movement speed buff.
All right, so the last question left is where are the top laners going to go?
I mean, Jarvan is open as a fine pick to go for here.
Blind, there we
go. And they go for it anyway. So, Kick is top lane. I want to see Jax from him. He's sticking to the split push. It's a fine matchup against the Jarvan once you get past the early lane.
He gets to add a new champion.
He gets to add a new champion. This is okay as well, but I think if you are Kikis, you got to commit fully to the split push. He doesn't do it. He wants a bit more presence in the early game, and I can't really blame him. I just really wanted to see Jax. And no one is giving me what I want, you know, in this game here. There was no Braum Rakan locked in for Mysterious Monkeys for some reason. They could have done that.
Kick his Braum top. Like, honestly, I would not put it past him.
That could have happened, and then I would have been right. Or best prediction in the world.
Yeah, you know, I knew a guy once, way back in NA solo queue days. He used to do Braum with attack speed and crit.
See, if that guy was here, that could have happened. Also, no Trundle or Taric for me. But I am also happy to see Alistar for Ignar. I want to see him engage. I want to see him being the front line. And that's another tool right now. If Power of Evil misses a single shockwave in this game, we can all laugh at him because he has Zac, Java, and Alistar to deliver that ball in the face of Mysterious Monkeys.
Ooh, ball's definitely in his court right now. Pressure on from Deficio not to miss a single shockwave. We've definitely
It's
seen
okay if they flash it or something.
Yeah,
that's
of course,
fine.
that doesn't count. You got the summoner spells out of it. But all the same, there are so many delivery systems here on the side of Misfits Gaming. They're looking to close this one out with a 2-0. It looked pretty clean from that team the last time around.
Yep.
But the Monkeys, they still have a shot. They need to be able to pick up these points if they want to have any chance of climbing out of that relegation zone over in their group.
And they're close. They can see Vitality right in front of them. Just one win ahead of the Mysterious Monkeys. Luckily though for the Monkeys, Vitality play tomorrow against a new G2 Esports, a better G2 Esports, meaning it's going to be very difficult for Vitality to get that win.
But it is all about the Monkeys and the Misfits here on Summoner's Rift for Game 2, as they will be loading on up. Let's see if the Monkeys can force themselves number 3.
Yeah, and we get some cowbell as well from Ignar.
Oh,
and
baby.
After
That's what I live for.
Consider my worst pick and ban phase to date, we are in the game, Pyra.
Okay.
And
Glad you moved through it.
I managed to move past it. I can acknowledge my mistakes. And we get to see Misfits run a similar draft to the one last time, where once again, the name of the game is Engage. Start, fight. See, that guy loves me, so I like him too.
Okay, perfect.
I only like him, I don't love him. I only like him. Yeah, I'm not a slut.
Well, he sounds a little disappointed, but all right. What else do you like in this game, Deficio? We talked about the Engage, but what about the Monkeys? What are they packing that you especially think is going to do well here?
Ooh, I think they have very strong lanes where they can actually get quite a big advantage from. A top lane with the Renekton and Syndra, as well if Coscu plays it well in the mid lane.
Yes!
We get the cowbell in the bottom lane.
I love you, Ignar.
I think also, like, the funny thing about this meta is a lot of times both teams are drafting comps that can really do well in team fights. And it might be either like pure scaling or the small things in favor of one team. When you look at team fight, I think Mysterious Monkeys in this game will be slightly weaker in that aspect, but not enough to say they can't win 5-on-5 team fights, because they still have, you know, strong front line, Braum, Renekton, and Sejuani. You got tons of damage from Syndra and Xayah, so it's not like they're lacking anything for a good team fight. It's just on the other side you have the Orianna ball with 3 massive tanks that can force engages.
Yeah, execution is definitely going to be key, and we saw the Monkeys were just not able to do it on a grand scale the last time around, but perhaps this early game will go a little differently for them. Kick us on this Renekton, be dueling up against Alphari's Jarvan to kick things off.
Yeah, and this is one of the lanes we need to look at. Kikis on that Renekton, when he played it last week, was looking very good on it and was actually able to get quite a big advantage for himself in the split push game. He wants to do the same against Alphari up in that top lane. Amazing on Sejuani, you can gank early on. Obviously, I advise people waiting for level 6 before they really pull them off, but it's not unusual. We see like a level 3 or 4 gank from a Sejuani, but the lane needs to bring some CC. Renekton has a stun. Syndra, stun as well. So there are 2 soul laners Amazing could look at for early gank. Sadly for him, Power of Evil's run Cleanse.
Well, there's also the bottom lane too, not to forget that once Yuki has a few more levels, he'll have himself a root once he can get that Blade Caller back in. Now let's check back in the mid, because Power of Evil's trying to 2-step away from Coscu. He's also dishing out a lot of speed. Gets himself up on that Storm Raider Surge to be able to move a little faster.
And
I don't think he'll be making the same build, but yeah, he's got the Ghost too.
He will not build the same way because he has Ghost in this game, so he doesn't need the Frost Queens for that extra movement speed. Kikis is trying to be annoying here.
Well, he's certainly succeeding. I think Maxlor will be able to beat him out with that smite, though.
So, okay, he can also take the Blast Cone out, which is always nice to deny that path for a potential gank. Amazing. Can't really gank mid lane right now. Coscu's putting full pressure on it. He's looking top instead. Alphari, let's see if he's actually pushing the lane back. This is the classic Amazing gank top, And they remember that stun from Kikis to set it up.
It was too easy as Alphari walked right into it, but it's a Splyce. Kikis can't quite get the dice.
Yeah, and they don't get enough damage on because it was Amazing jumping in first, simply because Alphari was about to face check to place a ward. So Amazing didn't really have a choice right here. But if they had timed it with like a Renekton stun into the engage from Amazing, maybe they got more damage. They still got the flash though, so it's a win for Mysterious Monkeys, and they can look to maybe return top lane. The lane is still pushing for Alphari, and behind him, Maxwell is there to guarantee that Alphari can push the lane out, and he's safe. That's why he's in this brush here, just kind of channel recall, cancel, channel again. If Amazing shows up a second time, though, Alphari is overextended, and Maxwell is gone. Alphari should leave as well.
Okay, see if he starts making moves down there. Now, Power of Evil is, I think, a player that we always have to say is synonymous with Orianna. It's one of those champions that definitely has been a signature pick for him alongside the Syndra, so he clearly is going to know this matchup pretty well against CosQ.
It's been a dream meta for Power of Evil for quite a while.
I mean, there's no Smite like Runeglaive anymore.
That's
but
fair.
I mean,
That's fair.
Second,
that
right?
would have been the dream, the #1 dream. But I still find a situation for him is when things like Syndra and Orianna have been meta for, I don't know, a year by now.
Long time.
Long time, and that's obviously two champions he loves to play. And no Nash's Tooth in this game. I dare make that prediction because he's not against like an auto-attacking mid laner. He's against a Syndra. So it should just be a standard build from Power of Evil.
Okay, well, might be a little boring there, but we still expect him to play a pivotal role.
I mean, maybe he goes Infinity Edge first item. Who knows?
Well, that's definitely one way to keep your opponents on edge. If you do something completely unexpected all across the board, CosQ will be backing away. But speaking of unexpected, you definitely have to respect where Maxlore can be. There's a reason the Zac is banned so frequently all over the place. And even with a lot more junglers coming in, it's a very, very powerful ganking champion, and not bad in teamfights either.
Oh, definitely not bad in teamfights. Game-changing ulti, if you use correctly. I think his Q, though, is really the thing also to look at. People sometimes ignore the amount of extra CC he gets from that when he gets to tag that one member, pull him into another guy or into a minion. So effective when it comes to chaining CC. Amazing is level 4. He's looking bot lane right now.
They won't have an ult to work with, but Hans Sama and Ignar could be in some trouble. The headbutt was going to just push the Braum back, but it's still going to be first blood for Yuki as he caught Hans Sama on the edge.
All right, good setup from the bottom lane here. Dreams attacking Hans Sama so early. And then with Amazing showing up, Hans Sama didn't manage to flash away, and he goes down. With the Summoner still up, though. Meanwhile, top lane, Power of Evil and Maxlore, they're on the way. They want a piece of Kikis.
Oh boy, Kikis has to know something is up. He's gone on a retreat path right now, but there are pings right on his position. He's getting flanked out. Maxlore looking to push his way forward for a stretching strike. Now walks right into him, but the Croc is going to rock and dash his way away.
I guess that's rocking.
I mean, he doesn't have a guitar, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would make a lot more sense. He's back to lane.
He's back in lane. That's
bold.
No, let's see. It's actually okay if he gets the full minion wave. I think it's a little early to dive him, and he knew level 6 was coming up, so probably felt pretty safe right there. Meanwhile, we actually get some potential action in the river. Nope, no one wants to fight a Rift Scuttler anymore. That was something that happened a long time ago. No one cares.
Amazing is going to get all the seafood. That's okay. Maxlore doesn't need it.
You don't actually need it either. You just kind of force it under the water. Smack it a few times in the head.
Yeah, and it retreats for a little while. You can't truly kill the Rift Scuttler, can you?
No, you can't. And apparently you can also, it can go under the ground if you killed it away from the river. CosQ, he's on his way. Maxlore.
Taking a break from Summoner's Rift biology here as Amazing looks forward, gets the stop off, unleash the power. Maxlore is still going to hang tough, though. He does get stunned underneath the tower. And Kikis, he might be in some trouble himself as he is a little bit too far forward. He gets pulled right into Alphari, but he's still able to dash away. Unfortunately, he's going to have to flash if he wants out of this pit, but he thinks he can take on Alphari, at least until the final second.
Yeah, CosQ had already left back to the mid lane, and Amazing was actually on the other side of the wall here, so no one could help Kikis early on. Meanwhile, ulti was popped by him, and flash is now gone. Alphari's flash is ready soon. Max likes to use his here, so a lot of summoners being traded in the top lane. No one dying topside, though.
But this is the Misfits' focus, right? You talked about how Mysterious Monkeys really need Kikis to be getting at least a little bit ahead to roll forward in the game. He's not gone on a split pushing option like the Jax that is going to scale up into a powerhouse. He's gone for an early game bully, and look what's happened. He's down 6 CS compared to his opponent.
Also, Bramble West again. Nice fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, here we go. Level 5 on Yuki's going to have to burn his flash. He's burning down with Ignite, and that's going to be Ignar coming up with that kill. And Dreams finds himself without an AD carry. Ignar going to go in for a combo, gets the knock up. Hansama is still dishing out arrows. He's trying to two-step, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Neither for Hansama.
Power Evil in the mid lane, fighting against Kotsky. It's going to flash.
Open up
He doesn't flash. Second game in a row, though, Pyro, where the bottom lane for Misfits, they're getting kills in the 2v2 lane. They even lost Hansama to that early gank. And they have an Alistar. And they're actually getting kills in this lane here. It's really impressive from Misfits. Let's see what happens with the fight, though. So they engage near the turret onto Yuki. All stacks ready for Ignite, even use stun on Dreams, but it's the ulti from Hansama that keeps Yuki in place. Yuki didn't manage to flash out of it, and then he actually just gets killed. I think he was very surprised with the amount of damage coming in time. Obviously a nice chain CC possible for the Misfits bot lane. Sadly for Hansama, you're not getting out of that one. Still though, that's another 2v2-1 by Misfits bottom lane. This was game 1 Hansama, 8-1 and 9. He went off, he looked fantastic on Kalista. This time around, he's died twice on the Varus, but at least he picked up a kill and assist, so he's still doing fine.
Yeah. No, Hansama has definitely had a solid series, and of course, we talked in Pick and Ban how we wanted to see him on, once again, another playmaking champion. Well, you still can make plays on Varus. Maybe they're just not as exciting. Everyone's just locked down. So yeah. Power of Evil can pretty much just kill everyone.
It is true. You are a utility AD carry, but you add a lot of value. Some wave clear, some CC. Good laning phase.
They know their win conditions on the side of Misfits. And the team, we definitely wanted to see some growth out of them. They were very vocal about how this was a year plan. Hussein was saying it over and over again with us on and off the broadcast that they wanted to get themselves to Worlds. They wanted to improve. They made one change with Cacao leaving, bringing in Maxlor. And he was supposed to be this big macro shot caller kind of guy, and it's kind of worked out.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of it. I think a guy who in the spring split looked very good, who's maybe not been able to show the same, is Alfari. And I think a lot of it actually comes down to how good he was in the laning phase in the spring split, where, as you can see in this graphic right here, his opponent's CS in the spring split was very low compared to the average. And meanwhile, just as we talk about it, there's a gank top lane.
Yeah, he's definitely getting some help, maybe not in the CS department, but in the kills.
Yeah, so once again, back to the graphic. Actually, never mind, because back to the bot lane, there's a gank.
Yeah, they don't want you to talk about the top. Sorry,
it's fine.
Hansama. No, Ignar, he's going to give you a chance.
And they don't even fully commit to this. That's the worst part. They just kind of half-ass walk in there, be like, nah, I don't really want to fight here. Anyway, point is, spring split, Alfari would dumpster people in lane. Average top CS at 10 minutes was 78. When you played Alfari, you got 72. So you always go further down than the average when you play against this guy specifically. Not been the same here in Summer Split. He did well in the last game, though, despite falling behind in CS. He did his job late on in the game. This one, he's actually doing very well in the top lane.
Oh, 100% now. Pushing Kikis back. He's still able to keep himself in that lead.
Yeah, so we really just want to see Alfari kind of find his new strength. If it's no longer just in being a lane bully, also due to the meta has changed, we gotta see him then shine in team fights or split push. Mid lane.
Oh, surprise! In comes the gang squad, and a Featherstorm means Yuki's gonna be able to pick up a kill. Power of Evil has turned Ori off.
I like that move so much from Mysterious Monkeys. There were still a few seconds on the cleanse from Power of Evil, so he couldn't get out of that ulti from Amazing, and he nailed that one straight in his face. Good kill in the mid lane from Mysterious Monkeys, and unlike the last game where we saw the aggressive moves, but then some missed skill shots, they're hitting them this time.
Just a little bit of growth, and this goes back to Mysterious Monkeys and the changes they made to their roster. They improved understanding the game, understanding the plan a little bit better with Kikis and Amazing, who have been veteran players in their roles for some time. And it was a big thing that Kikis was talking about, bringing veterans in that can help the newer players understand the game a little bit better, be able to make better coordinated plays, and that is exactly what we're talking about there.
Definitely true. If the Mysterious bot lane, Mysterious Monkeys bot lane...
Is a very mysterious bot lane to
They are. Right now it's mysterious that they die to a Varus Alistar lane.
Well, Braum is also melee.
That's true, but he's very good at being defensive and protecting his AD carry. I guess actually the fact that Ignite in the last fight stunned the Braum allowed Hansama to just straight up hit on Yuki because Dreams couldn't get in the way. And then suddenly Yuki was actually caught out. some of the small things in 2v2s happening. Be very impactful.
And Yuki has gotten a couple of kills. It's helped him get that Essence Reaver completed as well. There's the Shockwave. That's one he's hit on this game, and no assistance required. Pulling Kozgu back. Maxlor looked for the stretching strike, but it's Power of Evil that finishes the job.
Oh, 1v1 kill in the mid lane. And again, that's one of the problems for Mysterious Monkeys. You're looking at some of these guys here who individually can get outplayed a little bit. It happened bot lane. It's now happening mid as well. Big kill here for Power of Evil on this Orianna. Morel Nomicon already completed. He's feeling great despite dying earlier to that gank.
Yeah, obviously frustrating when you just almost have your cleanse back up and there's a whole lot of CC coming straight at you. But he managed to get himself a solo kill to even things out a little bit. That gold game is dead on even, by the way. As Kikis takes his place back up top.
And again, Alphari doing well in the top lane against the Renekton pick, meaning Alphari's impact in the mid to late game is obviously much easier to utilize because he's a Jarvan EQ combo into his ulti and you have a fight started. You need a bit more coordination with pushing a lane as a Renekton and then roaming to join the team. Not the same here for Alphari. Let's see the 1v1. Kozgu, no flash. Good ulti from Power of Evil. Maxlor here just to add some assistance. But the last auto attack from Power of Evil.
He stretched for that one. That flew quite a distance as he got the flash off. So Kozgu is going to have to watch his back, be a little bit careful. And this is where the monkeys can fall down in the individual plays.
Still no flash on Kozgu.
Kozgu really committing for that ward, but he gets knocked up and bopped up. And now flashing forward is going to be Ignar. Unleash the power, but it's not going to be enough.
God damn it, Kozgu. You have no flash. You have no backup. Why do you need to kill that ward? That was too easy for Ignar and Misfits Gaming. Nice roam from the Alistar, but when you find a no-flash Syndra, literally sitting right there in front of you and not moving, then that's one of the easier kills you're going to get.
Well, Power of Evil is definitely not going to scoff at it. That'll help him buy a little bit more. And since he is such a critical part of his team's damage in this game, Misfits have to be very happy about it as they take their places around the Dragon Pit. Of course, Skullcrab had already been taken by the Mysterious Monkeys. But it's not really worth trying to fight over the Drake. We're still only 15 minutes just into this game.
Yeah, and obviously, as we talked about earlier, how once you go into team fighting, both teams can offer quite a lot in these 5-on-5s, but there are two mega tanks plus the Jarvan with Stoneblade, who then becomes a tank, and the Orianna who's getting fed right now. That combination tells me that Misfits Gaming will have an easier time executing their fights, which is very important for the next big 5-on-5s we're going to have in this game. I think Mysterious Monkeys will rely a lot on Amazing and Dreams to actually apply CC and find one guy, kill that one guy, go to the next guy. Because once you get Sejuani Braum as that combo, it's so easy to apply the Braum passive, get his stun, then you actually get the frozen stacks from the Sejuani. That's her stun coming in as well. And you can keep a guy locked in place forever. But it's one guy you focus, where it's AoE on Misfits.
Well, it looks like they're focusing on Kozgu once again, keeping forward, and it's Maxlor that gets a strike to finish the job. On to mid tower they go. Misfits should be able to knock down the first one.
Kozgu had not died, lost his flash, and within the duration of the flash cooldown, he's died 3 times now and lost his mid tower. I call that a very, 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 very big deal. When losing a flash results in being 0-3 and lose your tower.
Just got to be able to change your playstyle here when you don't have those key summoner spells. Now Yuki's getting rooted up and Dreams gets knocked back into tower range. Teleport coming in for Kikis, but it looks like it might be a little late. Featherstorm coming out. Kikis is getting some disruption on. 2 stuns here, but in comes Maxlor with a bounce. Doesn't manage to pick anybody up, but it's Alphari gets Dreams. And it looks like that's going to be a double kill now as he's able to take down Yuki as well, finishing the bottom lane. Kikis does fire return kill onto Maxlor, however, not the cleanest dive from the Misfits.
They still get 3 kills, Pyra. That's a big deal for them. Oh, sorry, 2 kills in the bottom lane. Yuki and Dreams going down. Kozgu, of course, died earlier in this. Doesn't really count for the actual fight. They got the kill mid. They moved down bot lane instantly. Set up everything with the Alistar and the Zac. It's one of the big front lines we talk about with the insane amount of CC, and really very easy for the damage dealers on Misfits to just kind of sit there and shoot away on the back line of Mysterious Monkeys. And yes, they do lose the one guy on the way out. Still worth it for Misfits Gaming.
So not too bad for them, and you can see that there's not a Jason in this game. So I don't know what that damage is.
Well, champions from last game, damage from this game.
Oh, we want to check in anyways.
From the last fight.
All good. Okay, so Kozgu clearing the wave out, pushing back. But yeah, the Monkeys definitely need to be able to at least take one game here to try and separate themselves from the pack, prove that they can start to beat out some of these middle-tier teams. They've only beaten teams on the lower half of the table, and only in cross-group once they've acquired Kikis and Amazing. They've got some tough opponents to play once they go back to their own group.
Obviously, very true. We have seen, though, Mysterious Monkeys against the bottom teams from Group A do very well. Beat Rocket, beat NIP. And next week, they play Vitality on their own.
The team that's right up above them.
The team right above them. So Mysterious Monkeys obviously want Vitality to lose every game so they can overtake them and put them down in the promotion tournament. But a lot of it is on Mysterious Monkeys as well to then win that series. They're still trying to get back in this game. You guys get to see the remaining schedule for them. It doesn't get easier if you are the Mysterious Monkeys, because you got that Vitality game in week 8, and then it's Unicorns of Love, Splyce, and H2K, obviously in their own group, all 3 teams that we would consider around the Misfits level, and we are currently seeing Mysterious Monkeys struggle against Misfits.
Yep, need to see what they can do growing a little bit further. If not, they are going to be stuck in that promotion tournament. However, the growth from them with the roster changes has been nice to see. It just, is it going to be enough?
I think they're going to be fine. I haven't been very impressed with the EU Challenger teams this split, so I think Mysterious Monkeys, from what we've seen in the LCS, should come in as quite a favorite if they do go down in that pro tournament. That's still a few weeks away. Let's talk about this game instead, because Misfits Gaming, they're showing great things. I love the new draft from them. Ton of engage every single time, being proactive on the map. Kikis, he wants to kill Alfari.
Yeah, but he's got a flag and drag back to the safety of his tower. Now Dreams, he's going to get knocked up on headbutt, pull combo, unbreakable. Hansama really wants to finish this one. A hail of arrows comes down, but he just doesn't have the damage. Even popped his Blade of the Ruined King to try and keep slow on here. 19 minutes into this game. It is still a Misfits lead. Not as huge as it was the last time around for sure, though.
Power Vivo right now sitting on 2,500 gold. He's going back, getting that loot and Zeko, upgrades his boots as well. Dreams, he wanted to face check, but...
Oh boy, he's gonna have to pay for that one. And in comes Zach, popping up with the Glacial Fissure, but it doesn't matter because Yuki is gonna have to Featherstorm back under the safety of the tower, and maybe Misfits have gone a little too deep. Hansama finding Amazing on the other side.
Oh, he missed it.
Can't decide who he wants to kill. He's gonna go ahead and take down the AD carry. And that ends in 1 kill so far. Maxlor flashing over, Kozku following through, looking to unleash the power onto Ignar, but he's got an unbreakable will. And he's gonna stay alive.
So right there, Mysterious Monkeys actually managed to stay alive. It looked pretty rough early on. Maxlor and the bottom lane from Misfits going for that play. Amazing showing up behind them though, getting that 1 kill in return. They get a tower as well. They're gonna try and even out this gold.
Yeah.
Power Vivo is on the way bot lane though to try and kill Kikis.
Oh, well, they're going to be able to get a tower of their own, so that starts to even things up now. Can Kikis live? I don't think so. Shockwave pulling him in, and see you later, Alligator. Alfari's going to come up with that kill.
So after losing that fight top lane, we do see a nice cross-map play down the bottom lane. Alfari 3 kills on this Jarvan here, doing well in his lane. Power Vivo with the roams, but let's see the play. Engage from Ignar into flash towards Yuki. Gets a stun onto Yuki as well. He actually tried, I think, to get the full combo on both of them. But in the end, he doesn't manage to get a whole lot, and Yuki actually stays alive, and Amazing just shows up behind.
I feel like that pull-in from the Zac actually helped out Yuki because he was just within tower range after that. He was able to get the Featherstorm off, and then they just couldn't go any deeper to dive him. Yeah, a little bit of a wonky play by Misfits.
And as I said before there, Ignar tried to do his full combo where he knocks everyone up with the Q, and then he flashes in range of Yuki to get him knocked up as well. But it was just slightly mistimed. The Q actually didn't apply onto Yuki, so he didn't get knocked up, he didn't get CC'd, and he was able to then stay alive after. Drake though started. Should be an easy one for Misfits, and action-packed games, man. This series have actually been super fun to watch because there's been so many fights happening left and right. I don't feel like there's been like a boring moment in any of these 2 games where you've been like, oh, here's 20 minutes of farming incoming. It's been like, oh, is that a mid laner sitting there? Fight him. Bot lane, fight him. Top lane, fight that guy. Everyone just hates each other here.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a melee for sure. 21 minutes in, you have 13 kills on the board, and the last game was pretty bloody as well. So it's nice, and especially as a play-by-play, I really love this kind of style where you just don't have to take a breath.
There's just so many small things happening in the fights.
Shockwave's gonna pull in Dreams. He was unbreakable. But you can see Power of Evil starting to dish the damage on this Orianna. Luden's Echo complete, as you were saying. He's still walking on those brown bags, but he's going all in on the damage.
He's fat though. You don't need boots to deal damage.
That's true, you don't. What about Sork shoes? That helps a bit.
They do help, but as you can see, Power View, he doesn't need them boots. He just wants some magic resist from his instead.
All right, keep himself nice and
That's
safe.
how it is in the world, Pyro. If you want to deal more damage to people, you need a book and a staff.
Well, I will take your word for it, Deficio.
You deal damage with your brain, the knowledge.
That's certainly true. Knowledge is power now. Alfari leading the minion wave into Kikis. Hasn't really been able to get the better of him without some help, though. And even though he's 3-0, I feel like Kikis has not done too terrible in this game, but Alfari is going to get found out by Amazing and Dreams. Flag and drag away, and he's going to have to flash, but there's a big croc right on top of him, and Amazing's going to be able to get a stun off for just a second, or is he? Because Dreams has collapsed, so has CosQ, and he might be tanky, but not enough to survive.
Sejuani Braum combo. You tag one guy with either Sejuani or Braum, and one of the CCs will apply after a few hits on that guy. This time it was Amazing CC coming in first, and then Dreams applying after, and it's so hard to get away as a single target.
Yeah, so much sticking power on those big tanks, and it's so hard to kill them too. The Warmogs on Amazing, he's going to have all that regen to work with. Shockwave will pull in Dreams, but he was unbreakable. The damage is blocked. And now Mysterious Monkeys can finish off this tower in the mid.
Yeah, good plays here from Mysterious Monkeys, using that one kill on Alfari to get a tower. Once again, we're entering that big team fight area where all the tanks are going to run straight at each other with a ton of CC. And at first, no one is going to die. But if you get onto the back line, that's the key part. If you suddenly get a great shockwave, CosQ might die instantly. And then the damage is not there for Mysterious Monkeys to kill the front line of Misfits. And tank v tank meta is always about who kills the front line first, or which carry makes a mistake and just dies instantly so there's no damage.
Well, if your team isn't around, I think that counts as a mistake, as Dreams is getting caught. Double TP coming in, but one is definitely going to have to get canceled. So is the other. Misfits now looking to go back to the mid lane, have a lot of vision around Baron, but it hasn't been a huge priority this game. Only been on the Rift for 4 minutes, I suppose.
No Kalista this time around to force it early.
Oh boy. In comes Max,
nice.
Knocked back by CosQ. That was nice, but he does get one strike on, and he's going to get taken down. Power of Evil with the Shockwave pulling him back. He's been hitting a lot.
And that's a carry dying right now. That was one of the two options we had right there. That means now Misfits can actually start the fight, and they will also win option 1, which is who can keep their front line alive. Because now there's only one damage dealer on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. That's Yuki. It's going to take him forever to kill a Jarvan, a Zac, and an Alistar.
That's true. Amazing. You'd have to hero Blast Cone or Arctic Assault over this wall. It's a little bit more even without the Kalista up and available. But we've seen Misfits able to peel off the big purple worm before. And in comes Alfari. That's going to signal the start of this fight. Ignar gets a knock up onto Dreams, but they focus their attention onto Kikis. And Amazing his focus is onto Hansama. There goes the Jarvan pit down. They've caught Dreams. Yuki flashing away after the Featherstorm. Misfits, they are tanky enough. Pull them together. Now Kiss, says Maxlor. And Amazing is going to be caught by himself as Kikis gets knocked away. Hansama claims a kill, and this is definitely the Baron.
That's what we said right here. If you can't kill the front line, they will get to you at some point. They will actually manage to put their carries in a position to hit the enemy back line and take them down. Yuki right there was trying so hard, but again, he was alone as a damage dealer because CosQ died before.
Not much you could do in that situation.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah, Misfits, this is starting to look like game number 1. There's a little more back and forth. Mysterious Monkeys had the fights, but this time around it was Alfari that started things off.
Because you can see right now how it's actually good engagement Amazing on the back line and Sama and Power of Evil. But Dreams and Yuki are just spending all their time hitting front line. They're not getting any damage, and then the ball gets in position from Power of Evil, and that's where you get your kill. So that's basically the setup of these fights here. If you manage to kill the enemy tank before your tank dies, you can move more aggressive, you can actually play more forward, you can actually go for the back line. If you just keep tanks alive and they just hit each other, it's all about a mistake from a carry who gets caught out there. And if that doesn't happen, you just have a fight where no one dies for quite a while until one tank drops.
If everybody plays it out all perfectly, but we have definitely been seeing some mistakes. Misfits will be able to widen that gold lead, but it comes so close to closing from the Mysterious Monkeys for some time, and they really just need to be able to find a fight, but it's going to get harder and harder against the Baron Empowered minions all 5 members of Misfits have.
Another reason for the tank meta being in action right now is the amount of crazy good items you can build as a tank at the moment. We added a lot of different items to the games or reworked other items, like Stoneplate is great in almost every game as a tank. Never get it first item, but get it second, third. Use it, of course, to double that HP in the big team fights. Makes you basically a tank on just one with one tank item. So you can, if you look at Jarvan right now, Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra. He's not really a big tank. If you give him just a Stone Plate and nothing else, he's actually a massive tank that's almost impossible to kill because of that Stone Plate.
Definitely does a little bit less damage, of course, but you know, it's really not a bad trade-off. And The stone plate is such a good item as well. You can add a little more protection, and Kozku wishing he had some himself as MaxLore goes on in. Looking for Amazing. No, looking for Yuki. They're going to be able to finish him off. It's Alfari with a Dragon Strike to take it down. They don't care about towers because they found themselves a whole bunch of monkeys. Dreams is going to be knocked down, isolated. It's Kikis who's cutting the legs off the wave, but it's not going to matter.
Same thing again, Pyra. Kozku dies early, no damage left on the Mysterious Monkeys, and the tanks from Misfits are just diving straight at Yuki. He's left alone in the back. There's nothing he can do as an AD carry. And Misfits, again, with the amount of engage in their composition here, they can just constantly find these openings. Power of Evil obviously starting it twice now with good shockwaves. But then you can be sure that Alfari and MaxLore joins.
Yeah, you have to give him a pretty good grade, wouldn't you say? All the shockwaves so far, not perfect, but just about every one of them.
Hey, we said it's almost impossible to miss in this game.
Well, yeah. I mean, he does have them kind of lined up, and then MaxLore is able to keep it going.
Yeah, and Yuki right now, I mean, what are you going to do?
Not much. And then Kikis is like, all right, I guess I'm over here.
I'm killing the minions then. He actually ran down and killed another wave right after to try and stop them from getting that mid-inhib.
It feels bad when the Renekton has to go and farm all the way back there, and there's nothing else to do.
And look, Jarvan has the stone plate. Congratulations, Jarvan. You are now a massive tank.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, he had some spare gold.
Great job.
You
Great job.
At 5 kills and 1 death in the game. Alfari's definitely having a solid one. Now Dragon gets smited down. That's the second Ocean, so Misfits have even more regeneration, even more sustainability. These fights could go on a long time if Mysterious Monkeys can stay alive.
But they can't. And that's the problem. Because the shockwave from Power of Evil will find either Kozku or Yuki. And if that doesn't connect, well, we have seen Alfari with some damage. Power of Evil might get caught now.
Kikis has a little bit, but the Ice Bullet coming out to try and help him. There isn't a lot of damage. Follow-up teleport now coming in. Power of Evil will finish off Kikis, so it's a 5v4. There are 2 damage dealers, but their front line is taking a pounding. It's actually 4v4 because Alfari's up top. He's unperturbed completely.
He doesn't care anymore. Just wants to split push now.
And now he's got the stone plate.
Yeah, that's what you build it for. It's the split pushing item.
Guys, I got this. The tower can't hurt me.
Also got Knight's Vow coming in for MaxLore just to join the group of fantastic tank items you can build right now. Locket is great as well.
Face of the mountain on Ignar. I mean, there's a lot of protection. Absolutely.
Get some cowbell finally.
Yes, there we go. That's what we were missing this game.
Took some time. Wadid did share with us the secret to cowbell is you got to do it early on in the game to win. If you don't, you will lose.
Well, he did do it. It just wasn't as much as Wadid maybe did, as Kozku gets pulled on in. It's Power of Evil with a dominating kill, and Ignar locking up the rest of Mysterious Monkeys. Dreams trying to get away desperately away from his own base as Power coming up with a double. This Orianna is Orianna as Ignar is getting another kill. Shockwave pulling back in. Amazing. Desperately trying to get back to Fountain. He will make it, but he is battered and bruised, and Kikis is still there to defend. Misfits, maybe they can't end just yet, but they're going to get damn close.
They skip the towers. They just walk by. Just get some more kills. They will take down mid-inhib. 20 seconds on Kozku, 24 on Yuki. Let's see if Misfits can actually just close out the game.
All right, all on the back of all this damage that they've got from the Orianna. Those tanks are tanking. The front line is huge. Hansama getting 1 kill, and Amazing knows all he can do is stand there, spam his lap, and hope for some kind of miracle, but it doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon. Kozku tags his way in. But you need all your teammates to try and defend against these Misfits. Yuki, Kozku, the damage dealers, they do not have a front line to depend on. Featherstorm comes out. Alfari is going to get taken down. The Shockwave pulling Kozku back in. And Power of Evil is legendary. And ain't that the story of this game? 1 more kill on Yuki for the ace. And Misfits close out 2-0.
Another great draft from Misfits here, really suiting them to run with so many tools to set up Power of Evil and these team fights. Really can't stress that enough. Let's remember, Mysterious Monkeys were like, Zac or Cho'Gath? Okay, they banned none of them. MaxLore instantly locked the Zac. Orianna came in instead of Cinder from Power of Evil. The Cho'Gath wasn't even picked up on the side of Mysterious Monkeys. It got banned in the second phase, so they didn't actually get anything from that trade. And we just see why the Zac is so strong, especially with the Orianna to back him up.
Well, and it's so many tools. Like, you talked about it at being a main point. This Orianna literally could not miss. Alfari was able to still get everyone inside the Cataclysm. MaxLore was delivering the ball. He was even keeping everyone together. Hansama was doing his job. And Ignar, once again, when they engages. I mean, when this team is on, when they work on their game plan, the execution, it looks so crisp.
So we had Power Weevil. He was part of 24 kills out of 26 in this game. There were some solo kills in there, but there was also just every single team fight. Even before the fights, he's the man catching Cosq, killing Cosq, setting up a Baron play. Like, so many things went very well here from Misfits. And funny enough, it wasn't just through the early laning phase. And I think that's a key thing to highlight, because against H2K, that was like the thing they managed to do. They got good ganks, they got super far ahead, but then they couldn't play the mid to late game at all, and they lost. Yeah. This time around, they were actually very even from the start of the game, like 10, 15 minutes, but it was in the mid game with forcing engages. That's where they really pulled ahead. And that was a big change from what we saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a nice adaptation from the Misfits squad, and it's a perfect time for them to actually do it. You know, sitting in the middle of Group A, you need every single win you can get to try and push yourselves further and further. Obviously, they're sitting in a playoff position, but they want to make sure that's safe and make sure that they're going to go on a hot streak towards the end of it.
Because Rocket just won, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's a playoff race right now.
Also, G2 just kind of overtook them a little bit, but now they're kind of trying to catch up as well. It's important. There's a lot of standings implications here.
Very close place there. Now, Misfits Gaming did secure the win against Mysterious Monkeys, so let's go over to the analyst desk to wrap up the series.
Thank you very much. Mysterious Monkeys delivered the first 2-0 victory of the 4 days of play we're going to have ahead of us. We didn't see any team pulling it off now, but did I say Mysterious Monkeys?
Misfits.
It was the Misfits. You didn't want to correct me.
No, I was going to say, there's a lot of M's. They used to be the same organization. It's all good.
Definitely so. But it was a Misfits. They managed to pull off the 2-0 victory. Very good on the side of them. And I'm not much the wiser, because it seemed like they had obviously a weaker opponent. But as the Fisho said, there were some changes in how they approached this game as being even through most of it.
Yeah, I liked the way Misfits made an adjustment this game. It was more of the same of starting fights, but this time they recognized mid lane was going to be a focus for the Mysterious Monkeys. And as we go into the first couple of replays, you can see that that's where Mysterious Monkeys first take their priority, trying to snowball Cosq ahead. So this is the early game plays we saw out of Mysterious Monkeys, trying to get ahead. The reaction I like is the fact that Kikis is already being contained in the top lane, and Misfits say, you know what, Cosq now doesn't have a flash, let's go mid lane. And it's kill after kill after kill, shutting this Syndra out of the game, and suddenly the Misfits are so strong, they can just continue walking through mid and taking fights whenever they want.
Not a fun time for Cosq, definitely not. They keep focus on him, and you mentioned the top lane being contained, and Henning, you were talking about the Bramble Vest usage out of Alphari specifically to be good in that matchup.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried, to be honest, to see that initially as the Jarvan is getting blind picked into Kikis, who we know likes to split push, so there are so many like counter picks that can be picked up into that. Goes for the Renekton, and then the Bramble Vest just shuts him down. I'm not sure how this matchup is supposed to go in 7.14, but before that, this was a matchup where Renekton could pressure early. Instead, it's Alphari with the CS lead. It's Alphari doing really well, and that's the big difference from the first game where Kikis was actually able to get a big advantage. Now this time, it's Alphari just being able to keep him down.
It's a very small price to pay against the Renekton, 900 gold to shut down his healing, shut down some of his damage. All of that laning phase kind of falls away, and then you go, okay, I'll just stay there. I'll build the rest of my build, and you're completely out of this game. I think it's a very smart buy. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the Jarvan matchups and seeing how the Bramble Vest tilts top lane.
Yeah, definitely so. Very interesting when I was watching. You know, we often talk about Kikis, and he has the oddball picks, which makes that the enemies visit his lane often because they want to shut him down. It almost seems because he was on the Renekton, they didn't have to visit him. Alphari knew he had the upper hand. The next on the plate was the mid lane, and maybe that's more difficult for Mysterious Monkeys because we know that Cosq has been a bit prone to overextending a bit in these circumstances. So it's all a domino effect to me.
Yeah, it's a big domino effect because Cosq is the type of player that when he dies once or twice, he's kind of likely to keep just going aggressive and trying to make plays out on the map, pushing forward. And again, that's another area. We talked about how Misfits, when his flash was down in the early game, kept visiting him. Well, all of the team fights kind of found themselves in the middle lane. Not quite Unicorns of Love-esque, but Misfits just saying, okay, we can just throw Zac at them, throw everything we've gotten. Alphari was so far ahead, he could just walk through a team fight as well.
Much like game one, whenever the mid game came and those big game objectives, Misfits were able to always fight their way out of the situation, engage the fight, and grab the objective. This time around, we talked about the tools they have. It was a bit more intricate, but still pretty straightforward to engage the fight.
Just look at the Zac here. I mean, there's a reason he's been pretty much permanently picked or banned throughout the entire summer split. He can just initiate from so far of range, Ignore with a good follow-up on Alistar as well, and then in the backline just Power of Evil and Hansama dealing out the damage, not even getting threatened at all in these sort of team fights. So look at Zac here to be such a strong pick. Also, interesting that Amazing had the opportunity to go for a Gragas, which is sort of considered a soft counter pick, as you can interrupt the Elastic Slingshot. Just go for the Sejuani instead, which I think is fine here, but you just like, you leave Sack open and you gotta pay for it.
You pair it with the Orianna. They'd already had the damage done and got Cosq out of that fight before that even happened. So it was a 5 versus 4 from the get-go. And Power of Evil had a great series. Giving him the Orianna is always going to work out well. We were talking about that a lot during the game of how versatile it is. But Power of Evil, once again, another week in the books. And this guy's putting up some massive numbers.
Yeah, he's almost the embodiment of Orianna. I know he's always steady in the laning phase. He's safe. He can protect his teammates. He can make a play here or there.
No Nash's Tooth.
No Nash's Tooth, though. Nothing crazy. He did that on Syndra in game 1, but our player of the series was Ignar. It was definitely a toss-up between the two, but Ignar, we've said it so many times, when he has the tools in a meta where he can engage, he thrives, and especially his Rakan engages in game 1 are they're staying on my mind as some really, really good catalysts for Misfits playstyle.
Yeah, no hesitation, just really good mechanics as well with the flash engages both on the Rakan and the Alistar. The metagame really suits him right now, so definitely a well-deserved player of the series for Ignar right there.
Great stuff for Ignar. Let's turn our attention to the Mysterious Monkeys to close it out, because where does this leave them? We saw the schedule that is coming up for them. They are playing Vitality, H2K, Splyce, and the Unicorns of Love in the next couple of weeks. So let's start with the doable match, right? Vitality. Right. At the level they're at now, do you see them beating them, Henning?
Honestly, not really. It's going to be a tall task for them. If you're a Mysterious Monkey fan, your word after today, I think especially in the mid lane, because what we've been seeing Vitality really focusing on is to get Nuke Duck rolling. And we saw how it happened today when Cosq got targeted by the enemy team in mid lane. He did not have a good showing. So that's what I'm really worried about for Monkeys in the next week's games.
Especially if Vitality are playing the Tahm Kench Ashe style they have been over the last couple of weeks. If they can get fights started, Kikis won't be much of a problem. If Nuke Duck is crushing Cosq in the middle lane and the fights are starting everywhere else, it's a winnable match, but it's a difficult one. I think the Misfits was actually maybe more of a stylistic matchup for Mysterious Monkeys than Vitality are.
Well, time will tell if they are able to beat them. That is next week, but for today, we have much more action coming up. Splyce and Ninjas in Pyjamas get on stage, and we'll have Alphari and MaxLore joining us for the analysis, so stay with us.
Again, nice fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, here we go. Level 5 on Yuki's gonna have to burn his flash. He's burning down with Ignite, and that's gonna be Ignar.
Still no flash on Cosq.
Cosq really committing for that ward, but he gets knocked up and popped up. And now flashing forward is gonna be Ignar. Unleash the power, but it's not going to be enough. Yuki flashing away after the Featherstorm. They are tanky enough. Pull them together. Now Kiss, says MaxLore. And Amazing is gonna be caught by himself as Kikis gets knocked away. Mysterious Monkeys, Dreams trying to get away desperately away from his own base as Power coming up with a double. This Orianna is Orianna as Ignar is getting another kill. Shockwave pulling back in. Amazing, desperately trying to get back to Fountain.
Oh, Yuki! But you KS everything, by the way. Holy moly.
I have one more kill on Yuki for the ace, and Misfits close out 2-0.
Mysterious Monkeys, the former Misfits Academy, taking on their sister team, and it might be Monkey See, Monkey Do.
Get Thresh, get Thresh! The backside, a lot of damage onto Yuki. Foxy leaves it again! Not gonna get anybody though. Yuki, nice sidestep, dodging what he can. Yuki's still alive.
Last time I played against Amazing was a year ago.
Them healthy, but the Baron is still doing damage to Yarned in the back, and the Wish comes in to keep Fnatic. The shields, the heals, they're everywhere, but Jazz is taken out by Maxlor.
Like, as an underdog, you can have to throw in a couple of curveballs. So, actually, like, going by the meta makes the enemies already be prepared for you.
I don't know, I just felt like this guy was not that great. He was just okay.
It's going to be funny to face Koskyu. He was Misfits Academy mid laner, and obviously, if you're Misfits Academy, you want to win against Misfits.
Nope, that's the deletion, and now the fight is starting up. Oh, Exile hooked up out of nowhere. Double kill for power of evil Misfits.
Like, I think we're good friends. I would call us friends. I don't know if Koskyu sees the same. I know from Misfits Academy teammates that he always wanted to win against me in scrims, and he always wanted to win the lane against me. It's going to be a fun match.
Well, welcome back to the Summer Split. Splyce and Ninjas and Pyjamas are about to go head-to-head, but we have the Fisio, Maxlor, and Alfari on the desk, and it's
Great
always
UK
nice.
lads.
UK lads, a Danish lad, a Belgian
I'm
lass.
also UK lad.
Oh, you are also a UK
Mate.
lad? Okay, fine. It's always nice to see the intro video again after your victory, because we see how we thought it would play out and how it eventually played out. So, you know, how happy are you with your performance, Alfari?
With my performance, I mean, I played okay. Like, it wasn't versus the toughest of competitions, let's be fair. Kick is amazing. But
oh, is that a bit of a jab there?
I mean, yeah, I don't know, possibly. I don't think they're the greatest players in the world, but I'm happy that we won, and we played okay. Like, Maxlor entered me a little bit by flash Wing a Jace when there's 3 people both side. But,
oh yeah, I remember that.
It was fun. It made me giggle.
I mean, I think you are correct in that it was obviously not a #1 team you were playing, and it was kind of your job to finish it off cleanly, and that's what you did. So, anything to add, Maxlor?
No, not really. We played pretty easy comps. Fortunately for us, Amazing pointed out our mistakes to us on the interview last week. He said, we're only early game team. We shouldn't really play too hard comps, and I feel like it's kind of reversed today. We played really easy comps, and I think their comps were just a little too hard for them. So
I feel like you guys were...
They're feeling good. They're feeling good.
Yeah, and I think you guys were kind of affected by what went on in the social media game. The mind games
There's
are taking a toll. Yeah, a lot
recently.
of that.
It's good. If it makes all the teams in Europe get better by them trash-talking each other, I support it.
Me too. And you guys can't see it, but there is a piano board where Maxlor is sitting, so maybe he'll play some tunes later. But we're going to focus in on the game. Splyce is going up on the stage. And Splyce, I think, is a team that reminds me a bit of you guys in that they are now middle of the pack, looking to kind of find that next step against a good team or one of the best teams. They haven't been able to beat Fnatic. They haven't been able to beat G2 or H2K. So they're looking to find that next step. What do you think of their relative level now, Maxlor?
Splyce? Mm-hmm. Well, I would say their biggest problem coming into the split was the early game. They still showed against G2 that they have problems, but it's definitely a lot better because before it was just people were just running it down early game, and now at least their bot lane is doing pretty good. Their mid and jungle synergy is a lot better, and Wonder's just Wonder. This guy, as long as he has his jungler playing around him, I think he's a pretty strong player.
Yeah, where do you rank Wonder, Alfari?
I think I'll probably rate him like a top 4, top laner in Europe, maybe 5, but he's pretty good compared to the likes of Expect or Soas. I would rate him higher.
Okay, what does he bring to the matches? His laning phase, is it his decision making in the mid game?
I think like Splyce in general play like well around him. So if they can get him on a carry, and if they can like put some resources into him, like you see them like playing like today or Trashy investing early against top side, then Wonder like usually does well. Unless he goes like 0-7 on a Carly, that's
happens.
Yeah,
that happens.
That's a BG, but usually like they can snowball him and he'll keep winning split push.
I want to add on just to the points they were making about them getting a little bit early game, a better early game now. They're playing around Wonder as well. The thing I want to see from Splyce is actually kind of the same thing I want to see from you guys some time ago. It's just like discipline in what is your actual game plan. Because last week they would draft the Jax, they played around the Jax, they got early kills for Jax, and what did they do? They ran face first into the first team fight they saw possible, completely misplayed it, TP'd in wrong, lost the fight.
Reminds me of a certain Kennen game.
Might have happened for other teams in Europe as well, but if you are Splyce, like, if your win condition is the Jack split push, like, commit to it then. Don't just face first into a 15-minute team fight. You completely lose and you lose everything.
TLDR, don't disappoint the official. We've talked a lot about Splyce.
Or Maxlor.
Or Flurry or Maxlor. We need to move on, but quickly, if NIP is to do something in this series, how are they going to do it?
If they're going to do anything...
Seems like that's the answer.
Draft, the same kind of comes as we saw from Misfits. A lot of engage, run 5-man mid, and just try and force team fights.
All right, we'll see what happens. And if Splyce can strike back with a win against Ninjas in Pyjamas, Medic, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks, and good evening, everyone. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, joined by James Stress O'Leary once again. You get double me this week, Stress. Usually people have to pay for the pleasure.
I was going to say, that's why I got insurance at this point. This is too many dog disappointments to really contend with. But honestly, we're here for Ninjas in Pyjamas versus Splyce. I think this is going to be a great game. I've been hyped about all of today's games. I was a little bit disappointed with only getting 2 games from the first series, so here's hoping.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at the teams to start us off. It's Ninjas in Pyjamas on the blue side. NIP still yet to win a series this split. They do have a chance to come fourth in their group. The question is, if they don't start winning soon, do they still have that opportunity?
Well, this is a big matchup to test that in because their opponents on the other side of the rift are Splyce. And we've talked a lot about how there's so many changes in the jungle. Well, one jungler that likes his tank junglers is Trashy. And I'm excited to see what he can do on 7-14. A couple of other picks in the fray, but I think we're heading very quickly towards Champion Select. And that means we get to see all the fun stuff.
7-14. It's still a patch that I don't think we've hit the full potential of here, Stress. We've seen Cho'Gath get through a couple of drafts. We've seen tank junglers rise up in the meta. Is there anything that you are waiting for, anything that we're expectant of in this draft phase?
I don't think I'm expecting anything we haven't seen yet to definitely come up. There's a couple of outside fringe picks, but one thing the last series showed us actually is I don't think Renekton is quite a safe blind pick as it is anymore because that Bramble Vest actually did a good job of shutting him down in the lane. We'll see whether either of these teams do draft that way. But as we come in, LeBlanc, very high priority ban in the last couple of days. Same with the Zac. And the Gragas has seen as a lot of play. And of course, Trashy for Splyce on the Gragas. What do you know? He loves playing that. Always has success.
Yeah, no real surprises with that being taken away from him. His most played jungler across the course of this split by a long margin. We'll have an Elise ban as well coming out from Splyce.
Now that leaves the Caitlyn. You've also got the Cho'Gath to come through, and then Thresh as the last priority. Now, Kalista over the last day or so has risen in priority as well, getting good laning setups, getting good early skirmishes as well. So interesting to see how Kalista has risen over since yesterday's initial games.
And alongside that, you have that tank busting potential with the Kalista to a degree. We are going to see a tank taken away by Splyce, and immediately Ninjas in Pyjamas going back to that Caitlyn. Was changed slightly on 7-14. Her attack speed modifier reduced by 2%, but it's not too big a change.
So now you give up the likes of potentially the Thresh, but it's the Braum that comes out. We've seen this combination very heavily played over the last day. The Braum, the Sejuani, the passive stacking, and the slows, the crowd control that comes through is very difficult to deal with, and this is very good setup for Trashy. On the remaining junglers, with the Zac gone, the Gragas gone, the Elise gone, the Cho gone, so much focus, and now NIP have to get shook on something else. The Kha'Zix would be there if he wants a carry jungler.
And that's more Shook style as well. He's known for these assassin junglers, the Kha'Zix, the Lee Sin, the Elise to some degree as well. Perhaps the Rek'Sai just skirting on the edge of that meta. We will see Nagne get that Talia, and perhaps he'll be Lord of the Pit once again. And it looks like it might be a Syndra here for Splyce.
Yeah, the Syndra here would be able to secure a lane matchup. We know Splyce like to get scaling components from their mid or top lane, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Splyce wait for the counter pick now on the top lane for Wonder, depending on what Prophet ends up drafting. But as we head into ban phase 2, I don't think there's anything overly surprising right now in this draft. The biggest component of Splyce's draft has been hit Shook immensely hard. All 4 bans right now potentially aimed towards that jungle role.
Yeah, getting rid of the Rek'Sai as well. There is still that Kha'Zix lurking in the wings that we have talked about. Ninjas in Pyjamas are going to go towards the AD carry bans here, taking away the Jhin, looking towards perhaps those AD carries that can utilize Duskblade.
Yeah, and taking away one of these AD carries that can at least have a decent laning phase against the Caitlyn. We've also got to look at the Varus here as another pick. The Tristana we may see, but gets outranged quite heavily early on. pretty much every champion suffers that against the Caitlyn, so you basically have to decide to play for a little later in the game.
It's going to be a Kha'Zix ban here against Shook as well, so Splyce have read our minds, have been doing their background research, know that Shook likes that Kha'Zix pick. Lee Sin is still there, something he's played a few times across this split. Graves and Olap, his other two champions he's picked up.
So Jack's now gone, may indicate Prophet wants to play the Jarvan up in the top lane, and if Splyce were to pick Renekton, we just saw that matchup be contained very well. The Varus we expected out of Splyce coming through into the Caitlyn is no big surprise, but look, now Shook has to find something. You mentioned the Lee Sin coming through. Will it be one of these outside picks, the Skarner, the Rammus, these B-tier tanks that can still work, or is it going to be early game focus coming through?
It would make sense for Ninjas in Pyjamas to play around the early game. The early game has been their strongest portion throughout this split. It is going to be the Jarvan that you alluded to earlier on, Stress, and now final pick for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I would love this, Evelyn. This is something that Shook was known for, actually, when he played on Alliance, when they made their bid for Worlds in 2015. Not going to perhaps go towards it here.
It's a very outside play style, difficult to play around, but I think we're likely to see the tank setup coming through here. We just saw Maokai played in the previous game. I was saying we're expecting tanks. No, we're not. We're expecting the Lee Sin coming through. In the end of all things, they bailed us out.
That they do. A composition very similar to a lot of the Ninjas compositions we've seen throughout the split. Splyce still have their last pick, and it will be looking up towards that top lane.
Now, we've got the Camille locked in. Of course, that can do a very similar job of the Jax later on. It's a little trickier for Camille to take over, but you can have that side lane control later on. Prophet, I expect to get a lot of attention from Shook in the early game, to try and get him ahead, try and push Wonder behind, and actually get NIP rolling, because remember, Nagne can go there as well, utilizing that Weaver's Wall.
And it's interesting to see how the draft priorities actually changed for these teams, because a couple of weeks ago we would have said Thrashers must pick, must ban, Caitlyn's must pick, must ban. Here, we see NIP get both of those, and we still look at the Splyce lineup and say, well, they got Sejuani and they got Braum, and that's a superior combo in a lot of respects.
I think what Splyce were going for with the route you're talking here is they don't actually fear NIP's snowballing opportunities. They don't think that NIP can close a game with a lead. And sure enough, that is something we have seen NIP struggle with. So maybe they have the way now of playing around this Lee Sin, around this snowballing, and deny them any opportunity to close out the game.
If you think NIP will take their first series of the split, make sure you get involved at LOL Esports, #NIPwin or #SPYwin if you think Splyce can keep the road to Worlds alive. It's incredibly important that they win today to keep their hopes for playoffs going on. If they lose, they are pretty much looking at that 4th spot, Stress, and with it, no chance of getting to the World Championships once again.
Splyce will be wanting desperately to maybe regain some of their status. The World Championships didn't necessarily go so well, and they haven't been doing a great job so far in the 2017 season when you look at high placements at the end of a split. But summer might be the time for Splyce. They had this big run last year that worked out very well for them. See if they can replicate some of that success again as we head into game. Ninjas in Pyjamas, it should be a fairly straightforward series from Splyce's side of things. They're expected to win this.
Definitely the underdogs on the blue side for this first game, and they've drafted a composition that is not too dissimilar from ones we have seen them draft in the past. Splyce, on the other hand, going for this tank jungler, going for the Braum early on as well, really looking towards this crowd control composition that works so well as soon as you catch one person out.
So when you look at the lane setups, of course, Senkux is likely to have the early game presence in mid lane. You'll have that push priority that should give Trashy a little bit more freedom. Shook can't quite go as aggressive into his jungle because of the fact that Nagne is likely to be shoved in. Prophet, you'd anticipate having a little bit of an early start against this Camille, should be able to do a decent job, but it's not so difficult for Wonder that he can't play safe in this lane and just maintain this Jarvan.
It's the first time we've seen Wonder on this Camille this split. I have to see how well he does with that split pushing meta that has arisen in some compositions.
And then finally, down in the bottom lane for NIP, Hikyu and Spraddle should be able to have at least decent push potential utilizing the Caitlyn, the laning strength of the Caitlyn and the Thresh alongside, but Braum Varus will be able to play on the defensive here. Wave clear, sit back in the lane, we'll see whether Cobby and Mickey actually go towards that, because I know, Medic, you've been looking into a lot of how Cobby and Mickey play in that bot lane.
And as much as the lane might seem like it's going to push towards them, Cobby and Mickey actually spend a huge amount of time pushed past the mid portion of that wave. Over almost 40% of the early game for Mickey is spent pushed into the enemy's side of the map. So as much as the lane may play against them, we'll have to see if they're willing to accept standing underneath their tower and farming.
We spent so much time talking about bottom lane that we didn't actually hint at the fact that Nagne, he took a small Raptor away. Shook didn't quite get the level off the camp, and that means Nagne, as he went forward, now off the red buff, it's going to be hurting a little for that experience. It did help Nagne get the level 2, though, in the lane, which is actually quite a nice thing, because Nagne is able to reverse some of this early game pressure on Senkux. And we'll keep our eyes on that bottom lane point that you were talking about, where the Cobby and Mickey are pushing forward in the lane. It's one of the things that makes it very difficult to contend with on the Splyce bottom lane, is they're very aggressive. They know when to take the trades in the lane, and they're very good at punishing their opponents. Against Caitlyn Thresh, maybe not so much.
Sputter will land the hook. Mickey's going to have to dodge his way around the tasty cupcakes in the bottom lane, and we'll be fine for the time being.
Hang on. Those cupcakes are for yordles. They're yordle snap traps. Medic, you are the least yordle-like person on our broadcast crew. They are not for you.
It doesn't mean I don't find them tasty. Sometimes forbidden fruit is the most delicious.
Stealing cupcakes. I see how it is. That
how do you think I got to this size?
Here.
How do you think I got to this size, Stress? It wasn't just because I took the food that was given to me. I managed to sneak some away from time to time, and at the moment, Shook is looking to sneak up towards this top lane. We talked about it in Picks and Bans. He wants to be coming up towards this top to try and get Profit ahead in this lane.
And look at how easily read this is out of Splyce's side. Wonder drops back in the lane. This wave is pushing towards Wonder, and he can just sit back and farm it out, maybe get this one, if he's not too overzealous at it, and drop back. Yes, okay, now his shield is gone, so if it dives under the tower, he's a little bit more in danger. But Wonder isn't playing this riskily by any means. He knows he has to concede some of the early game, and Shook just spent a lot of time up in this top lane, as Shook likes to do. He stands around the back of lanes and doesn't do a whole lot sometimes.
And he's 10 CS behind because of it. That's Trashy getting the Krugs. Gives you 10 CS just off the back of them, and now Shook is just that little bit behind, but has gone towards the double longswords, probably up towards the warrior enchant that we tend to see on the Lee Sin. Stress, I want to talk a little bit about tank busting in the current meta, because it's such an important thing for AD carries to do, and it's the reason we're seeing more Kalista and more Tristana coming up. We've got a Caitlyn here who has been known as a late-game hyper carry, but in the mid-game, she can sometimes struggle to get through tanky front lines.
Absolutely, until you get past both the attack speed items and then the Lord Dominic's that comes through into a build, it's so tough for Caitlyn to actually deal damage to the front line. That's where I'm wondering whether we'll start seeing a few more of the tank-busting mid laners that come through, or at least the scaling mid laners, but I'm not expecting to see a resurgence of like an Azir coming through. It's not quite the time. Varus, on the other hand, does have decent tank-busting capabilities. Now, NIP don't necessarily have the greatest front line of tanks, but still, Cobby should be able to output a significant amount of damage earlier on in the game for HeQ.
Just coming back to those tank-busting mid laners as well, I've heard rumors of a Malzahar.
Yeah.
More in NA than EU, but you never know.
Senkux has played it this split. They are the kind of team that like playing that Malzahar with the teleport for a 1-3-1. Maybe we'll see that in a future game.
Have to wait and see. It's always a possibility, Stress. A pretty slow early game from these two teams. Shook not being able to get the ganks off towards the top lane that he would like, but now he's going to see if he can catch Trashy out. Unable to do so, he will claim the Scuttle Crab for his own and be satisfied with the increased vision in the river.
Now we've got to look at what Splyce put into the draft and what they've taken out of it, because they hit Shook's champion pool so hard that he went to the champion he always plays in Lee Sin. Now, the reason they did that is because Lee Sin is in this awkward spot where you have a good early game, but you don't team fight anywhere near as successfully as a lot of the tanks in the meta right now. So Shook has to have some sense of impact in this game. We are 6 minutes in, and he has done nothing. Doesn't yet have his ultimate available. We'll see where he goes once he's past that level 6 mark.
And I think that's a big thing, Stress. That ultimate can be very impactful if you can catch out low mobility carries in the backline. He can try and jump onto Syndra. He can try and jump onto Varus. And if he does get one of them, perhaps that can turn the team fight. But it's a big if.
Yeah, it is a big if. Senkux, as a side note, looking at our last series with Power of Evil's Mobility Syndra build, this is a Thunderlord's not going Frost Queen's claim likely Syndra. This is more about damage. But here we go. Shook heading to the top side. He's warded. He's not going to do anything. Once again, NIP no options on the top side, and that means Splyce will be happy to wait for a bit because Trashy's ult is a whole lot easier to have impact on.
Well, we talk time and time again about the NIP early game leads that they managed to gain. It's one of the only portions, really, where we see NIP getting ahead. And you can see, even against a team like Splyce, who've been looking relatively consistent, NIP have the lead. They're ahead at 15 minutes in gold. They get a lot of first bloods, tied first for that, and they are good at denying the enemy towers.
And they're looking to set themselves up potentially for a play on the top side, but Wonder is playing on the defensive aspect, although Shook, now he's backed away, was spotted. Oh, Wonder's now coming forward in the lane. Got to be very careful he doesn't get caught here.
Here goes Prophet, but Wonder wall jumps away. Shook still not 6, is looking for the kill. Here comes Prophet once again, the Cataclysm. And the pause straight away.
Whoa.
It was a great flash from Wonder. He is outside of the Cataclysm, but we'll have to find out exactly what's going on here.
I can see the referees talking with Prophet and the Ninjas in Pyjamas, so hopefully we'll get an update for you soon. But look, we were talking about how top lane was maybe one of the areas we wanted to see NIP go to. With this Talia, with the Jarvan, try and get everybody in the top lane and snowball them through. And we're at that pivotal moment here, where for NIP, they've gone aggressive with the play we were expecting from them. And we need to see what the result ends up being, because Splyce are actually okay with waiting a little bit longer in this game, at least with the top lane.
And once again, it's Shook on an aggressive jungler being able to try and get these leads for the team. If Wonder does fall here, that's first blood. It's a lot of damage on the tower as well. You make Wonder have to burn his teleport to get back into the lane, and Shook will probably hit 6, which just accelerates that gank potential.
Yeah, it's been a decent attempt here from NIP. One thing that has also been going their way that is a little surprising on the matchup is the fact that Nagne, through getting level 2 early and being able to make his way back into lane, utilizing the level 2 boots, it's actually got a lead here. We're getting right back into the game. Remember, Wonder is in a lot of danger in the top lane. And
here we go. He's able to walk away. Yeah, so Shook didn't flash. Decided he didn't want to go all in for it. Wonder does have to back away, which means NIP will get some damage on that top lane tower. And the question becomes now, what's Trashy going to do? Where can he go to try and play around the fact that Shook's on the top side of the map?
Well, look how heavily Nagne was pushing. Trashy does get caught on that ward, though, so Trashy doesn't have the opportunity to go in. But I like this. Mickey's going to come out of the lane. This is something Mickey very frequently does when they're pushed up, is move out with Trashy, assume control of the enemy jungle, and then back away. They just take the red buff, don't overcommit to the fight. But look, TP's coming through. NIP want to force it.
Trying to get in the way of the Arctic Assault, but Trashy uses it afterwards. Here comes the wall as Trashy's caught out. Ace in the hole comes down, and Prophet gets first blood. Tried to jump across, could not connect onto Senkux, but the kick back from Shook. Senkux has to flash away. Nagne flashes the wall, but cannot hit the knockback, and NIP will have to settle with just 1 kill.
Well, this is what NIP, we talked about them being good at, and this is actually a response to something Splyce do very frequently. We were talking about it, how Mickey and Trashy, when they see the jungle at topside, they go into the bot side jungle, get vision down, and instantly Prophet comes in with the teleport. They get the first kill of the game, and that's a great start for NIP. This is in line with what they have been doing for a few weeks now.
It looks like Splyce are going to try and react to the fact that Prophet gets that red buff and gets the first kill. They're bringing their bot lane up here. Trashy's on his way as well. Prophet, no flash, no TP, no help from Shook for the time being. Kobe's got 6. They could look for the engage.
But at this point, Prophet knows that because the bottom lane hasn't come back into the lane, he has to be careful here. A lot of respect being given over in the top lane for this game. Now Splyce want to try and race down this Caitlyn and Thresh, and they should be a little bit faster on it, but they may get baited into the fight here. Shook is around, but Trashy throws the ult.
Glacial Prism comes out into the chain of corruption, and that's the CC chain from Splyce. Another kill for them. Shook's going to jump in, though, trying to get onto Wonder, and Nagne's doing a lot of work, threading the volleys where he can. The stun's going to land onto Shook. Trashy will go down 1 for 1 now as Nagne gets chased out by Kobe. Another threaded volley will connect, and they do not get the tower. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, NIP will get first turret blood.
So NIP, the gold swing goes over to NIP with the first turret blood going over. But look, Splyce, they got a little bit of momentum on the top side, and importantly, 2 kills go on to Cobby. This is going to strengthen his earlier game spike that we might see have influence in the next few skirmishes. But look, good ult from Trashy, hits on to Profit in the lane. Of course, if you don't hit that square, you will only get the slow, so manages to get the full amount of crowd control from that Trashy. Not quite tanky enough this early on. Hasn't obviously finished the Cinder Hulk. We are too early on in the game for that, so doesn't quite recognize the amount of damage output. But look, Cobby picks up 2 kills. Good start for Splyce on the top side. Got to commend NIP at the same time. They are still marginally ahead.
Ever so slightly, but what getting those first towers does is it opens up longer lanes for these top laners. Wonder now on this Camille can try and farm up just a little bit more, try and get towards that 2-3 item Camille that we have seen be a terror in the late game, and it looks like Splyce are happy just to scale up into the late game here. Yes, you're facing a Caitlyn, yes, you're facing a Talia, but you have 3 strong sources of damage compared to only the 2 from NIP.
Oh, Medic, look at it. It's another Bramble Vest on Jarvan. We saw this contain Renekton in our Series 1 of the day today. Now, I wonder how much that's going to do against Camille. Obviously, returning a lot of the damage, the resistances. Doesn't matter at this point because he keeps getting caught out.
Does have flash, does have heal,
Lands
dodges.
Here.
The Winter's Bite dodges the Glacial Prism, and perhaps they're going to turn this one around. But here's Senkux on the flank. He meets 3 members of NIP and needs to back away for the time being. Hiku now caught out. The play comes back onto Wonder. That's a kill on Shook, and Hiku will fall as well. 2 for Splyce very quickly.
Another important fight for the Splyce boys as they turn towards Rift Herald right now. And look, NIP had good trades early on, but Senkux being able to roam out of the lane mixed with the amount of damage, even with the crowd control not quite landing, Splyce just had enough to take it to NIP, and NIP didn't realistically have enough to respond. And that very well could crack this game open for Splyce. Now, with the Rift Herald, they can push past this Talia should they choose to. Maybe start controlling the game a whole lot more, because look, he knew he was in danger all the way from the beginning of this play, and actually does a decent job. Flashes the Q from Braum, dodges out, then gets the Lantern, eats basically the cooldown now of the Braum ultimate, but from there, NIP, they think they can go aggressive. Not the case, as Senkux, you know, the skill just shows there when you press R.
It takes a lot of skill.
Takes a lot of skill. Cho'Gath is like the new equivalent.
You have to press 2 buttons for Cho'Gath, though.
Yeah, I guess.
Stone plate and then R.
Double the amount of skill.
Takes tons of skill. Come on, Jess. But what I like from Splyce here is in picks and bans, and earlier on we were talking about NIP's early game. Splyce have been able to shut that down. NIP are going to be behind around the 15-minute mark, and Splyce are taking advantages across the map.
Yeah, they've done a good job of actually recouping a lot of the losses they had against NIP. You can see bot lane is even when it comes to the CS kills in favor of Splyce. Senkux has caught back up on some of that pressure that Nagne had on him early because of the level 2. Splyce easily tracking NIP through the bottom side jungle, so not getting caught out on that one. And it's only a matter of time before they pop that Rift Herald. Potentially even in the bottom lane now if they look for it, but they're grouping around, heading bottom and then mid, and a little bit indecisive from Splyce here.
Is an Ocean Drake for them there if they want it. You want to get those earlier on in the game to help you in these earlier skirmishes. And we see a lot of teams use the Rift Herald down towards the mid lane stress. That tends to be where people want to open up the map a little bit more.
Yeah, of course, when you've got a Talia in the lane, it's good at pushing it back out. You just kind of give her a problem so big you can't deal with it and just crush through mid lane. Very easy concept that you see a lot against the Orianna. A lot of teams, however, kind of just wait on Rift Herald, and you see the jungler panic and go, oh no, I've got to just spawn it wherever. This is not one of those times.
Five-man group.
Here you go, with the wave. Gonna push it through mid lane. No sign of the enemy minions either for now.
Exactly what you want to see from Splyce. They group up mid, they will get the turret pretty easily. NIP have no way of reacting. You know Hiku's in the bottom lane, you know Prophet's in the top, and that's a mid lane tower for Splyce.
And importantly, Hiku has nothing to gain bottom side apart from a little bit of farm and experience. He cannot afford to push up to that tower, and Prophet was so far back in the lane that he couldn't threaten a tower kill either. So it means Splyce had set the map up for their Rift Herald play and executed it really nice. From here though, NIP, you have to look at what can they do to get back in this game. It's going to revolve around getting picks, utilizing Shook and potentially Prophet. But look, NIP trying to push down the mid lane tower. It's not like they have a Rift Herald to do this. It's not quite as strong.
Braum puts up the unbreakable and stops a lot of the damage. Something we talked about in picks and ban stresses and was talked about on the analyst desk by Deficio was they're saying Splyce have had these good drafts. They've been able to get through pick and ban very successfully with strong compositions, but they don't quite execute those compositions that well. Here we see them playing around Trashy, playing around the fact that Wonder was camped early on, and it seems very much more like they understand what they want to do with this 5-man composition.
And Splyce, I think, historically have always felt confident when they could have Wonder ahead in the side lane. You take it to the next level when Senkux can do that, but this isn't that type of playstyle for Splyce right now. And I'm glad to see them looking at executing these compositions, because look, everybody is bringing a form of crowd control, and that makes team fighting exceptionally easy when you just land one stun and you just keep stunning the same target over and over and over. Lock them in the ultimatum as well, just throw everything. And from there, Splyce should have very linear team fights, whereas NIP, this game is about to turn into protect HQ at all costs, and when the enemy have got a Syndra and a Camille, it's not exactly easy.
And one of the problems for NIP as well is they're starting to fall behind on gold. They're about 1,000 down now, and it begins to tell slightly in the items. Chain of Corruption actually misses as HQ gets away, but you look at NIP and they're going down this defensive path with items. Bramble Vest is something we do see commonly early on from top laners, but a Banshee's Veil on Nagne as his first completed item. Compare that to Senkux, who has a Morello Nomicon and a needlessly large rod. I know where I want my damage to come from.
Yeah, definitely a lot lacking on the damage. Now, of course, Nagne is looking to kind of deny some of that early crowd control. You don't want to get hit by a Sejuani ultimate from half the map away and get killed in the middle lane. But as you said, Mercury Tread's Banshee's Veil isn't going to have the most amount of damage output on top of that. That means they need to look at Prophet, potentially for more damage, or you're trying to do what G2 have been successful with and rely purely on a Caitlyn. But, oh, Prophet, he's going to use his TP, and Splyce are not going to commit to that. So that is a summon a spell used for nothing.
And Wonder has his TP still up. Now, Stress, you know I take after Quickshot in a lot of ways. I model myself on him as a caster sometimes. I have a quick stat for you, Stress.
Okay.
I'm going to call it a medic stat for the time being.
Okay.
NIP, in games they have won, never lose a dragon. Splyce just took an Ocean Drake. Oof. We know the game's over. We know it's done. The game is done.
Can we just tell them to go to game 2? Is that... May as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
you might as well. You know you've lost.
Yeah,
you know you've lost. You are behind in gold as well, 2,000, and you're going to lose a bit more.
Splyce, that's only the 17th dragon taken. Didn't need quick stats on that one. We got a whole team to deliver this with a graphic that was nice. That's at least this split. So, you know, just secures the win all over. All they had to do was that, and they have finally got it. But look, Splyce right now. Ocean Drake was taken a while ago. They take the bot lane tower. They still have teleport advantage to work with. Realistically, NIP are in for the long haul there here. If they really want to get in this game, it means they need to give as much farm as they can to Hiku, which basically keeps him in that bottom lane, or at least pushed under a tower for as long as possible. And that gives Splyce a lot of freedom on the map. If there is no damage to contend with, Splyce can just freely walk towards any area they know Hiku isn't.
Ooh, Shook lands onto Cobby, kicks him away though because he flashes the wall, and here come the chains. Splyce wanted this fight from the very moment it began. Prophet tries to jump out, but he gets pulled right back into the cage, and Splyce get 2 kills once again.
As soon as the kick went the wrong way, NIP lost that fight. They did not get the lockdown onto Cobby. Cobby was able to survive, they lose 2, and now Splyce are looking to shut down some more in the top lane. They want to try and go 4 extra objectives. Look, we're only 19 minutes in, there is no Baron to take.
Nagne has to flash, but Cobby is not done yet, nor is Wonder. Another kill for the Camille, and Splyce are just pugnacious and belligerent. They keep pushing their advantage further and further and further.
All right, I know we've got 2 Brits on the desk and 2 on this caster desk, but that is some flowery vocabulary. Pretty much as flowery as your shirt, but look, I'm pretty sure you were trying to describe this engage from Splyce. They're very aggressive. I don't need to mince words on that. They just go under the tower. They go. This is actually the first half of the fight that we're seeing on the second end of it. Cobby, the kick missed on him. He ended up getting kicked back towards the safe area of the map, and Splyce easily able to take down 2.
And we saw Shook doing what we said he needed to do. He tried to get on towards one of those squishy carries on the back line. It almost worked. If Kobe hadn't flashed across the wall, he would have been kicked back in towards the rest of NIP, but Splyce just ever so slightly quicker on the reactions, and it means they have a 4,000 gold lead 20 minutes in. This is disaster for NIP, because even when they've got a gold lead at 20 minutes, they only win about 20% of their matches. They lose every single time they have a gold deficit.
You've come prepared with stats. You're like, this game's gonna end super quick. Quick, put as many stats in as we possibly can, get them all in. It's okay, Medic. We got it. It's a best of 3. We might have some more. It's some great points on their ability to close games. Honestly, I look at this game and I say, okay, Splyce, it's going to be a very difficult game to end up giving away to NIP, because look, they have the strength in the side lane through Wonder, Trinity Force completed with the Tiamat. NIP is struggling in the team fights because they have no damage outside of Hiku, and even Hiku is only on a static Shiv, where Kobe has a Blade of the Ruined King completed. Hiku doesn't have his Infinity Edge. That means he is 2.5 items away from being useful in this game.
And coming back to something we discussed in Picks and Bans as well, Prophet did not get the early lead he needed to in this lane. Now Wonder is ahead at 2-0-3, has a Trinity Force, has a Titanic Hydra. Senkuk's actually caught out. Shook's going in on towards Senkuk's, but look at the damage onto Nagne. He's going to fall as the first in the fray. Down towards the bottom side of this fight, we will see Wonder with a flank. Splyce are looking for this. Mickey does have the Glacial Fissure if he wants to go in. Lands the Winter's Bite. Spartu puts the Lantern behind it, but here comes Wonder. They're looking for Shook. Jump straight on towards him with the Hextech Ultimatum. Shook, you can't jump out of that, but he will still try and escape. Splyce will chase him down. It's a rampage for Senkuk's, and it's 9 kills to 2 for Splyce.
Shook knew all he needed to do was kick Wonder out. The problem is they're so far behind that it's easy to regroup onto a jungler, and the reason they didn't go for Hiku there is they know Baron is on the cards, and if Shook is still dead for 20 seconds, it's an easy take. No Smite Steal available. Hiku doesn't even have any damage at this point. They aren't even likely to push this tower down because Splyce can split focus right now, secure the Baron, push NIP away from the tower, and realistically this game is going to ramp up very quickly for Splyce with the Baron buff. No TP on Prophet or Wonder, but that means they're stuck in the side lane and Wonder will win that fight. And this is how it all started. Nagne, remember, he's got Banshee's Veil, he's got Mercury Treads, it's really nice. It's not going to help you too much against the damage from Kobe. It'll help him get out of some of that crowd control quicker, but when there's 3 pieces of crowd control, Mercury Treads won't do all that much to save your life. Fast forward to the rest of the fight, Shook's like, I've got this. I can get out. I can just kick Wonder out of the ultimatum. Ah, damn, they do a lot of damage on top of that. And Shook, stunned up, taken down into the Baron. Splyce are in total control.
This is the Splyce we wanted to see as well, Stress. They needed to send a statement today. They are sitting in the middle of Group B. If they can get these wins, they can look towards getting into playoffs and then perhaps running the gauntlet to Worlds. But if they don't, and they come 4th place, there is no chance of them going back to Worlds this year. So they need to be able to defeat teams like NIP easily and then use that confidence to take it into future matchups.
That is very fair. I'm just wondering, Medic, do you have another word for me for dominant? Because we might need a couple of synonyms.
Let me look up a few. I've got my words to work on.
Oh,
here.
hang on. You might need to focus on mid lane.
Wonder's going to pop down the Hextech Ultimatum. Hiku getting melted away. And actually, Wonder will just take the kill. That was wonderful play from him.
3 versus 1 didn't even matter in the middle lane because Splyce were able to get a kill from it. Now, of course, that does remove the Baron buff from Wonder. That's a minor inconvenience at best at this point. There's Splyce looking to push through the middle lane, looking to continue this because, look, they've got the rest of their team fighting abilities up. They have Senkuk's ultimate for damage. They've got Trashy's ult, Kobe's ult, Mickey's ult. Everything is still there to be able to take a fight if NIP wanted to try.
And they're now 7,000 gold ahead. Look at Wonder. When you can 2v1 like this, you know you're winning.
And I believe even the support is coming closer to this fight as well. So look, Shook manages to connect. It was a nice trap placement there to make sure they could catch Wonder, and Shook tries to get into the fight, but Wonder, a little bit too much mobility. Even gets onto Hiku under the tower. Make it a 4v1.
And I'm interested in Shook's build here slightly as well, Stress, because he's gone Dead Man's Plate after the Warriors. He is tanky on this Lee Sin. There was an option to go towards a more Assassin and more AD-heavy Lee Sin here if he wanted to try and snowball that early game.
There was the option there. I've even seen people in solo queue building Duskblade on Lee Sin, which It's kind of frustrating.
It's
to see.
disgusting, is what it is, Stress.
But Shook knows he is basically the initiation tool right now for NIP. He has to go in, he has to go aggressive, and realistically, the mobility that Deadman's Plate gives him will help a small amount, but the ability to stay alive for that moment longer is what he's looking for here. You know, full damage Lee Sin does great in solo queue, not so much in competitive because he's very easy to get shut down. If you hit him with any kind of crowd control or even Syndra's ult, probably not going to survive very long. You should try it at one point.
I'm really bad at mechanics. I'm a support main. I cannot do mechanics for the life of me. People flame me in like gold when I try and auto-attack things.
Wait, but you mean like you're not very dexterous to be able to hit the buttons very quickly?
I think my fingers are just too fat. I think that's what it is.
Medic, you trained as a surgeon. Why are you telling me this? Like,
why do you think I quit?
Well, let's not go into that story. That risks lawsuits going through here because, whew, don't want to think about it.
Let's come back to the state of the game, Stress. Splyce now can go for this 1-4 if they want. Camille in the bottom lane, the rest of the team getting vision control around this blue side. Cobby splitting up towards the top as well. And Splyce have just been able to dismantle NIP. NIP's early lead evaporated incredibly quickly. Splyce looking very much like a team that can challenge for the top spots in Group B.
The one thing that Splyce haven't been able to do is make significant progress into the base of NIP. And now that does allow NIP some breathing room back into this game. And we have to look at potentially missed opportunities from Splyce. They haven't been quite as proactive on utilizing Trashy's ultimate to force fights, to get NIP and catch them out. Like, they could potentially look for a fight here, but the reason they're not is because of how far away Senkux is. Maybe if Splyce were moving as a unit, that tower is easily threatened because of how far ahead Splyce are. That would be one area I'd like to see them pushing forward a little bit more.
I think part of it as well is losing the Baron buff on Wonder. It means his split push isn't quite as strong as it could be, but Splyce are setting up to methodically take out this second tier of turrets. Do we ever get to the point where Hugh gets to 2-3 items and can challenge Nagne at a couple of items when he's got a bit more damage under his belt, can challenge as well?
Well, if Splyce don't get critical damage on the base now, it is possible, but look, because HQ shows on the bottom side, Splyce are very confident moving into the top side. This is what they have to continue doing, is every time a second member of NIP commits to the bottom lane, continue pushing forward, try and start fights. Problem is, NIP have a very quick path to the bottom lane through their own base, and that means Splyce may end up misreading a situation and over-pushing, but...
Splyce deciding to 5-man group here. They will land the chains. Prophet's going to take a lot of damage. Here comes Wonder, jumps in with the Hexagol Domain, but he's dead already. And we're going to see Mickey fall low as well. NIP able to hold on to their base, and Nagne wants a little bit more. Is he the Lord of the top lane alongside being the Lord of the pit? Well, at the moment, he's the Lord of the dance as he tries to dodge around, but he gets taken out as well. HQ melted, outplayed, totally outplayed Stress. He was just incredibly out-mechanicked there by the Syndra, and Splyce are going to look to push in towards this top turret as well.
Those are medic mechanics. Just hit him with the Syndra ultimate, hit the inhibitor, and move right through. Okay, so that at first was an overcommit from Splyce. Wonder just jumps right into the base. He's like, I'm ready to go. Who wants to fight? Finds a couple of members of NIP, and NIP turn back around on that. But, I mean, NIP almost gifted an opportunity back into this game by how Wonder actually got... Was that pushed in by Nagne? I'm not sure whether Wonder was trying to jump in as it was, but maybe Nagne actually managed to catch him out. Then Nagne goes aggressive into the fight, tries to dodge around all of this, but look, from here, remember, Hiku, the only damage source, gets too close to Senkux, puts himself right in between the tower and the wall, easy slow to apply into the ultimate. Hiku drops down 0-3-3, still nowhere near that damage point we wanted him to get to.
Trying to fight against a Syndra when you are 4 kills behind is like trying to play dodgeball against that really big lad in your high school class. You know you're going to get hit by a ball at some point, and you know it's going to hurt.
Wait, I think you were playing dodgeball wrong. You're meant to dodge.
You're meant to dodge them, but you can't, is my point, because this guy is just too good at throwing the balls.
Okay, I think we got lost on that. I was imagining a really wide
it wasn't the best
target.
anecdote.
I was like, that guy would be really easy to...
I'm quite big. It's hard to dodge balls, Stress.
I'm not trying to bring up bad memories. I'm sorry, Medic.
My entire childhood.
I'm actually a little
Baron's going to be... Please. Baron's going to be started here by Splyce as they are 10,000 gold ahead. This will be their second of the game, and perhaps with it will spell the end of NIP. TP coming in here from Wonder as they try and join the fight. Splyce have turned around. They get the Glacial Prism on towards Nagne, and here comes Wonder from the back line. That's one. They're looking for a lot more, though. They're not content. Mickey gets the kill onto Nagne with a beautiful Winter's Bite, and Shook, Prophet, and Sprado just have to run away, but will they be chased down by Splyce? Senkuks has the flank here. Wonder has the jump in. Sprado has the flash, but it's just not enough to get away from Splyce. 15 kills to 4. Splyce are looking for the win.
Don't even need the Baron buff. They have the numbers advantage. 5 versus 2 into the base, and Splyce, it's looked dominant. We didn't have a synonym for it. It doesn't even matter. 30 minutes on the clock. They're going to pick up game 1.
Devastating, destructive, and absolutely top-notch here from Splyce. They want a couple more kills to close it out. They'll get the ace, they'll get the Nexus, and they'll go 1-0 up over NIP.
A lot of people would have expected that result. Some people would have questioned how clean it would have been, but I think this game actually played out in a lot of the ways you'd expect it to. NIP making the early game plays, trying to get ahead against Splyce, utilizing this Lee Sin out of Shook, and it looked to be good, but the problem was this composition. When you start going the defensive route on items, means that Caitlyn just cannot contend against everything Splyce was bringing. The Syndra was on point from Senkuks, and Splyce able to just take the early skirmishes very effectively.
And NIP is still unable to get a win in the LCS. I almost called it the Challenger Series.
Win,
Yeah, a series win. I'm so used to casting the Challenger Series with you, I almost called it the Challenger Series. But yes, still unable to get a series win. They can still come back, but the signs of hope that we looked for coming in, the early game presence, wasn't really there to the usual effect of NIP.
And a lot of that is the fact that Shook's champion pool, in the meta, at least what is the most effective, got obliterated in the draft. 5 bans from the enemy team, plus 1 ban from his own team onto the jungle pool. Made it a little difficult for Shook to realistically have that easy platform in the game. The Lee Sin just didn't have the effect later on.
I'm trying to look and see if perhaps one of those second-tier tanks would have been a bit better. Skarner, Rammus was still there as well. Something that we have seen in LCK that can be played at the highest level.
Yeah, it's difficult to know because I think that those champions have very obvious weaknesses that if you haven't practiced, it isn't necessarily easy to just put them right into your champion pool, but Shook's going to need to find something for game 2.
Yeah, Splyce came out swinging against the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let's send it over to the analyst desk for more on their win.
Thank you very much, Medic. All by the book for Splyce. They cleanly clean this one out and win over NIP in the first game. And we asked a lot of questions beforehand, especially how can NIP win? You said, well, draft something that is easy. They can go a bit, they can force a fight. But it seemed to be quite intricate in the end. So how would you rate their comp in terms of the game plan you'd made for them?
In terms of the game plan I wanted to make with their 5-man mid, a lot of tanks, just engage team fights, I don't think the comp really fit that style. They invested almost everything in the early game. Basically saying, you know, they can win bot lane with Caitlyn Thresh, they can maybe win top lane with Jarvan, they can try to get pushed mid lane with Talia, and then you have a Shook on Lee Sin to gank. That is just very hard to execute, I feel like, especially you already are a weaker team. And that's kind of one of the problems for NIP was they didn't really fit with their Misfits meta we saw earlier today.
The Misfits meta where Maxler also picked up the Maokai, and I thought that was maybe something that Shook could go for because there were a lot of junglers banned out. He honestly didn't have a lot of things to choose from, but a Maokai was open, a Rek'Sai maybe even in some universe was open. So do you think the Lee Sin was detrimental or kind of what didn't make this comp come together?
I think right now that if you pick Lee Sin or any other early game jungler, you need to be an incredibly good team to execute the early game, get a lead, and then you need to make 0 mistakes mid and late game, which is why I would say the meta is not towards these kind of early picks right now. It's more towards these tanks where early game you can play it a bit slower. Maybe against the full early game team, you'll be 2k behind, but you just have to accept that, get to mid game, go 5 mid, make a pick, and then you instantly win the game.
What do you think about the Jarvan Camille matchup top lane, Alfari?
I mean, I think Jarvan is a really strong pick, like particularly as a blind pick, which NIP did this game. It's really easy to just like push out a side lane once you get like mid game, and you just roll mid lane, and if Baron's alive, you can start Baron and turn really easily, or you can just engage in the mid lane if they try to contest the push by EQ ulting in. And Camille is like a decent answer. Like Jax was banned, which is like another answer to Jarvan. So Splyce going Camille is like kind of predictable. and they went it, and it scales better than Jarvan, but early game it does get pushed in, which was NIP's main opening into the game, I think. Having like all pushing lanes in the early game jungler, they just didn't snowball it.
Yeah, I mean, we were always saying NIP maybe go for something easier than execute, but if early games leads are something they have been able to win, then they shouldn't give that up, because that's almost the only thing they have, or...
I mean, yes and no, just because it's so inconsistent in when they do win the early game. Like, so often it's based on can Shook pull off like 2 or 3 early ganks, and we haven't really seen that recently either. So I think when the meta is where you can actually draft like almost pure team fight, those kind of comps often are a little bit easier to play. Like this game, we can actually just already pull up some of the replays we have, because it shows early game how where NIP was supposed to get the advantage with all the pushing lanes. It ended up being stuff like this happening over and over, where Splyce would just find them in the side lanes and like engage team fights.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about NIP, but obviously Splyce won this game, and Splyce also came out with a well-rounded comp. We were asking the question, can some of their individuals step up? And Wonder had a great game, Sankux had a good game, even though they didn't really hit all the skill shots in this particular fight.
Hit the Syndra ult.
They hit the Syndra ult, which is incredibly, incredibly difficult. But how do you think they played it out, Max Lore?
Splyce?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job on making sure that Camille ramps up, and whenever she has priority, they used it. For example, this TP play they did top lane, it was mainly because the Jarvan TP'd bot lane and made a pick on the enemy jungler, Sejuani. So they then TP'd on NIP who were overextended, they made a pick, and they just completely destroyed them. Even though they missed 3 ultis, it just shows the power of a teamfight composition. You mess up, but you're still going to get away with it. Mid-late game, you scale better than them, so it just... Why would you not pick this kind of comp if you're... I don't think there's any team in the world that can execute an early game comp really well, because, as I said, you have to win early and play perfectly mid and late, which is also why, in my opinion, there's a slump on SKT's side, because they're not drafting tank support and tank jungler and stuff like this and playing for this ARAM kind of thing. They're still playing early game, and it's just biting them back.
Oh, I love it. We're talking about Splyce NIP, and we get the SKT inside. That's why you invite players on the desk. You'd never go there.
Oof. I mean, I wouldn't... I guess the reason I wouldn't go there is because it's NIP Splyce, but... I mean...
It was a fantastic analogy,
kind of the same, yeah.
Yeah, it was a fantastic analogy, but then the big question remains, okay, Splyce, we wanted to see more, we want to see them win games, but winning versus NIP, much as your victory over Mysterious Monkeys, you'd say this is a game they have to win no matter what. And it's so difficult to say what NIP kind of has to come up with. So do you guys have any ideas? Because Prophet has been getting leads in lanes and has been able to get early kills, but how could they leverage that? If it was you, would you pick something completely different that can take over the game? Would you only split push Alphari?
I mean, I think their draft this game was like okay. I like if they had a tank jungler like a Maokai, like Maxwell said, I would actually like the draft. They have 3 pushing lanes, and they would actually scale fine with the Maokai, so they should like be able to get deep walls early game. They should be able to get like roams off and first blood tower for sure. Maybe even like a herald, and just they should get advantages early game, and then they should be able to still teamfight with the Maokai. So I think their draft was fine. I think they just need to not be so hesitant when they have like so early game champions that are supposed to get leads, to actually use them, because they had these early game champions, but then they just use them to just stay even, which is not going to work.
All right, well, we'll see if that is the adaptation they make in Game 2. Splyce, they are looking to secure the win against Ninjas in Pyjamas, coming up after the break.
But look, TP's coming through. NIP want to force
Splyce
it.
trying to get in the way of the Arctic Assault, but Trashy uses it afterwards. Here comes the wall as Trashy's caught out. Ace in the hole comes down, and Prophet gets first blood.
No flash on Kate.
Okay.
I got lean. Okay. Good job.
You might need to focus on mid lane.
Wonder's going to put down the Hextech ultimatum. Heku getting melted away, and actually
so
Wonder
good.
will just take the kill. Is he the Lord of the top lane alongside being the Lord of the pit? But at the moment, he's the Lord of the dance as he tries to dodge around, but he gets taken out as well. Heku melted, outplayed, totally outplayed Stress. Wonder has the jump in, Sputter has the flash, but it's just not enough to get away from Splyce.
Get it.
Couple more kills to close it out. They'll get the ace, they'll get the Nexus, and they'll go 1-0 up over NIP. Welcome back to week 7 of the summer split. Splyce had full control over Ninjas in Pyjamas in game 1. We'll see if they can close out the series as we are moments away from a second fight. Splyce have the blue side this time, Stress. Means that NIP will be on the red, as that is what usually happens with teams. It would be strange if we had like a purple side, or a green side, or a yellow side, and it's just like randomly tilts the map upside down, a bit like in Inception.
Right.
Like, you just have to imagine it and you can see it.
4-team league. That would be crazy. But what isn't crazy is perhaps some of the thought process that goes into why you pick blue. The Splyce have been very focused on a jungle matchup, and maybe something like a Zac gets through, or one of these top-tier junglers, and you ban away everything else because they took Shook's champion pool apart. So maybe they're looking to first pick that.
Quite possibly. I think if you're NIP, you should expect that, and you should look to see maybe get 2 junglers through at least, so that Shook has something, because you can always leave up the Elise, which is a common red side ban. You can leave up the Zac as well, and then at least you get something, or even go to that Evelyn. Right. I really like Evelyn. Not in the current meta.
I said right just as you said Evelyn. Now someone's going to like
This is my job. My job is to trick my co-casters into agreeing with me when they think I'm wrong.
I don't think we'll see Shook do his best Clear Love impression, but we have seen Skarner this week. There's a whole lot of crazy stuff going on in other regions, but I don't think Evelyn is going to be that pick.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the one thing that I think will get through there, if you look at it, Elise is likely banned, Zac is likely banned. So then we get the Cho'Gath, we get the Sejuani, the Gragas. These are the picks I actually expect to be available.
Okay, well, we are going to get into picks and bans in just a second. I was wondering how NIP now adapt. Like we talked about perhaps getting some junglers open. Do you need to change your entire play style? Can you look at just going for a similar draft?
Don't ban Gragas. I think it's a good ban against Splyce. Like, I can't really fault them on the thought process there, but I don't think they were anticipating having 5 jungle bans from Splyce's side of things. So with Talia off the table in draft 2 and the Zac gone, we're kind of continuing a little bit down the path of game 1, but that Talia for Nagne did give Senkux a little trouble at the beginning of the game.
Talia the most played for both Senkux and Nagne, although Senkux has only got 3 games on it because he's played a plethora of champions across the course of the split, one of the highest champion pools for any mid laner in the LCS. We will have the Tahm Kench ban away as well from Splyce, and Caitlyn removed by the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
So nothing out of the ordinary from the Ninjas in Pyjamas bans. I like this Tahm Kench ban because one of the things NIP did very well was when they were playing with the Tahm Kench, it's basically macro play by the numbers. Every time the ultimate's available, you just get 3 people and you go to the side lane and you kill anybody that's there. Not the case this time around. And interesting priority, the Kog'Maw being taken away. Now, is that going to be a Kalista available for first pick for Splyce? Very different draft here, taking away one of the scaling and lane matchups that can do okay.
It is interesting, especially since we haven't seen Hiku play that Kog'Maw at all. Ninjas took away another jungler, and it meant that Splyce will get the Cho'Gath for themselves.
That, of course, does leave Kalista Thresh available. One thing Kog'Maw is very good at is tank shredding as well. So if Splyce were looking to set up, for instance, a Cho'Gath pick, you can take away one of the 80 carries that would have done very well. So for Ninjas in Pyjamas, the Braum has also been high priority, but it is that Thresh that we were coming to expect. For now, though, is it going to be the jungle pick for Shook? He's got Gragas, Sejuani, Kha'Zix. All of these picks are available. Splyce can't ban all of them out, but it could be the Cho'Gath in the top lane if they end up flexing it.
It's a possibility. It's something we saw in the North American Challenger series a lot, actually, that Cho'Gath being taken top, and then a Gragas alongside it out of the jungle. Trashy, very comfortable on the Gragas, and NIP will realize that. They'll take it away for Shook. This is the first time he's played Gragas this split, but it suits the meta junglers a lot more.
Yeah, also does give them that flex potential ever so slightly. Gragas not seen too much in the top lane anymore, but certainly if the matchup favors it, you can end up taking that neutralizing top lane. However, we're looking at bottom lane right now for Splyce. Will it be the 80 carry presence with the Kalista here? Will it be the Varus that we've seen out of Kobe as well?
It's going to be the Syndra instead, Stress. So those 80 carries looking towards that second rotation. Senkuk's very happy with his R presses in the first game, has realized he can do that once again. And NIP perhaps will look to answer the mid lane.
One champion that is good at denying the R press is that Fizz. We saw the hover over. It's a good matchup in Syndra, but would be expecting a more standard, less all-in focus. This Orianna would be a decent pick for NIP if they wanted it. Gives them that team fight presence from Nagne, some insurance with regards to scaling. So now we might see NIP ban away the AD carries, but that would hinder their own pool. If they were to look to leave one up, take it and ban away everything else.
I think leaving that Ashe up for Hiku is one of the few champions we've seen him have a really strong laning phase on and a strong game on. You could get rid of the Varus, perhaps some Kobe, because you do have that first AD carry pick here, and you can still keep the Gragas flexing because you've got final pick as well. It's a missed ban for NIP.
We'll just get confirmation on whether that was intentional out of NIP, as I think the Ashe actually would suit Splyce the best, because that's one of the real drawbacks of this Cho'Gath if it ends up in the jungle. Of course, getting the fight started for Cho is the difficult thing. We saw yesterday's Xerxes of the Unicorns of Love trying to play it against Rocket, didn't actually end up having the best time of it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly where the two teams go. NIP now, once again, will ban out the Varus this time, so that has been removed. Splyce have their second ban of this second phase, and perhaps we'll look towards that AD carry role. Still, it does mean we'll have a lot of strong top laners open here, Stress.
I've had confirmation that there was, in fact, a ban in Phase 2 for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and it was Jax. It is an error in our pick and ban spectator right now. So Jax is banned away. Kalista banned out by Splyce. Varus banned once again by NIP, and Tristan off the board as well. That Ashe, if it doesn't get picked now, Hiku, it's going to get taken away by Splyce.
There's still the Jhin open that we did see banned in Game 1 as well, so that's a possibility. An AD carry that has been on the outskirts of the meta for a while.
You can play Jhin into Ashe, and vice versa. We've also got the Xayah available, another scaling AD carry. Now, if Kobe was to pick the Jhin, you're playing for the laning phase. Long-range snare can assist with the Cho'Gath. It's not perfect, but it still does the job.
And this is something we should discuss, because a problem we've seen with Cho'Gath is the fact that he needs crowd control in his lanes to help him get these ganks off. Very good at following up.
Excited if we see this Jhin.
I'll be very intrigued as well to see how it does develop. It's going to be a compelling bottom lane here, Stress. A lot of crowd control for Splyce, and they're looking towards top or perhaps jungle.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, don't do this to me.
2 days in a row, Medic.
We're a good luck charm, Stress. If this does get locked in, it will be our second Kane of the EU LCS, trying to get a win on the board for him. Oh! Boo!
They're looking at us. Mickey and Kobe were looking at us, taunting us. Damn.
Nah, good guys.
They're in our heads. However, double Dusk Blade coming out from Splyce. We're wise on this one, Straddle.
Don't mess with my heart like this, Straddle. You know you want to do it. It's going to be top lane now for NIP. Let's bring it back, Stress. Let's have a look at how these compositions have developed. Splyce, great crowd control coming out, and it is going to be a Cho'Gath top for them.
Right, that's what we didn't end up talking about because of the hysteria over the Kane Hover. Now, Prophet will have the lane phase advantage. Nah into a melee matchup is a difficult lane for the melee champion, and that is to be expected here, as Prophet should be able to take control of the lane. However, Trashy, early game damage. Senkuk's early game damage. Kobe will have that Duskblade spike that we've seen be also prevalent. So Splyce on the bottom half of the map, very deadly early on. And up against the Xayah, up against an Orianna, these are champions that likely will not be able to contend with that much damage in the early onset of the game.
It's a big question as to whether NIP can keep their hopes alive of a series win, or whether Splyce will take another victory once again. It's a balancing act, you have to feel, some of the time for NIP. Their early game has looked good at times, Stress. It has looked strong, and if you think perhaps they can translate that early game presence into a win here, make sure you jump on Twitter at LOL Esports. Hashtag NIP win if you think the Ninjas will sneak away their first game, and hashtag SPY win if you think Splyce will sink in the fangs and close out the series.
Mickey's a big troll. the grin on his face when I turned to look at Splyce and ask what was going on. Well, we got baited, man.
We did. We got totally jebaited by them there. And we are going to get onto the Summoners Rift for what could be the final game of the day. Splyce are going to take on the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And we'll have to wait and see how this early game develops once again. I want to put particular focus down towards that bottom side of the map. It could be explosive.
Yeah, especially on that fourth shot from Jin. If you compare that with Duskblade as we get the fly through to start things off. And Jin, typically decent in the laning phase for being a bit of a bully. If you can connect with that fourth shot from Jin, of course, you get that massive surge of extra damage on the guaranteed crit. And Kobbe should be able to take control. We spoke in game 1 about how much Kobbe and Mickey love to be aggressive in the lane, set up plays. Well, they got a Braum that can land the Q and combo in with the Kha'Zix and the Jin. I want to see how much they can get done here because Hiku and Spraddle, they got caught skirmishing in the first game a couple times too often.
And something we also saw in the first game was Shook's priority up towards this top side on this Lee Sin. He was looking for regular ganks up there. Now he's got the Gragas, has a bit more crowd control. Prophet has a winning lane on the top side as well. Will we see NIP focusing more pressure up towards that top side, knowing that the bottom side of the map perhaps won't go in their favor?
I think they have to, realistically. I think they really have to get Prophet ahead and get him control of the side lane. One thing I'm expecting out of Wonder, Righteous Glory. Build path now includes armor. It actually goes well against the Gnar and allows Splyce to have that ability to get Cho'Gath into the fights. That's obviously a later item. We're seeing the early game super leash start out of Splyce, where Trashy takes a small Raptors, goes over to his bottom lane, having started the red buff for him. Trashy can secure that very easily and look to get out on the map a little bit faster. It's not the option you can have on the red side. You can see Shook is going to be a little bit behind the curve.
It's intriguing as well because we've developed this story about Trashy being this tanky, cerebral jungler who thinks about his gank paths and plays around the map, doesn't really go for these assassins. This game, he's on Kha'Zix. Shook is the assassin jungler. He's the one who wants to go for these aggressive carries. And now he's on Gragas for the first time in the split. Basically the first time he's played a pure tank jungler as well. Did have an Olaf game earlier on and a few Rek'Sai games, but those are more bruisery. This is a pure tank who is looking to facilitate his team.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he can actually get the team rolling, get them into fights. While we're looking at an unorthodox matchup in the top lane, I actually want to maybe ponder on some of the reasons we're seeing Cho'Gath top lane and how maybe it's not quite as detrimental as I first thought against the Gnar. So Cho'Gath's passive gives him a lot of sustain in the laning phase, and his new E, the ability to get % health damage, works very well against tanks. So in mini Gnar form, maybe not exactly the best of damage output, but look at how well Cho'Gath is farming now. Hasn't missed a CS yet in this game, and is full health against a Gnar. Now, Wonder has been trading mana for that privilege to do it, but certainly not the anticipated result for the first couple of waves of minions of this matchup. And I want to keep a look now as Wonder and Prophet face off head-to-head, because Trashy is still around that top side.
And it's Trashy who's putting the priority up towards the top side to start us off. He went, stole away the Krugs, perhaps looked to see if he could get a gank on towards Prophet. Wonder is pushing in that lane. Cho'Gath, of course, very strong with the Bramble Vest as well, which can work into a Gnar because you get that Grievous Wounds every time he attacks you. Yep. You get the damage back. And we'll have to wait and see to see how this develops for the teams.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the itemization in here, in the top lane matchup specifically. As we see Shook head towards the lane, I don't know how much they're going to get done here, because look at the vision control out from Splyce. Wonder will be able to see Shook, because Gragas doesn't exactly have the most different of entries to the lane. They're going to get into the lane here if they can get Wonder.
Wonder's push forward will flash away. Shook does not follow up, but there's the warp, and this could be Wonder falling for first blood. Great rupture. The red buff slow into a building. NIP with first blood once again.
Exactly what we wanted to see from NIP. Get Prophet ahead, get the kills up in that top lane, and exploit this Cho'Gath who, for the most part, has been pushing for the first few minutes. They get the kill, and that is exactly what NIP needed to do.
And it's a weakness of Cho'Gath as well. We talk about his strengths, also have to talk about his weaknesses. Trashy is going to get on towards Nagne here, who melts him down quite a lot, actually. Getting a lot of damage, flashes for it. That's not enough with the final auto attack.
Nagne got a little bit baited by the fact he has this Storm Raider surge, was able to just keep
gotta go fast,
stick on to Trashy at that point. So this is a top lane gank. We were talking about how maybe because of the ward it would have been enough, but look, Wonder takes a lot of damage off the first hyper proc, and then from there Prophet is close enough to flash wallop, gets the damage down, and it's just the case of lining up the clock. Is it the clock? He's gentleman now. I think it's a clock tower, isn't it?
Yeah, it's clock tower probably. It's a type of building.
Just throw
Maybe
the
it's
clock
Big
at
Ben.
him.
Maybe it's Big Ben. We'll go with Big Ben. And with that kill, NIP now have 16 first bloods in their 20 games for the split. One of the highest percentages in the league, in all honesty. I think just behind Fnatic right at the top. And this is the NIP early game that we extolled in the first game, Stress. This is where we said they get their advantages, and this is where we want to see them snowball from, because they do have a lead. They do have 300 gold at the 6-minute mark, and they do have the opportunity to gank top once again.
They can maybe get that Gragas into the lane again. I've been told by our stats team it's actually the highest, so maybe they give you misinformation, man. No, it wasn't them. They never get things wrong.
They didn't give me the information. I was trying to work it out in my head, so it's my math skills being awful.
Trying to save you.
Lantern is going to come down here for Hiku, but he cannot click on it. The heal comes out. Hook actually onto Copy. Does not have the final shot, and Hiku flashed away.
Hiku needed to flash out. Of course, the reload was coming from Cobby. Couldn't quite get that last bit of damage out. I feel like I'm going to get reprimanded by our stats team for even daring to say.
Don't doubt the stats team. They'll just give you misinformation for the next
they're going to feed me really bad stats.
Very small bits of misinformation that make you sound like you haven't quite done your research correctly. It's another reason I had to quit my job as a doctor. But anyway, coming back to the game, let's have a look at top once again, because Wonder is equal on CS, is pushing this wave with the Vorpal spikes. That E, you can't really control where it's pushing. Actually just immediately feasted as soon as he hit the level 6. So has got one stack on that feast procced up.
You want to get that immediate stacking going, making sure, of course you get a reduced cooldown on it compared to when you use it on champions, so you can build the first few stacks up very quickly. Keep in mind, you only get 6 from minions and monsters, so you have to then get the additional stacks to get that max champion size, get the max attack range increase on Cho'Gath to be at that full 10 stacks.
Control Ward is clearing out vision here for Splyce. Nagle in the middle lane needs to be careful, because here come Trashy and Mickey going to try and get the stun. Shockwave brings them back. Senku's once again presses on.
Yeah, the early game presence from that middle lane from Splyce is enough to carry on through. And I want to see Splyce continue to do this until this Cho'Gath has got a bunch of stacks, because while it might have been those things that have a cap that I was talking about on stacks, you do not get a cap on the maximum health you get, the scaling on your E. These stack infinitely, and that makes Cho'Gath very deadly because he doesn't lose them when he dies anymore. So you get the first stacks very easily, and if you work for the rest of them, generally you one-shot 80 carries later on in the game.
Can do a lot of work for you, and at the moment, Splyce are having a lot of work done in this bottom lane as well. Cobby's got a 10 CS lead, and this is something we have seen from him time and time again. In game 1, he had a 3 CS lead, didn't even get killed, had a huge gold lead as well because of those lane swaps, because of being able to pick up the extra gold from the turrets that Splyce were taking.
It's exactly what we've come to know out of Cobby and Mickey, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily rate them when you look at, oh, Sven and Mithy, all of these bot lanes, and you can see, despite a failed engage, they still are able to force out the ultimate from Hiku. A lot of people don't put them on those top tier lists, but the players, you listen to them and say, Cobby and Mickey, very difficult to lane against. They're very aggressive, they know when to push their limits, and you can see that it pays off for Splyce fairly regularly.
And it translates to the numbers as well. Cobby has the highest CS difference at 10 minutes of any AD carry. On average, he's 5 CS ahead of his lane opponent, and it's just that continual harass, that continually pushing forward that we talked about in game 1 that can make it very difficult, but sometimes it does cost them their life, as NIP came down towards the bottom lane, looking for a gank, decide against it for the time being.
Yeah, couldn't quite get into the lane, but look at the vision control that NIP have. If we can swap over to NIP vision for just a second, I am aware that Gragas could have been heading mid. You can see all the way through the lower vision, the lower jungle, it's all NIP wards, and they're trying to play around any time that Cobby and Mickey step up in the lane, try and capitalize on this, but look, Shook has now dropped back into his own jungle, and there's an attempt from Trashy in the bottom lane. Warrior enchant is complete. The damage could be enough.
Gonna avoid assault in, jumps forward as well. Sprattle trying to distract. He puts down the lantern. Here come the TBs, but Sprattle is not long for the rift. Instead, Shook comes in, and there's the hook as well. Trashy's gonna get knocked back. The Gnar comes out. Trashy will fall. Can they keep Sprattle alive? Cobby opening up the big guns, looking to see if perhaps he can catch someone, but he just can't do it. Wonder has to flash the wall, and now perhaps we'll see the re-engage onto Shook. Splyce take one, NIP take one as well.
Spratl played the beginning of that fight very well. I mean, his Thresh we saw a couple of weeks ago be a standout pick for him, and he gets his hands on it again. Denies the follow-up in the bottom lane to kill Hikyu, and Splyce didn't quite get as clean a team fight as they were expecting, or at least skirmish in this bottom lane. Like, look at how Spratl utilizes the Flay here, because out of the darkness comes Trashy, jumps in onto Hikyu, double Flay, maybe even the three of them were caught there, and then they are able to buy enough time with the box. The exhaust Shook rescues Spratl at the same time. Sun's out, guns out, but unfortunately, no more kills to be found. At least from Cobby at that point. It ends up being Wonder that picks up a kill from that, and Splyce just take a 1-for-1.
A little bit of an overextension by Shook at the end, perhaps looking at just for too much going towards that bush. Also, that Jin music during the replay is just so soothing. I thought perhaps I'd gone to a spa for a little bit, just like relaxing, as Jin plays his wonderful overtones across the Rift. Spratl and Shook are going to look for the Rift Herald here.
The old switcheroo, the Rift Herald thinks they're coming over the wall and headbutts the wall.
It's a wrestling move, probably.
They don't headbutt walls.
I don't know, you watch it.
That's fine, but...
All in the name of entertainment. NIP will be looking for the Rift Herald, as you say. And actually, let's come back to this top lane, because although Prophet's got a second kill here, he's behind in CS to Wonder, who's got Ninja Tabi, Glacial Shroud as well. Early armor itemization.
And gotta go fast once that Righteous Glory for the rest of this game. That was the item, the big one that we wanted people to buy on Cho'Gath, and seems to be on the way. Splyce gonna need that to get Wonder into the fights, but outside of Senkux getting a catch, or Cobby getting a catch with his W, it's actually not the primary hard engage that we would like to see with the Cho'Gath. The Ashe supplemented it very well, but bottom lane, there's a stun, there's a fight.
Senkux is here, he will use the Unleashed Power. Spratl cannot escape. It's another kill for Splyce, and Splyce are just roaming around this map, actually now have the vision control down towards this bottom side.
That was exactly where I was going to go next, Medic, was we had all of the wards bot side for NIP earlier on, and it hasn't done them too much more than just that skirmish they could equalize. Now Splyce looked to push the bottom lane, looking to get tower first blood for themselves and establish a significant lead in this game.
30 CS in that bottom lane. A tower first blood as well, an Ocean Drake, and this is curtains for NIP. Still unable to win a game if they lose a Drake, and Trashy is going to spell their doom with this Ocean. It's over, guys. FF of 50.
Oh yeah, the quick stack coming back in again here with the never lose the dragon in a win. I'm not so focused on the dragon right now. You know what I'm focused on, Medic?
Wrestling, probably?
No, the Duskblade. The Duskblade on Jin. It's finally here. Duskblade has arrived, which means he's going to walk into a fight and just hit somebody really hard. If he can drop vision and then get a fourth shot off, that is really going to hurt.
We're going to watch for it. We're going to build up to it. I want Jaws theme music in the background for this first.
That's Trevor's gimmick.
First auto attack. Yeah, it's your gimmick now, apparently, Stress. Wonder has that Righteous Glory completed. Let's have a quick look across the rest of the items as the Rift Herald comes down in mid. It's Morello versus Morello in the mid lane. No completed item yet for Hikyu nor for Prophet. This shows how far Splyce are ahead.
And Cobby is up in the top lane now, so there's no real way of Splyce to defend this with any sense of solidarity here. So that's actually a nice pickup from NIP, being able to utilize the Rift Herald, break through the mid lane, kind of exploits what they gave away on the bottom side for Splyce. That was the trade that they ended up taking, is bot lane tower now for mid lane tower, thanks to that Rift Herald.
Well, we said we wanted to see teams use it more proactively, not just wait for the cooldown timer to come out, and that's what we've seen from NIP in this game. Saw it from them in the first game as well. They're able to... Oh no, that was Splyce used it in the first game. I keep thinking the red side is the same team, but I need to remember, they switch.
Sometimes. Depends whether
it's because sometimes they don't switch. It just confuses me. Anyway, Cobby and Mickey are looking up towards that first tower, second tower in the top lane. We do have Trashy just waiting in the wings as well, so perhaps NIP might get caught out, but Hikyu and Spratl are relatively safe on this Xayah and this Thresh.
I'm a little disappointed. Trashy, it's not going Duskblade yet. That longsword, of course, could go there, but I think likely going Black Cleaver.
Yeah. It's okay.
It's fine.
Okay. It's we got one Duskblade, and we got a Kayn yesterday. We got a Cho'Gath in the top lane.
Medic, people are looking at this saying, why is this so different to my solo queue? Why doesn't the Duskblade come out all the time? And then you answer with, well, there's a Gragas. On the other side, there's a Gnar who's going to have higher resistances. And quite frankly, flat armor penetration, not so great in those situations. Great for dealing with squishies and team compositions that don't have front lines, but doesn't quite live up. You want the Black Cleaver, get that armor reduction, get the percentage penetration from the Last Whisper items, then you're better against tanks.
You want to reduce the armor rather than just cut through it. That's the difference between professional play and solo queue. In solo queue, people don't know how to build. Just build wrong, and they play the wrong champions.
Have you watched Power of Evil build? Like, that guy, he knows how to build, but
he's like Genja. Remember when Genja was playing all of these weird things and we were like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, why are you getting tier on Varus? And then it became the thing.
It was Trinity Force on Cogmore as well was another one.
Genja broke the meta, and at the moment that's what PoE are doing.
Problem is, in this game, Kobbe is breaking the bank right now with his lead up against Hiku. 1,300 gold. That's a BF Sword's difference if he was actually buying it. He's, of course, gone Zeal. Funnily enough, that'll do on the gold difference between the two. And you can see Hiku, he's building for the later game. Likely this Essence Reaver setup that we have seen before. That means Hiku needs more time, and I feel a little bit like that story ran all the way through game number 1.
That it did on the Caitlyn, tried to scale up, did have some good damage later on, but just wasn't able to output enough in the team fights before he got caught out. It is a 2,000 gold lead for Splyce, and they're grouping up to look for this mid lane tower. It's a little bit of a 1-3-1 here from Splyce, and their composition doesn't scream 1-3-1 for me.
And I'll tell you why they're trying to do this. The kill pressure from a Kha'Zix and a Syndra out in a lane is so significant that, say, Nagne walks into top lane anywhere away from his tower and doesn't have vision on Trashy, well, you're dead. Because you get stunned, in comes the Kha'Zix, you get killed. The same can be said with the Cho'Gath. Insta-kill presence in the bottom lane with that feast, with the stacks. I want to check how many Wonders got. 7 stacks already, 2 from monsters, 4 from minions, 1 from a champion. So he is already at that point where the only stacks he'll get now are from Dragon and Champions and Baron. But that's okay for him. He's not going to lose any of the 7.
It's pretty beastly. And at the moment, you don't lose any on death, as you say. Prophet is just going to have to walk away from this top side, and Splyce will look for some damage on towards the tower. Kobbe, you still haven't broken out that Duskblade on a champion yet.
I still want to see it. I just want to see him like one pop.
One bang, one deeg. One deeg across the map.
Yeah, well, you know, 4 shots in the chamber, basically the same.
It's basically exactly the same thing. NIP will trade a turret here in the bottom lane. This is what we like to see from teams that are behind. As much as, yes, you're losing a tier 2 tower for a tier 1, you're still getting some of that gold back, getting a small sliver of hope for yourself.
I feel like with that vocabulary, you like flirted with the idea of FPS casting. Didn't quite go into it with the 1D, but it's okay.
My home is League. My home is League. Maybe I did that to my patients. Maybe that's another reason I had to quit. In the middle of surgery, I was just like 1D, 1D.
This is, oh, okay, I was on a completely different page. That was very dark, but one page that we want to look at is going to be the mid lane page of Kobbe not hitting Nagne.
What a shame.
With his W.
Has now got a rapid fire cannon as well, so he can get that Duskblade proc from further away if he wants to use it. Shook is going to get caught out by 4 members of Splyce here. They aren't able to collapse, but for the time being, Splyce just have the freedom to roam wherever they want on the map. They're looking for an Infernal Drake to add to their collection.
And I love the ability for Duskblade to allow you to clear out wards, allows you to set up vision control and then maybe set up a fight.
Infernal Drake, Glacial Fissure onto Shook as well. Here comes the TP, but Shook is just dead. Kobbe opens up the big guns. Can he catch on towards Nagne? Not quite. As Sprattle will be the sacrifice. Wonder goes forward. Flash, Beast, not quite enough. Nagne gets away off towards the back of the fight, but Splyce are not done yet. They want Sprattle. He escaped them once. He's not going to escape today. And Prophet joins the fray, but way, way, way too late.
Splyce with a team fight win. Going to get the mid tower as well. Wonder will be upset he doesn't get an extra stack from that, but Splyce will be happy as a whole because it's all going in their favor. Baron is spawning, and that is a bit of a risky objective right now, considering that Feast is no longer available. But look, Splyce start the team fight off. They actually deny a lot of the escape there, as if they'd have taken the lantern, they would have got caught. The Ruptures there, you've got the silence in the team fight as well. Those are the presents that Cho'Gath can bring, and ooh, not
without
quite
the
enough.
heal, he dies.
Yeah, without the heal, it would have been enough. There's actually that indicator. I'm pretty sure that's probably what baited Wonder, is if that indicator comes on, you know you can get the kill with Feast.
You see like jaws underneath the champion.
Cues up the animation.
There was a great shockwave from Nagne in that fight, which is why he did so much damage. Actually hit onto 4 members of Splyce, but he just doesn't have the items behind him yet. And once again, we see Splyce with a gold lead at the 20-minute mark in the 7 games. 7 games. 8 games, in fact. 8 games. I'm trying to do maths in my head. I told you this goes badly. In the 8 games that Splyce have had a lead at the 20-minute mark, they are 7-1. They have won 7 of them. They have lost only 1. NIP always lose when they're behind at the 20-minute mark.
Wow, this stats team, I'm not being condescending on this. Stats team just buzzed me to say that is correct. So, Medic, he got it. The math was correct. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be condescending, but I thought I'd let you know.
I think it's important.
They're here for you. It's a safety net.
Yeah, it's important to remember these things, especially since I'm trying to do it from memory a lot of the time. Splyce are going to set up towards this Baron. Look at the lack of vision for NIP. They have no idea where Splyce are until they put down a ward, and then they know. But that is correct. Stress.
That is correct. I wish somebody would buzz me every single time and be like, yeah, you said something that was correct. That's great.
It's like positive reinforcement.
Exactly. So for Splyce, one of the reasons why they can afford to go over to the Baron Pit, we talked about that. Feast, of course, does a significant amount of damage. 2 monsters as well, 1,000 damage. You can just easily eat that Baron down. That means that NIP have to be very cautious of the fact that Splyce can get it quick. The difficulty they do have, though, is the fact that NIP are starting to get a little bit closer to scaling in this game. They're a long way off still, but now that Frozen Mallet is completed for Profit, it means he does assume a little more control on the side lane. You've got to be careful of that.
And that's something I want to see a little bit more from Profit. Yes, you can join team fights. He doesn't have teleport at the moment, so he's a little bit more grouped with his team. But we saw in game 1 how strong that Camille was from Wonder in the split push. Profit now has the lead. He's ahead on items. He can split push into this Cho'Gath, and assuming he's able to dodge away from the Feast and away from the Rupture, he can chase the Cho'Gath down.
And that's one way that NIP are going to have to slow this game down, is by pushing with Profit, dragging Splyce around the map. And now how to Splyce accelerate the game with their comp is looking for these long-range catches. Secure vision, start Baron, try and get NIP to commit. Still no teleport available. If NIP overcommit to defending this, Splyce will start a fight, but here comes Shook, trying to go in.
He has the Feast, and he will feast down on a Baron. Shook gets away, but Splyce secure the objective.
Yeah, there's the strength of that Cho'Gath in the Baron Pit. Of course, Shook not able to match anywhere near that damage. 1,000 damage is what you're expecting out of junglers with Smite at level 18, but here comes the follow-up fight.
Mickey getting chased down, will stand beside me. The hook does not land from Sproutle. And Splyce may look for the re-engage. That was some damage onto Profit. Wasn't a squishy target, so the Dustblade wasn't as impressive as it could have been. Wonder's gonna get sped up here. Here comes the curtain call as well. Is this curtains? But NIP, Profit says no. He wants to jump forward onto Mickey. Sankuk's up towards the side, but Shook gets destroyed. Absolutely melted away. And now they're gonna chase in. Profit there, Nagne able to survive through the unleashed power. NIP running for the win.
Splyce don't actually need to continue committing on this unless they get crowd control. Remember, they already have the Baron.
They're going to, though. Sprattle so low. Cobby flashes the wall for the kill. That's the aggression we like to see. Nagne, Hiku, and Profit just running away as fast as they can. Cobby survives. Hiku there as well. It's another kill. Will Hiku get one? He will. But NIP clean it up, and they will take the ace.
Splyce coming out significantly ahead from that. The ace in their favor, and now Splyce will look to take away some of the structures from NIP. Of course, that mid inner, bot inner tower still available, but look, Splyce didn't need to commit to the end of that fight. They just made sure they put NIP so far behind that this game is all but done. And look at who is one of the carries again. Sankuk's on this Syndra. Looked great in game 1, same again in game 2, and it was NIP that tried to start this fight off. Look, they go aggressive, trying to get the fight in their favor, and Splyce have enough on the back end of this to turn it around. Sankuk's is barely even close to this fight, and Splyce is just biding their time, trying to get the slow here as Hiku got caught by the W from Kha'Zix, but from there, Splyce output the damage. walk through the fight and then get Hikyu running out early, and that means Hikyu can't offer anything, and Splyce can just continue marching forward. Kobe on this Jhin with this Duskblade. We wanted to see a big performance from him, and the flash over the wall says bang, bang! He shut them down in the bottom lane. Unfortunately, not enough to take out Profit at the same time.
He does get Profit afterwards, though. Oh,
Yeah,
Trashy.
he takes that Profit, but then it's Hikyu he actually can't get. That's what I meant to say. It doesn't matter. Trashy is able to take him out in the end of all things. Splyce get the ace.
Look at that damage from a Jhin.
Just a little bit. I feel like maybe some of the essence of SKT has become trapped in their skins.
Exactly. This is my theory, Stress, and I'm so glad you brought this up. Did I share this with you
You
before?
did.
Okay, here is my theory, right? SKT have lost every game they played on 7.13. 7.13 is the patch where SKT skins came out. SKT's skill is now in SKT's skins, and no one on SKT uses their skins. We're going to see Profit go up in the top lane. That's ruined my point, Splyce. Good kill, Trashy. Well done. It was a great point, guys. Remember, okay? Anyway, Splyce are now 9,000 gold ahead, and they can push in with this Baron.
Guys, Medic just told everybody the secret. I think we got to get Medic out of here. Can someone just take him away?
Sorry.
He's giving the game away.
This is why they don't let me cast every week.
If you don't see Medic next week, just don't worry. It's
if
fine.
you actually distilled the souls of SKT into the skins.
We figured that out a long time ago.
Well, it seems to be working at the moment for Splyce as they're going to push down this mid lane. Such a dominating performance by them as they have 4 members here. They don't even need their Fed Syndra. They are happy just to set it up with the rest of the squad. And it looks like Trashy might be going towards a Duskblade of his own.
Maybe. He's got that null magic, so maybe he's going to take a little stop off at a Hex Drinker before that. He'll end up building more of Malmortius in the end of it just before. So this was a top lane fight that we were postulating about SKT over, which Wonder actually plays pretty well. Denies a lot of the early game damage, looks for some of the sustain, and then walks forward back and forth in this fight, buying the time for Trashy. Trashy jumps into the fight. And what do you know? Profit doesn't have too much more left after they get the damage out. Couldn't get the ult out because the silence comes through from Wonder, and Profit ends up falling.
And I'm very impressed by this Trashy performance as well. On a jungler that doesn't suit his usual playstyle, in fact, he's only played Kha'Zix once before this split, he has been able to make ganks, he's been able to make plays, he is the most killing member of his team, and he's looking for another one as he jumps onto Profit, who will get the Lantern to safety.
But look, the job's done. You force Profit back to base, you push the bot lane, you push the mid lane, you continue pushing in the game. Splyce still need a little extra oomph. Very similar to game 1. Very, very similar game overall, in the fact that Splyce are likely going to need a second Baron to finish this.
There is an Infernal Drake for them as well.
Yeah.
I just want to say I've called both of these games around the 15-minute mark when the first dragon's gone down.
You are a prophet.
What can I say? At the moment, Hikyu is going to get caught out by the Glacial Fissure. The curtains open and Wonder noms him down. He gobbles him up. It is going to be a shutdown up towards the top of the fight as Senkox falls as well. Shook engages, but where's the rest of your team? Nowhere near. Wonder gets a double, and Splyce get 2 for 1.
Yeah, Splyce not yet in time for the Baron, so they're just going to continue pushing in the top and mid lanes, or at least head through towards the bottom lanes of Splyce. This is just back-to-back fights that they're just crushing through NIP. NIP don't have enough time to really recoup in between these fights. Again, we're going to see Profit try and run Wonder down. This time, no help for Wonder.
Wallop comes out. There's the Gnar as well into the wall, and Profit will back away. Wasn't sure where Kobe and Mickey were. But this is what we wanted to see from Profit a long time ago. This split push Gnar can work wonders into Wonder. I didn't intend that, I apologize.
Yeah, you did.
No, it's the first time I've cast Splyce, so I'm not used to avoiding the puns.
Well, we had to drop Where off it, or he dropped Where off his name, and that was the most confusing thing for a year. You just say Wonder all the time, but look, Hikyu ends up dying before the shots even connect from Kobe, and Senkox trades most of Nagne's health off in a 2 versus 1 on the top side. But look, Splyce is so far ahead of these fights that it's so difficult for NIP to destroy through this Cho'Gath, to contend with the damage from the Jhin and the Syndra. And look at how little damage NIP put out themselves.
Hikyu especially, 134 damage on an AD carry in a mid to late game team fight is disappointing to say the least. coming back to sort of where things went wrong for NIP, you have to feel that Shook just hasn't had the impact he would have liked on this Gragas. His body slams have been prioritized towards Mickey. We will see Spuddle caught off towards the side. Mickey is going to get knocked back, but once again, he escapes. Spuddle dead to Senkooks. 14 kills to 4 for Splyce now, and they don't look like they're done. For the time being, they don't want any more.
Very composed by Wonder in the bottom lane and the rest of Splyce, because Mickey looked like he was going to drop, but Wonder didn't even start channeling the TP. Look at how much Wonder just pushes the lane, just walks up 2 autos, walks back away. This Cho'Gath is huge. Currently on 9 stacks, is dealing a lot of damage. That E is doing 8.5% of the enemy's damage right now.
8.5% max HP
health, yeah.
on each proc of that E, and you get 3 per auto, per set as well. So it's an incredible amount of damage. Scales infinitely, and at the moment, Splyce are looking to scale into the late game with a Baron. They will disengage from it for the time being. Profit pushed off towards the side by Senkooks. Here comes the engagement. Wonder, EQ! Goodbye, my son! Nothing you can do against Wonder when he wants to nom you down. And Splyce will take another kill.
That's disgusting.
It's gross.
That is so disgusting.
It's the sort of thing, like, in a solo queue game, I would be just spamming FF now. I'm just like, I'm done. I can't play against a Cho'Gath this bit.
So, Wonder has 4,500 health before Stoneplate. Then he pops Stoneplate. Probably around 7,000, but look, Baron has been started. Smite Cam is up.
Mickey there, now into the wall on Wonder as well, and Splyce will have to stop the Baron as they catch out Shook. Wonder still unkilled, Mickey gets another, and this is Splyce just cleaning up. They will get the delayed ace, and perhaps they'll look to break the base of NIP.
Splyce is just going to push through on this. There's no way of stopping them. Only Hiku lives. And look at that cooldown on Feast. Medic, if Hiku gets too close to Wonder. Now there's no Stoneplate.
You can take him,
look,
Hiku.
Wonder, full health. He's just going to pop that right. Oh no, doesn't have Righteous Glory yet. It's not quite going to be destined for that Feast.
Splyce might just look to close the game here.
Look at him.
Stress 19 kills to 4. I see, it was the Duskblade proc. We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted, and Splyce are going to get what they want as well. They'll take the Nexus turrets down. They will look for the win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy say Splyce as they take a comfortable 2-0 victory over NIP.
That was convincing out of Splyce. From the minute the game started in Game 2, it realistically looked in their control. 7-1 and 4 for Senkooks. Good setup through the game, and this Cho'Gath in the top lane was just too difficult for NIP to deal with. Maybe it wasn't from the minutes they started. NIP did have that one gank on the top side that took out Wonder, but then Splyce just grouped very effectively and pushed their lead very well.
And it was the sort of performance we wanted to see from Splyce as well. They face up against Misfits on Sunday this week. A big match for those middle-of-the-table teams challenging for the playoffs. Perhaps even a quarter-final in the offing, a semi-final in the offing between these two teams. And the winner of that will be a lot more confident coming out of cross-group play.
Looks on the up for Splyce. When you look at a performance like that, sure, it was against a team they are expected to beat. Anybody that predicted a 2-1 probably was discounting Splyce a lot on that, but I think I want to see them against some of the tough competition that you're talking about. Potential semi-finals setups. That's what I want to see from Splyce, because that's been where they've faltered, is where they don't get these significant early game advantages in the lane. And they just managed to really outplay through the bottom lane, through the middle lane, outplay NIP and get what looked like quite an easy win.
And the questions we asked about Splyce coming into the day was could they play around their draft? Could they match the expectations that are set in that drafting phase? And their draft today was very strong. They got exactly what they wanted, and they actually played to it as well, which is what I love to see. Their early game in both games didn't need to be strong because they scaled into mid, and when they got to that mid game, they were able to take the advantages they needed.
So a lot of fun stuff today. Lots of things I want to hear the analyst desk talk about.
Yeah, Splyce pulled off a powerful 2-0 victory against the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let's check in on the analyst desk for more on today's series.
Thank you very much, guys. We are just setting up for an interview with some of the Splyce boys, of course. So we can talk about a couple of specific things, but I first want to start with Cho'Gath. Obviously, Alfari, we saw it in the top lane. We'd previously seen it in the jungle only. In general, what do you make of Cho'Gath top, and what do you make of it in the matchup versus Gnar?
I think Cho'Gath top is generally, like, it's a good pick, Cho'Gath. It's a really strong flex pick. It's like a top tier jungler at the moment. And most of his matchups top lane, they can just farm because of his passive. And he has like fairly low mana costs on his spells. So he's kind of safe for laning. He does have some counter picks. Like we saw NIP try Gnar, which is good. Like it's one of the better picks against Cho'Gath. In that the lane phase is like kind of even. Like Cho'Gath will have push for some levels. But then once Gnar has like 1 or 2 items, he will always have priority in a side lane against him, and if not, Cho'Gath oversteps, he'll just chase him down. But in this game, NIP, by the time Gnar had 2 items, they were already too far behind to actually make use of this pick, so Cho'Gath just looked really broken.
So, question for the two of you, for everyone at home hoping to pick Cho'Gath and abuse him. Top lane, any tips or tricks people should know?
Max W, like, I don't know, he's a really easy champion.
Okay.
Maxwell can play it.
Jungle? That's good. Jungle tips for the people at home in solo queue?
Max E, farm your jungle, gank lanes of CC, and then it's over.
It's over.
Well, yeah, obviously the lessons we learned is always paired. If you have a form of strong CC, then it's pretty easy actually to get the ganks off. And we also see that the interview is setting up or is set up. I didn't quite catch that, but we'll be talking to the Splyce about in just a second. It is almost ready. Other things we saw were the Jhin. The first time we saw the Jhin pick actually here. And I know that you're always frustrated when the Ashe doesn't come out. But in the end, obviously, it seemed like they could have a bit of creativity in their picks. So do you think the argument of I feel like I'm not doing any damage on Ashe is something that should go? Because she does provide so much utility, and it is something that slapped EU around at Rift Rivals as well.
And if she can actually get to sit in teamfight with a Q, she does deal a lot of damage, but it's hard to play her. There's the risk you miss your arrow and everyone flames you on Reddit. That's a bad thing.
Yep.
It's also the risk that you have no mobility and you have, you walk into the team fight and you want to activate that
What about
Q.
Jhin? Or is the range helping?
Well, you have very long range on Jhin, right? On Ashe, you walk into a team fight and there's like 3 tanks in your face and you feel like you don't do anything. So it hurts the AD carry's ego to pick Ashe, and that's why they all step away from it.
That is why we don't see it. You agree with that, Maxler?
Somewhat, but as a jungler, it's really annoying to be doing your 3rd camp and then just seeing an E fly over your face, and suddenly you don't have that much early pressure anymore. An enemy jungler could be anywhere, he could just be killing you in your jungle. It's really annoying to play against, but fortunately, as you said, no one really plays it in EU.
Mind games activated, not yet. Well, player of the series was Senkux. 2 games on Syndra, did fantastically well. Obviously not the hardest matchup, even though Nagne is obviously a formidable opponent in that mid lane. You don't agree? Was it easy for him?
I think it was pretty easy. I don't think Nagne in the laning phase has shown absolutely anything in almost in all the games I've watched NIP play. So when you get Syndra and your team is already winning and you have a pretty free laning phase, I think Senkux had a very easy time today.
Did, and much like the previous series, it's kind of hard for me to draw conclusions as for Splyce if they have rebounded, yes or no, but we can jump on that topic in a second because Splyce came out on top, and we're going to talk to one of their winners, actually 2, the top laner and the jungler.
Thank you much, Shucks. And yeah, always 2 better than 1. So gentlemen, congrats on your win. And before we really get started with this thing, I just got to ask you, man, that Cho'Gath was really, really, really big. How many stacks did you end on?
I think I got like 11 stacks.
Holy moly.
Yeah, my lane was kind of rough because they were playing like throughout both games, they were playing really hard around top. And like they like to snowball him and play with vision and pressure around top. So I just had to take one for the team and just farm it out. But in the end, I got really fed on stacks and like on team fights, and I ended up one-shotting the AD, which is always fun when you play Cho, of course. So, I mean, that's what I play for. So.
Well, it certainly worked out, and I actually got taken by surprise. I thought, Trashy, you'd be the guy to be picking up the Cho'Gath. What made you guys make this transition in the pick and ban phase?
I mean, the only time we actually play a tank top is when the champ is really OP, so that we kind of got this opportunity to put one on a tank where it's like, I can actually play this champ. I want to play this champion because it's so OP, so I was like, sure, bro, just take it. I don't mind. So, like, if he wants to play the OP champ, I don't mind. So that's kind of what it was.
Fair enough. You at least got to jump on a lot of people on that Kha'Zix, but Wonder, back to you. It seemed like a really clean series for Splyce. Were you really expecting it to be, kind of that easy one and done, despite a rocky laning phase?
I think when we play against an IP, like judging from previous series as well, their early game is probably their strongest part. So they drafted kind of around the early game too, and we knew we had the game if we just survived and like played respectful on the lanes that they were playing around. So I felt pretty confident, honestly. I thought we would take the series, and obviously they haven't won a series yet, so it would be strange if I weren't like just a bit confident at least.
Oh, absolutely. And now, you know, it's seeming like you guys were under a little bit of pressure because you'd been on a couple of week losing streak. Admittedly, that's against some top teams in the other group, but did you feel like you really had to step up and perform today?
Personally, I didn't really mind too much about this game because I kind of knew we would just win the game with the state of how they're playing. Our real test is on Sunday against Misfits. I think all of us were actually really disappointed with how we played against the top teams. We were not playing to the level we know we can play at. So for us, this win doesn't really show anything, in my opinion. We just need to show it against better teams.
Well, interesting point. Okay, so you have another tougher opponent coming up, but at the same time, you're sitting very comfortably in that third place spot in your group, which means playoffs. What has to happen for Splyce to be able to leapfrog some of those other guys, the H2Ks, the Unicorns of Loves ahead of you?
I think what happened is we got a new thing in our house. It's a guy called Boris, and he's gonna make it happen.
All right, shout out for Boris. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations on your victory. Okay, let's send it back over to Shox and crew at the analyst desk to close out the day.
Pyra, how can you not ask about Boris? Who is Boris?
Apparently he's going to help Splyce. It is 2-0 today.
Illustrious. We have someone named Boris who's going to help us out. Personal trainer, cook, maybe.
Maybe he's going to dumpster Misfits.
Yeah, maybe he is the X factor that's going to, when Sunday you guys play versus each other. Aren't you scared? Boris, man.
I really hope Boris falls ill or something, because right now I have no chance.
But he's not on stage.
That's the point.
We don't know.
He's a mystery.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, if he falls ill, I guess, never mind. He's at home at the house. So
what a cliffhanger. What a cliffhanger, but you guys are playing Splyce on Sunday. So my question I was going to before the interview, obviously it's hard to tell relative level of a team when they play a team that is not supposed to win versus them. So what do you think of Splyce now, the fish show?
I mean, but that's the hard thing, right? Because it makes it very difficult to save Splyce looking fantastic. I think we can judge the draft. Did they kind of understand the meta the way the UK lads and myself are looking at the meta right now? I think last game they went for Kha'Zix instead of a third tank, which is obviously a negative in Maxlaw's book right there. There was no Maokai coming in. I think overall, though, they had really good grasp of what to do with their draft in this meta from their side. Just would like to see the Ashe. That's basically it.
We would like to
see
the
that's a small thing. So I think Splyce in that case showed some good things. But it was pretty easy because they play NIP.
Yeah, Banter Squad, how well are you going to beat Splyce on Sunday, Maxlor?
How well?
By how much? Oh, I can't English.
Are you going to beat them?
Yeah.
Well,
I got to dominate them.
Yeah, of course. I just have to bribe Boris.
Right, whoever Boris is. Well, we may find out. We are going to talk about your series, though, because Maxlor and Alphari with Misfits, you guys beat the Mysterious Monkeys earlier today, and it turned out to be a very dominant win. And things we were looking at before coming into this is that Power of Evil has been very consistent all split, but sometimes it seemed that that was the only thing you guys could rely on to kind of snowball games or end games, and in the mid-game it would go to the wayside. Is that specifically something you guys have trained on?
Well, on Power of Evil being a coin flip player?
No.
On relying on him a bit too much maybe to win games, because their famous Misfits late game has not been too great this split.
Right, yeah, I mean, it just depends who we're playing around. Most of the time it's going to be mid, because mid jungle is like a combo. It just goes together, you know, and mid lane is, I would say, the most OP role in competitive if you play it properly with your jungler. So obviously, if you're playing around your mid laner, which I think most teams should, or some teams already do, like H2K and G2, then you can pick up a lot of wins. On occasion, you can go top and bot, but it's mainly mid lane and jungle.
Yeah, player of the series was Ignar. Meta-wise, it seems to fit you guys, and we always say that when Ignar has these champions where he can just totally engage the fight and make something happen. How do you feel you guys do in the meta right now, Alphari?
I mean, I know Ignar likes the meta at the moment, being able to play a lot of these tank supports. That's kind of fits his playstyle. He doesn't like the caster supports as much. So champions like Braum, Thresh, he likes them a lot more. You know, he likes to be able to engage, make flashy plays. It fits his playstyle, and he's really good at engaging.
Max,
don't worry,
he
didn't leak anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious that Ignar prefers to play engage support instead of Karma. Pretty obvious.
I'm just holding him back. Hey, he might have said a few more support picks.
Yeah, Maxlor is trying to not have Alphari give too much information to the enemies. Maxlor, you have been very outspoken about how you feel that in the meta, it's very much ARAM meta. Everyone can go mid, and if you have a better comp, you can just beat them. Or was that paraphrased incorrectly?
Well, it's not only about the better ARAM composition, it's more playing the early game with these tanks or these picks that are not so great early game compared to a Kha'Zix or something, and then just getting to mid-late and just playing them really good, understanding macro better than the enemy, which I do believe we do, but we just need to be more consistent in our drafts and our gameplay, and we should be able to conquer Europe.
So, Alfari, last split, you came in as a rookie, hot name, everyone talked about it, won every laning phase, was super dominant early on. This split, it's been, in the laning phase at least, like somewhat average. We haven't really seen you like dumpster other people. And I'm saying I'm not flaming you by any means, I see your reaction, MaxLore. What has changed in your role or the way you're playing the game compared to last split?
I mean, the obvious answer has to be, you know, kick out to MaxLore.
Probably, I was hoping you were going to say that.
MaxLore is, you know, better late game, but early game he's maybe, you know, not as helpful. So.
Well, but MaxLore helped you throw a 7,000k gold lead versus H2K though, so I don't know.
That was impressive though.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Actually, I don't know why we kicked Kakao.
Apparently camping top is just not enough. I mean, in our Unicorns of Love game, I was Gragas against Elise, which you're meant to lose early, but I sacrificed my own farm to counter gank top lane, get my top lane ahead, and unfortunately, I would say some players were born to carry, others should just stick to tanks. Waiting for Maokai top to come back, Misfits and win worlds.
I feel like this might spark some heavy discussions within the Misfits team.
I mean, you know they're sitting home in the gaming house watching this and they're laughing.
Yeah.
Because they obviously deal with these guys, lads, whatever.
Banter, indeed. Let's take a look at the standings. Not that much banter. It's getting serious. Misfits Gaming strengthening their position in Group A. Obviously, G2 is back on the board and they're playing better, so that must be a bit scary. And I'd also like to turn the attention to another bet. I think like the Fisho just attracts bets. He had the slap bet. He had the haircut. He had the haircut bet with perks for not dropping a game. And now you guys are talking about Misfits getting to Worlds, which is, I think it's a bit disrespectful to make a bet out of it because this is their one-year plan. This is their goal. This is what they're playing for. This is what they're funny.
That's why it's funny.
Run us through the bet.
MaxLore is saying that Misfits will make Worlds. I'm saying Misfits will not make Worlds for the sake of the bet. I'm not saying they can't make Worlds. That's not what I'm saying.
They also had some trouble coming up with what would be kind of the bet, what anyone would have to do. So if you have any ideas, tweet at RiotOfficial, tweet at MaxLore, I think it is. Or is it MSF MaxLore?
No, it's MaxLore.
MaxLore, and say what you want the bet to comprise of. But seriously, that is the one-year goal. And obviously, that is what's constantly being referred to when we talk to your team. So how much are you constantly kind of thinking about that? Is it going to be a huge failure? What if the 3 teams that stand up just turn out to be better at this point in time?
Well, I'd say our mindset is just not to go in and be scared of every other team getting better and just focus more on ourselves and try to get better ourselves, because we all believe that we are one of the low-key, one of the best teams in Europe. We just need to put it off on stage.
Right.
Well, I actually want to ask about that because I hear that from pro players now. I feel like every second week for the last 3 years of scrims are awesome, or what we're doing in scrims doesn't translate to stage. How do you try and translate it to stage? Like, what's missing? Is it people are not playing as aggressive? Is it the shot calling breaks down? Alfari, any idea? Like, why is it so different in scrims compared to stage?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think there's like a particularly big difference between playing in scrims and playing on stage. Perhaps people play a little bit more scared, like a little bit more reserved, particularly during the laning phase, the early game in particular. But yeah, I don't really see a difference.
I mean, it could also be that in EU, like, it's easier to win scrims than it is on stage because there's the whole never give up on stage, but in scrims it might not be like that. But I believe we're a team that plays very similar to in scrims as we do on stage.
Sure.
However, we still have things we need to work on. We've done pretty good for our drafts this week. We've improved them a lot, in my opinion, and we've kind of laid down an agreement between all 5 players of champs we should all play and what our comp does and what we should aim to get out of every game. So we just need to keep working together, I guess, and when we draft a new composition, maybe to counter this ARAM meta or whatever, then we need to sit as 5 again and work really hard. And I would say there's more to League than just playing and possibly watching solo queue replays or whatever. I'd say you have to watch a lot more LCK, which lots of teams don't, and you have to brainstorm more and talk more as a 5, have team meetings and just make sure that you're all on the same page. Because sometimes if one person is crumbling in terms of there's a game plan and he doesn't agree with it, then the whole team will fall.
All right, and a cornerstone of all that is obviously scrims as well. And I can't count how many times we've heard a team speak out on the fact that scrim culture in Europe is sometimes a bit crap. And you guys always allude to it, the fact that people turn to FF quickly when it's not going their way. So is it looking up? Well, you don't obviously know, you're not in the scrims, but
no.
Is it looking up, the scrim culture?
I mean, we try not to FF, even though we might want to.
Yeah.
But other teams still FF a lot.
Well, is that really what it is only? Like, because you always say they're more aggressive in scrims than they are on stage, which I can understand.
Testing limits.
Testing limits, exactly. But is it mostly just given up when the game seems unwinnable?
I think so. Like, in scrims, it's a lot harder to get practice closing out games, I would say. Since, say a team gets Baron, like the enemy team might just, you know, FF because they have Baron. Like, what can you do? It's unwinnable at that point. So, yeah.
Is this just a lack of discipline from European players? And I'm sure this problem also happens in other regions, not just in Europe specifically, but not being able to sit down as a team, as 5 members, all 10 teams in the LCS with a coach and managers and all they got and say, for the next 5 hours, it's focus, try not to tilt, it's just practice, but still like focus and don't actually FF the game. Like, that seems like something that should be doable. Like this late into League of Legends as a professional game, like we are 5-6 years into like the professional seasons.
I'll say it's more because they want to practice and stuff, but once one team gets an early lead when they shouldn't or something, there's a whole mindset of if enemies play perfect, there's no counterplay, you know. But there's no. I would say people don't believe in the fact that enemies can make mistakes and don't think of ways to punish them. Like Fnatic are pretty good at that. And secondly, I would say it's because people think it's a waste of practice after messing up so many times. Just say if you just get lose 8k gold lead in scrims, most people will just FF, right? But we lost a game when we had an 8k gold lead.
Yeah, exactly.
So
aren't there enough examples to counter that in professional play when there even shouldn't be as big of a lead? So I don't know.
I would just say, as I said before, in scrims, you really don't get anything from winning. You don't get a reward. You don't get a point closer to playoffs. You don't get anything. It's just like maybe personal feeling for some people to win. Like I love winning, so it kind of sucks when you lose.
Yeah, but it's about the gains in terms of practice and experience.
Yeah, because
right?
I mean, your reward obviously comes during LCS, but you don't notice the improvements.
Yeah, but some people still have the mindset of like, oh, it's useless practice after we get to this point, you know, like just go next, you know, which is, I would say, time efficient if the next game is going to be really worth it. But normally it's like, if one team FFs at 10, it's a continuing trend for the rest of the day.
If you play 20 scrims in a week, how many of those are useful, you think, in your eyes?
To be honest, even if the enemy's FF or something like this, I think mostly when it comes to scrims being useful, it just depends on your own team. So as long as we perform the same and learn something from every game, so like we don't randomly get caught when we're not supposed to, then we will always learn something, right? But if we're going through the scrims and making these mistakes, skipping out steps for vision, for example, that we normally wouldn't, then yeah, it's a waste of time. And I wouldn't go as far as FFing. I'll just like redo the whole process again and like be more disciplined about it. But I would say, as I said, just to close on the point, if you want practice, you just have to make sure as a team you perform the best. And even if the enemies are inting, you're still going to learn something.
Alfari, as a pro player now, you obviously joined in Spring Split as a rookie. You're still 17. What is a normal day-to-day kind of schedule for you in terms of like, do you have a set time you have to wake up and start practicing solo queue into scrims and VOD reviews and team meetings, or like what is a normal day for you?
Well, we do have a set time we have to wake up at 12, but I like to wake up a little bit later than that.
Okay.
And my coach doesn't like it, but you know.
When does scrim start?
Discipline.
When does scrim start?
It starts at 1, 2 sometimes, depending on the enemy team, and then we'll scrim for like 3 or 4 hours, and then we have a break for like 2 hours, then we scrim the second block.
6 p.m.
And then we play solo queue, and then.
So when are you done with scrims?
10.
Usually 9 or 10.
9 or 10.
10:30.
And then VOD
solo
reviews
queue.
after, or team meetings?
Well, we count like VOD reviews during scrims, because scrims like are not going to last 1 hour,
Yeah.
like per game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pro
it
game
is.
life as a 17-year-old.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
a lot of gaming.
It's a lot of time investment, because I know we see it, of course, as gaming. And maybe people from the outside are like, oh, it's just gaming. But it's very intense activity, and it's something that you're doing for your job. So that's 10 hours of just scrimming, I would say, or 9 to 10 hours, and then solo queue for a couple of hours, it is very, very intense. Do you ever feel like you're getting a bit depleted in terms of that heavy training schedule? And you guys have been playing for a long time, and there are players that have had to play on the LCS stage for 5 years in a row now. So how are you guys dealing with that?
I would say you just have to balance your life out. So, for example, what I try to do is 1 day a week, I just try not to play any solo queue or play any league, just go out and have a real life, you know? Like, we try to do team activities like go-karting, or we're trying to set up paintballing, for example. However, it can be really hard since, especially if we lose a game and normally the next day is a free day, you just feel really motivated and you just like hate yourself, so you just want to play. But I would say it's more healthy to just not play once a week, or not force yourself to play if you don't want to. You know, just because it's your job and you're sometimes pressured by your own teammates. Because say if they see you slacking, maybe you just want to take a break. You know, I don't have this problem in my team. I can just watch TV all day if I wanted to. But I know we all work together, and it just depends on what kind of person you are. These older players, like I know they don't play that much solo queue, and they might get flamed for it or something. But it's pretty healthy.
Yeah. That is obviously the counter argument. I had a follow-up question, but it escaped me. Maybe it comes back, but I do want to look ahead to tomorrow because we have a very, very big matchup. Fnatic is going against the Unicorns of Love, facing off on the Rift. Let's take a moment to highlight the stakes before that upcoming standoff.
It's time to get into game one between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns get the Baron steal! All of a sudden, Unicorns with 2 quick kills and 1 outer turret remaining. They're going to push Fnatic even further back. There's a Chachi's going to go low. Teleports it down to 1200. Picked up by Fnatic. Chachi's going to go low. Teleports interrupted. I cannot understand this game. Done it. Unicorns have beaten Fnatic 3 minutes. Fnatic taking over Unicorns.
Wow, what a video. Going to be a thrilling fight tomorrow when the 2 title contenders take to the stage, made slightly less epic by the fact that Rocket was able to beat the Unicorns of Love 2 days ago, but it's going to be really exciting. And you saw, or you said the minute that the T's came up, Fnatic's going to win. Why is that?
I'd say it's because Unicorns of Love aren't really playing as much of it as a team, in the early game at least. Maybe mid-late game, they always do the same thing, just go mid, make a pick, etc. But early game, they have serious struggles, maybe communication or just people disrespecting the enemy jungler. And I would say that, for example, their Cho'Gath game the other day, the champs didn't really synergize that well. So I would say it's mainly draft and early game from Unicorns. And Fnatic, ever since, well, the change in AD carry picks, the games have been a lot easier for them, and they're kind of used to playing tanks in every role.
Are the training wheels off?
Yeah, the handicap is just gone. You know, it's doomed for every team in Europe. But yeah, Fnatic should win.
What do you think, Afari?
I agree. I think Fnatic should win, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily as one-sided as Maxwell said. When he said it would be like a 2-0. I think Unicorns.
The Fisher said it too.
Oh, sure. So now you're pulling me down with you?
Yeah, I mean,
I did say that.
Stop interrupting the man.
Sorry.
Sure, but I think Unicorns are like so unpredictable that they could like take at least 1 game off, or maybe even win the series. They fight so often, and Fnatic also like to fight. So I think it could come down to whoever team fights better. But I agree, Fnatic should win.
I think it's a problem for Unicorns of Love that the playstyle they found success with is in many ways now the meta in terms of how you draft. You draft strong scaling like comms with tanks, you know, they can win big fights in the late game, so they don't actually have that advantage. Because they used to always draft better late game comps than the other teams, and the other teams would mess up the mid game, like Snowball, and Unicorns would get back in the game. That is no longer very easy. If you fall down 3-4k gold, and the enemy team has 3 tanks, you're not really going to win that fight. You're going to continue losing the fight. So that might actually be a big issue for them, that other teams can draft the same way.
Yeah, spot on. We'll see if it just turns into a full-out brawl. Who takes the edge there? The other matchups coming your way tomorrow is G2 Esports up versus Vitality. If I was Vitality, I would be a bit more scared than I would be last week, because G2 seems to have bounced back. Alfari, we've said G2 is back. How far do you think they are back to their biggest level or their highest level?
I think G2 are definitely can be considered like a top 2 team in Europe again. I don't necessarily think they're as dominant as they were last split. I think they still show some weaknesses, but I think there's like not much hope for Vitality realistically. Like looking at how G2 have been playing recently, I think it should be 2-0 for G2.
But they got Nuke Duck.
They do have Nuke Duck, but there's 5 players on G2.
Right.
Sad.
Come on, now you don't go with it. You're always, Nuke Duck, woo!
Hey, I'm all about the Nuke Duck hype train right now. I think he's doing really well, but it's an issue for them that you look at G2 right now, and again, we look at someone like Trick, who's a bit like Maxlaw, you know, these kind of junglers where if you put them on early game Snowball, it's not always the most consistent thing you've ever seen. But if you put Trick on a level 6 jungler, like a big tank, being a Graga, Sejuani, these kind of picks, he's really, really good. Like, he's actually very smart in how he plays. So I think the fact that he's been struggling in the past, if you look at, like, you know, a bit of Spring Split and obviously a bit of MSI and a Summer Split, the fact he's back now and he's playing like champs that really fit him is going to mean that he's looking super good, and that really helps G2.
So what you're saying is Maxlaw is a future MVP.
I'm saying Maxlaw is a future 2-time MVP.
2-time MVP.
Same split, he will get 2 MVPs.
Maxlaw, do you agree with the analogy to Trick as champion pool in his playstyle with you?
I would say it's just, if you're really good on tanks and you're really good on carry champs, right now in the meta, it's better to be really good on tanks, which is why I would say me and Trick are able to perform more. But I disagree with his point, saying that I suck on these early game
Hey,
champs.
I didn't say that. I said a bit inconsistent.
I agree with the show.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just easier to close out games on tanks compared to a Kha'Zix, for example. Because G2 drafted the Kha'Zix yesterday, and the game was a lot longer than when they drafted a Sejuani or tank, you know?
Yeah. I'm sad we have to go. The banter was
it's
most
fun,
enjoyable and also fantastic insight on scrim culture and whatnot. So thank you guys very much for joining me. You as well, Defee Show. As always, a pleasure. It's time for us to call it a night here from Berlin. Thank you very much for watching, and we will be back tomorrow for an action-filled day in the EU LCS. See you then.
On Cosq, Maxlaw also equals Amazing, but Amazing is here, throws the barrel, but a little bit hard right now.
That one sucked. Holy shit.
I'm moving now.
Holy shit.
No flash barrels.
Amazing gonna knock the barrel. Alfari going in, but he can't finish the job on a Kikis. And now it is Maxlaw who's caught out all alone. The rest of the team, a double kill for Kikis. Cosq, though, he's melting through Power of Evil, but Power is staying alive through it all until Cosq finally pulls the shutdown, but he's found himself out of teammates, isolated from the team, and Alfari should be able to get a finisher off. It looks like it's gonna be Power of Evil that does it with a Power Unleashed. He gets a second. Ignar popping up on Amazing.
Guys, I'm swimming. I'm swimming.
Thanks for carrying it.
And it's gonna be Nexus. One game in the books for Misfits Gaming. But it is all about the Monkeys and the Misfits here on Summoner's Rift for Game 2, as they will be loading on up. Let's see if Monkeys can force themselves number 3.
Still no flash on Cosq.
Cosq really committing for that ward, but he gets knocked up and popped up. And now flashing forward is going to be Ignar. Unleash the power, but it's not going to be enough. Zuki flashing away after the Featherstorm. They are tanky enough. Pull them together. Now Kiss, says Maxlaw. And Amazing is going to be caught by himself as Kikis gets knocked away. Mysterious Monkeys, Dreams trying to get away desperately away from his own base as Power coming up with a double. This Orianna is Orianna.
But you KS everything, by the way. Holy moly.
I have one more kill on Yuki for the ace, and Misfits close out 2-0.
Come on, no flash on K. Okay. I got lean. Okay. Good job.
Is he the lord of the top lane alongside being the lord of the pit? But at the moment, he's the lord of the dance as he tries to dodge around, but he gets taken out as well. Heechoo melted, outplayed, totally outplayed Stress. Wonder has the jump in, Sputter has the flash, but it's just not enough to get away from Splyce. Couple more kills to close it out. They'll get the ace, they'll get the Nexus, and they'll go 1-0 up. None, Hiku and Profit just running away as fast as they can. Copy survives, Hiku there as well. It's another kill. Will Hiku get one? He will, but NIP clean it up.
Keep him on silence again. Knocking off. Okay. End the game top, I'm basing and TPing, okay? End the game.
They will look for the win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy say Splyce as they take a comfortable 2-0 victory over NIP.